across the country and throughout the day. We'd love to see those dots fill up the map. So feel free to scan that QR code, or you can put the menti.com and then that code 36702937 on there. So give folks a moment to do that as we get started today. All right. Hello, folks in Washington, Nevada, Wyoming, Tennessee, all our East Coast friends. Feel free to keep joining on the Menti poll. See where folks are at today.
Okay. Battery is low, my lads. Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to pull this down and really get us started here. If you're just joining us, thanks for joining Visible and Unstoppable, a Pride Zoomathon that we're excited to be hosting today with so many great partners. But today's hope is really to offer hope and support and solidarity to our community. It has been an interesting and a hard start to 2025, but we knew that there would be benefit in making sure that people see that there's so many folks who across the country have not turned their back on LGBTQ youth and families, that we care deeply about all of you, and that many of us ourselves are part of the queer community, and want to make sure that people know that we haven't changed in that way, that we're still here, that we're going to continue to be here for a very long time. So thanks for joining us. I'm Elliot Hinkle. I use they, them pronouns. I'm the principal and founder of Unicorn Solutions, sort of the head unicorn of this effort today, and glad to be here with you all as we take this venture. If you're listening to this later on, this is also being recorded on YouTube. So thanks for tuning in and catching some of that when you were able to. I hope that these messages of hope and support throughout our day really carry you through and give you an opportunity to feel that warmth and connection to community. So this event is about showing up loudly, lovingly, and unapologetically for LGBTQIA2S plus youth and families. It's also about trying to meet this moment with public messages of love, hope, support, and resistance. We know what it means to live in a time of these rising attacks, but we also know that we're not alone. And so we're not backing down. And that's what today is about. I want to say thank you, of course, to so many partners in this effort. Today would not be possible, certainly not on my own, or without some key partners that have helped to make today what it is. We've got the National SOGIE Center, Lambda Legal, National Center for Youth Law. We've got Family Builders. We've also got the Center for the Study of Social Policy, Hugh Lane Wellness Foundation, and many, many more. And so if you go to unicornsolutions.org and click that visible and unstoppable button at the top right, you can see some of our partners there, but you can also scroll down and see sort of a preview of all the different speakers that we've got lined up for you today, who are also showing up between themselves and their organizations to say that they are standing with our community as well. So some other thoughts for today. Just a big thank you to speakers, artists, and storytellers who are joining us, for sharing your time, your voice, and your heart with everyone. It is much appreciated. And to everyone tuning in, whether you're here for 5 minutes or the whole day, thank you for showing up for this collective act of visibility that we're standing together. So if you want to join today, you might be joining from the webinar side, or you might be joining from the YouTube side. But if you're on YouTube, Unicorn Solutions LLC is the page you want to be at to see this on the YouTube. Some of the resources, the speaker links, organizations to support all that, we'll share that later on the unicornsolutions.org/visible-and-unstoppable. You'll also, if you're on the webinar side, you'll see some of the links today that are talked about dropped into the chat as we go. You can also follow Unicorn Solutions LLC on Instagram for updates, or to stay connected beyond today. Because The effort today, Visible and Unstoppable, of course, is an event today, but is ideally an ongoing campaign of support and showing that solidarity over time. While we might have future events, we also just want to make sure that people see information and have access to it and feel connected to this movement. So many of the orgs and individuals that you'll hear from today need support year round. And so please know that you are able to find many of these organizations to donate to follow, to share their work, or to advocate on behalf of the work that they do beyond this moment. So I encourage you to sort of check out those orgs and see if there's any that you want to support or have the ability to support. So today's just the beginning, and that ongoing campaign will continue to go, but we'll be sharing ways for you to stay engaged and carry this energy forward and build a network of support. So please, I hope that you'll settle in and drop some love in the chat, share the link with your friends if they're wanting to tune in, because we are visible and we're unstoppable. For me, this event means so much, especially in the ways that that we carry forward our message to each other. As a young person growing up in Wyoming, I didn't really have a visible representation of myself. I didn't see transmasculine people, to my knowledge. And so one of the earliest versions of representation I saw was a younger person who was a queer woman. And I saw that masculinity in her experience. And I thought, wow, that looks closer to who I am, but it's still not quite me. And when I moved to Portland, Oregon for college, I finally found people who were trans, but also it felt like I was seeing myself represented and how powerful that was to then be able to become myself. Having grown up in foster care in Wyoming as well, wanting that support and connection and community that I didn't really feel like I had, really came when I found my queer community and queer family and chosen family. And all of that has sort of led me to a place where I can do an event like this in collaboration with some really amazing peers and colleagues who care about our community so much and want to make sure that we're thriving, even in the midst of hard times. And so I hope that as you're listening today, as you're hearing messages, you'll take note of the fact that some of the people you're listening to are also queer and trans people themselves, working as attorneys, fighting national battles, creating resources and tools, providing therapeutic support, or just being loving support and community and family, even spiritual leaders to our community. So I hope that you'll see that there's so many ways to be a queer person and a queer adult in the world. You'll hear some storytelling from folks who have written children's books, as well as even a performer who will sing some songs with us today. You'll be able to enjoy the different ways that we show up in our creativity and our advocacy. And hopefully you'll find some things that maybe you haven't come across before that this event gives you exposure to because you just didn't know about it. I'm very excited to see folks here in the chat joining from different places. And I hope that again, as today goes on, you'll continue to tune in. You can hop on, hop off as much as you need to. We'll be going strong. But would love to see folks sort of throughout the day tuning in. And then in the webinar chat, feel free to share love, drop hearts and all the different things to give our speakers encouragement as they present to you today. If you have questions in the chat, we'll try to answer them as best we can. And if we can't answer it, we'll definitely take note that it's something that people need more information about or have questions about. Some of the last thoughts that I'll share today is just that I'll be popping in and out as a moderator, but we'll also have some other moderators throughout the day who will introduce speakers. You'll hear speakers in about 10-minute batches, some a little shorter, some a little longer. But when they come on, we decided against sharing the whole run of show with everyone, knowing that things would change and change is already afoot on the back end. So please know that there's some great speakers that you'll hear from today. And if you missed somebody who you were hoping to hear from, this will be recorded on YouTube. So you can always go back and catch what you missed and watch that again. So very excited about sort of what's ahead for us as we take part in this visible and unstoppable Zoomathon today. So with that, I'd love to start to bring up our first speaker. And so I'm going to be introducing Millie Sweeney, who is from Fredla. And Millie, thank you for being here so much with us today. Really excited to have you. And so I'm going to turn it over to you to share your remarks.
Thanks, Elliot. Good morning, everyone. Happy Pride. I am so honored to be part of today's Zoomathon and want to speak to everyone from first my professional and then my personal perspective and experience. It's definitely pollen season here. I'm in Middle Tennessee, so sorry about that. Have to clear my throat sometimes. I'm with FREDLA, and that's the Family Run Executive Director Leadership Association. It's the only national association of family-run organizations dedicated solely to all children, youth, and young adults with social, emotional, substance use, and multi-systems challenges, their families, and the agencies serving them. Our whole team has lived experience as parents, as well as professional experience that spans the child serving systems. FREDLA represents over 120 family-run organizations from Alaska to Florida. We provide support, consultation, and training to advance positive outcomes for children, youth, and families. All children, youth, and families. We focus on capacity building, developing and delivering specialized tools and curricula, facilitating solutions, informing policy and practice, and supporting implementation readiness. In working with organizations, states, and national partners, our role is to reflect the collective experiences of family organizations and families across the country in our work and elevate the importance of family engagement to support family partnership and true system transformation. As the Director of Learning and Workforce Development, I oversee our Parent Peer Support Center and our research initiatives, as well as provide targeted technical assistance and consultation on family partnership and parent peer support nationally and internationally. So I want to say families, all the families out there, you're not alone. Nearly every state has a family-run organization, which we call FROs, that were built for families by families. These FROs are amazing resources for you, and they can help you navigate complicated systems and support you through difficult situations. They have resources, trainings, and programs for both individual and group support, and the majority of their staff are parents just like you, meaning that you can connect with someone with similar life experience, a parent peer support provider, someone who really gets it, who's been there and who's done that, to walk with and guide you in doing the best for your child or your youth. If you're not sure where to go or what to ask, or you just need someone to listen and give you some hope, an FRO is there for you, for connection, for support, and for community. For organizations, state leaders, and community partners, FROs are the most valuable partners you can have if you're working toward positive outcomes for children, youth, and families in your communities. They're experts on family engagement. They're your translators between families and providers, and they are specialists in problem solving at all levels. FREDLA can help you connect with the family-run organization. Excuse me, I believe someone's going to drop our contact information into the chat so you can have that and reach out if you want to learn more about FROs, about FREDLA, about parent peer support. Feel free to reach out. Now, I want to talk to you as a parent. I am the mom of two amazing young people who have experienced and are experiencing emotional and behavioral challenges, one of whom identifies as non-binary and queer. And I have so much to celebrate as a parent. So I just want to talk with you a little bit about my celebration this month and every month. I want to celebrate my peer and my friend who listened as I cried when my child finally came out to me and shared the pain that they had been living under, not being able to be their true self. And when I feel that I'm totally screwing up as a parent, which we all feel that way sometimes, I can also call her. And she's been through it herself. And she is someone that I can rely on to be there and give me hope and guidance. I also want to celebrate my colleagues nationally, many of whom are behind putting on this event. They take the time to answer my mom questions, not just my professional questions, and really explain cultural aspects of the LGBTQ plus community without judgment. And they hold me accountable with grace and patience when I slip. And I have such amazing respect for them. I also want to celebrate my friend group who totally accept, affirm, and embrace who my child is, and who are part of our protective circle in a very restrictive southern state, and who reached out in the week following, excuse me, following November 4th and January 20th to check on us because they knew the impact it was going to have on our family. I want to celebrate my family, who are wonderful. They have intentionally sought deeper understanding to better support my child, and they have become their staunch advocate in all situations with all people. We have an amazing therapist. She has educated and supported all of us on this journey. She has taken the time and effort with each family member to meet them where they are and to provide information in a way that each of us understands the best. You know, she had targeted conversations with me and my child because that's the best way for me to communicate. She sent written materials and archived webinars and podcasts to my mom, who is a core part of my children's life. And she sent TikTok videos to my husband, who, you know, only gets those things in short little spots, and helped him to understand different aspects of what our kid was going through. I want to even celebrate our hairstylist. She did not hesitate to use my child's name, and she spent time exploring short hairstyles so that she could help them see in the mirror what they felt on the inside. And as that hair was cut off, as I saw it kind of falling to the ground, I'm sorry, I'm going to have some tears. She helped bring forth the first smile I had seen from my child in over a year and a half. I'm so thankful. And I celebrate these wonderful people that are in our life. And I thank them. And to all of our allies out there, I'm with you. I stand with you. I protect our community. And to all the young people in the LGBTQ plus community and their families, I see you. I'm proud of you. And I celebrate you being your authentic and your best self. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Millie. Really appreciate you being here. And thank you for sharing your story and your hearts, and just appreciate you also just being a mom. So thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. So you can learn more about Fredla in the chat. We've got a link there, but you can also just go to www.fredla.org to learn more about Fredla, to reach Millie and team and learn more about the work that they're doing there. So much appreciation for you, Millie. And so with that, we're going to transition into one of our next speakers. I'm very excited to introduce both an excellent human being, but also one of my dear friends, Sruti. And so Sruti Swaminathan is an attorney, a staff attorney with the LGBTQ and HIV project at ACLU. Sruti does some really impressive and impactful and important work on behalf of our community. And so really excited to have you here. You can look up Shruti's full bio at aclu.com or .org, but has done some great stuff, including in 2023, it was named one of the best LGBTQ lawyers under 40 by the National LGBTQ Bar Association, and is just an all-around upstanding human. So Shruti, I'm going to turn it over to you to give your remarks, but thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for that intro, Elliot. I love you. I love you for putting this on for our community. As Elliot said, I'm Sruti Swaminathan. I use they and them pronouns, and I'm a staff attorney with the ACLU's LGBTQ and HIV project based in New York City. I'm trans, I'm South Indian. I'm about to turn 33 next week, and I am so grateful to be in community with you all today. I want to first begin by acknowledging what a challenging time this is to be trans, to be a young person, to be fighting for justice, to be raising children, to be just existing in this world. It can feel so despairing, and coming together for me is the antidote. I knew that after graduating from law school, my end goal was always to work on behalf of my community. I just did not anticipate that we would be at the center of major legal and policy fights over our existence. And so, as my previous speaker did, I hope to go both personal and professional in what I share with you all today. So first, I want to share a bit about me. I'm a stranger to most of you right now, and by the end of these 10 minutes, I hope to be family. These issues are deeply personal to me. As a South Indian queer and trans human, finding acceptance was very difficult. I was born and raised in New Jersey and grew up in an extremely conservative Indian household. And at age 3, I begged my parents for dinosaur wallpaper and to be allowed to wear masculine Indian attire to the temple and to cut my hair short. And I was told that none of those asks were appropriate for me. I prayed for the day that I could be in my own home with short hair and a masculine body and dressing in clothes that actually fit me and made me feel safe. And finally, that day has come for me, right? I've been able to access gender affirming medical care. I've been able to bring my true self to parts of my family. And I've dedicated my career to fighting back against laws and policies that seek to erase us, that seek to prevent us from accessing life-saving gender affirming care, and that try to push us out of public life. We won't let that happen. What we are witnessing in this moment is an agenda attempting to erase us, an effort to discourage us from being who we are. But we know that these efforts will fail because we know who we are, and this administration does not get to tell us who we are. This last year has been one of the most professionally devastating of my life. 26 states have passed anti-trans health bans, and anti-trans lawmakers have effectively capitalized on the rhetoric that demonizes our lives, our body, and our healthcare. And just last week, the Supreme Court ruled against us in US v. Skrmetti, a case that I work on that challenged the constitutionality of Tennessee's categorical ban on care for minors. I want to be honest that this is a painful setback from the Supreme Court, but the court left us with other tools to fight back against the political extremists who are targeting our safety and our dignity. It is a narrow ruling that addresses only the constitutionality of a law barring gender-affirming medical treatments for minors under the Equal Protection Clause. It does not impact adult care. It does not impact restroom access or sports participation. And most importantly, this ruling does not change the law in states that have not passed bans on this care, and that care remains available in those states. What's important to remember is that no matter what the court or politicians say, trans young people and us adults and our families are not alone in this fight. We're going to continue to fight inside the courtroom and in our communities across the country to ensure that all people, including our beautiful community, have the freedom to shape our own futures. And there's a long-standing cultural movement to limit bodily autonomy and reinforce gender norms, but it is ahistorical to suggest that attacks on bodily autonomy are new. This is a larger effort focused on controlling how people move, how people identify, and destabilizing the ability of people to make decisions for ourselves, which means we do have to recognize the limits of this system in our fight for justice. So when thinking about the path forward, I like to start with reminding myself of that these attacks are not new, and our community has survived and thrived even in the face of egregious governmental and societal assaults. Unfortunately, governmental violence is a mainstay of our systems and our culture, but so too is resistance, community care, and power building. So I don't like to, only mention the doom on these things. There's so much to be, grateful for. And so I like to talk about what we can do, right? The first thing we can do is take care of each other, right? We need to ensure that we have networks set up to care for each other when the government fails us. And this looks like investing in clinics on state borders for gender-affirming medical care, figuring out resources to distribute the care, to pay for the care, to move people and families to safety. Not only is this a mutual aid practice, but also a practice of building new types of infrastructures and institutions. We have a lot of learning to do because we are building our own structures under a significant amount of stress and trauma. But as trans people, we know how to get each other care. I think second, we need to invest in art and creative projects and narrative shift. Our ability to win in court and win in the legislatures is dependent on our ability to tell full and nuanced stories about our lives. to provide accurate information about our healthcare instead of the misinformation in the media, and to do so by pursuing our creative projects and telling these stories. This means centering our joy and our history. It means engaging on our own terms and being disruptive because, queerness is a culture of disruption. And, for the trans and non-binary young people on this call today, I just want to tell you, you are so seen, you are so loved, and you are so important. I cannot imagine what it feels like to be bombarded with news and executive orders and legislation contemplating our existence while simultaneously keeping up with schoolwork and activities and your health. You are stronger than you even know during this incredibly scary time. But you need to remember that they can never stop us from being trans, and we will always find a way to carry forward. And again, I encourage you to share your stories, share your joy. I look in the mirror now and I am reminded of how much work we do as trans and non-binary people to advocate for ourselves, to fight for our masculinity and our femininity and our androgyny, and to feel safe in our bodies and wear our scars proudly. I feel so lucky to be a trans adult who is working on behalf of other trans and non-binary people, because I'm just reminded daily of how our freedom and defiance of these categories and bodily control is just so threatening to fragile cis heterosexual structures. And so I want to be a source of support for anyone who has listened to me this morning and thought maybe we have something in common and maybe we can continue to support one another over the next 4 years and beyond. Thank you so much. Again, thank you to Elliot. I love you, and I'm so grateful that you put this on, and it's such an honor to be here. Yeah, I'm glad to be in community, and I will pass it to you, Elliot, or the next speaker.
Yeah, but stay here for a minute. I want you to tell us, what do you do to take care of yourself that includes not work, but like fun and joy? What do you do?
Well, this is very recent, but my wife is a big plant person, and I've never been a plant guy. But I started watering her plants, and it's while she's out of town, and it's brought me a lot of joy to put water into a pail and pour it out and watch it pour onto plants. And so I think a new part of my therapy going forward is going to be watering plants and just being outdoors more and enjoying that fresh air while I can. And I'm a Cancer, my birthday next week, it's the summer. So the sun is also quite an antidote for me in doing this work. So yeah, I encourage folks to just get outside as much as you can and maybe water some plants, because I've found a new source of joy in that.
Yeah, we got some happy early birthdays for
Oh,
you
thank you all.
in
Thank
chat as
you.
well. Could you tell us what is one of the like coolest memories you've had in the past, year or so, and some of the work you've been doing? Plenty of it, I'm sure, has been hard, but what are some of the like unique memories that you've taken away from this past
Yeah.
year?
I mean, one of them is very recent. So I'm also on the challenge to the Trump administration's and State Department's new passport policy that prevents trans, non-binary, and intersex Americans from getting accurate passports. And we just, we're not losing all of the time here. This was a huge win that we got last week, just a day before Scrimeti came out, actually. And the judge in the district court in Massachusetts ruled that, the classes of people who are harmed by this policy need to be certified, and that the preliminary relief that we had won on behalf of our plaintiffs needs to be extended to every member of the class, which is basically anyone who is harmed by this policy. And as you know, the only people harmed by this policy are trans, non-binary, and intersex Americans, because it's extremely targeted towards impacting our community. And so that win is huge. And I hope that the State Department, actually adheres to the court order. And we filed a motion last night to compel them to do so. So I'm just hopeful that our community can get accurate passports very soon. And it's bringing me a lot of joy to know that, we're able to fight and win still.
Yeah, I just saw a note from Millie in the chat that her young person was so thrilled to be able to have that marker on their passport. I know, same for me. I know I updated mine in December out of, fear and worry, but it's always nice to be able to see the right information there, or at least have some peace of mind when traveling and just trying to go about your life. As a plug for later today, Ash Orr, who's the plaintiff in Orr v. Trump for the passport case, will be joining us much later today. So if you pop back on or you stick around all day, you'll be able to also hear from them and some of the work that they've been up to with Shruti, and just this very, sort of important case that's happening right now for all of us. So one last sort of question for you, Shruti, is any sort of final words you want to send people off with as you head off into your day and back into your work world?
Yeah, the point here is to overwhelm us, right? We're getting attacked by the state legislature, by the federal government. There's so much media content focused on trans, non-binary, and intersex folks. This president won an election on a campaign that, demonized our lives. And I think it's important to remember that we can provide each other joy. And I haven't, done a good job of like seeking out the spaces that I need. But, for me in the last year, especially, I've just really named that I need to be in community with trans and non-binary and intersex folks. Like I need to be able to know that we hold our truth, and that no matter what happens, from the federal government, from your state, what you see in the news, we are still who we are, and there's a lot of joy in our community. And that's not to sort of, say that you cannot be sad, or there aren't moments that feel really dark and despairing, but coming together, like I said at the start, is really the antidote for me. And so, I'm always available to talk, and my emails, I think, on all of my legal papers, and just yeah, I don't mean it lightly. Just reach out if you all ever need anything, especially the young people on this call. I'd really love to meet you and talk to you and be in this with you, because we are in it together.
Yeah. Well, thank you so, so much, my friend. It's really good to see your face. And thanks for the hoodie that you posted as well. You can go order those online if you want some. I've got some that say Protect Trans Youth as well. Wear your swag. But thank you, Shruti. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
I
Much
love you all.
appreciated.
All
Love you.
right.
Okay. See you later. So next, I'm going to invite up Rebecca Jones Gaston, who is the founder, principal, and chief strategist of RJG Consulting, as well as the former ACYF commissioner for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Just an all-around fantastic human who is both a great public speaker and also hilarious. So I hope that you enjoy some words from Rebecca. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much, Elliot. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever folks are in their day in the world. It is a pleasure and an honor to get to spend a little bit of time with all of you. And Elliot calls and asks me to do something in this space. I am always happy to step right up and jump in and do it. For those that don't know, I was the most recent former commissioner for the Administration for Children, Youth, and Families, which is within the Administration for Children and Families at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and had the honor of serving there along with some really great people. And we were able to do some really, I think, great things in the space of trying to create some protections for young people that identify as LGBTQIA2S plus that are impacted in the foster care world. And that certainly is at risk in this current day and age. But there are a couple of things I want to make sure to encourage you for, but just to also add, prior to being the commissioner, I was the child welfare director in Oregon and the child welfare director in Maryland, and have my own personal experience and story connected to foster care and my own journey in identity and belonging and kind of fighting for being seen for who I am in the way that I want to be seen. But it can be with all the things going on in the world, it can be pretty daunting to think about, we've heard from previous speakers, the things that are happening legally, certainly things that are happening in the federal policy space, in the health space. And those are all very real, and I have lots of feelings about them, and those are all real, and we should have the feelings and then, figure out how do we armor up and roll up our sleeves and keep fighting. I think I want to take a perspective a little bit about what can we do, right? Because the policy space can be overwhelming when it feels like we don't have control or have a say or have a voice, or where things are moving against us. But there's also the ability at state, local, and individual level to actually make a mark and play a role in supporting and being an ally and bringing voice into the work, particularly in this. And I'm speaking from child welfare predominantly, but it's the gamut of human services and just existing in the world. And so I just think there's so many things people can do about how are we interacting with people? How are we identifying resources? How are we making sure that when we're engaged in policy procedure, we've got folks that have the lived voice at the table actually contributing to the conversation, even in spaces where we don't agree with the voice, right? It only makes us better if we have diversity at the table. And my hope is that folks can find ways to do this. I feel a little pressure, Elliot, about you introducing me being funny, and I'm being really serious right now. But I do want to just say this is really serious. It's really important. And, it was an honor to play a role in getting the designated role promulgated, and will continue to fight for the ability to have protections for young people who are in foster care, of no doing of their own, right? They are experiencing it as being inflicted upon them in some ways, and we have a responsibility to actually meet the needs of the children and young people that we serve in whatever way that they need. And that means that we've got to be able to have services and supports that support gay and queer kids in a way that they can feel safe, feel seen, and thrive and feel like they can lift their voice out. We need to have diverse families at the table with us, those that are diverse racially, religiously, in the gender spectrum, to be supports and resources for the diverse kids that we're serving in foster care. And I think the other piece that I want to definitely call out is we absolutely have to play a role in helping kids and families navigate together, and that foster care isn't the answer necessarily to family conflict, sometimes, but not as a matter of, as a parent supporting a young person in their gender identity. That is not abuse, point blank. And we've got to be very loud and vocal in making sure that that continues to be lifted up in our spaces and places that we're in. I think there's opportunities to think about how are we preparing families who do step forward to be foster families, in making sure that they can meet the needs of all the kids that might come through their door and be in need of supports, and not be shy about it. I think this is definitely a space where silence is dangerous and harmful, and we need to be able to speak up. And I'm saying we, and I'm thinking from a standpoint as a leader, but also if I was a caseworker, which was a million years ago, but even as a colleague, as a partner with an agency, as a community member, we've got to be vocal in this space and continue to challenge where systems are trying to oppress who people are and the ability for them to be safe in this world. And that can be scary sometimes and daunting, but I think it's our responsibility as people in the world to stand up. And so I'm thinking about my little cousin who is navigating identity and being supported by amazing parents in this space. And I know from the personal stories of community reaction in some ways and sometimes in relation to the parents and their support of this young person. She is very young. She's, younger than 10, but very clear. And to see the change in her demeanor and her just kind of spirit with the support of her parents being able to be fully herself is inspiring for me. It is one that I hold in my heart as I think about where I can play a role in navigating the challenges that are ahead of us and making sure that young people and children, adults, anybody who's identifying as queer, as LGBTQIA2S+, in whatever way they want, be who you are, and count me as an ally. And if I need to be the one out front taking the hits and being the vocal sound piece, I am willing and happy to do that, and actually think it's my responsibility to do that when I have opportunities to be in space and place with people. I am no longer in government. So, we might cheer a little bit. It's a weird experience, but in this new venture that I'm in, and really being able to be a consultant, provide technical assistance, this is absolutely top of mind for me, of how do we continue to change, shape, dismantle a system that isn't meeting the needs of the communities that we serve in the way that they need. And I think there's so much potential and possibility with so many amazing people, organizations doing really important work, and we've got to continue to lift our voice. And the federal landscape oftentimes can overshadow a lot of the things that are happening at local and community levels that are really doing wonderful things for young people and for families. And so wanting to make sure that we find ways to invest in those practices, in those organizations, in those efforts at the local level, as the counter to the narrative that plays out sometimes in the media at the national level. So I think I've gone way over my time, Elliot, and I could go on and on. This is really important. And I guess again, just reiterating is, no matter what seat you're in, you have a role to play in advocating, bringing voice, and representing and pushing back and fighting and lifting up the need for people to be able to be who they are in the full manifestation of what that is, and how and what they not what, how, and who they want to be in the world. And count me in. I'm excited about the rest of the day and the other speakers. But this is important. And yeah, we can't let up.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here, Rebecca. I really appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time. Sorry for putting this pressure on to be funny, but
okay.
you are anyway. Yeah, hilarious. You can find out more about Rebecca and connect with Rebecca, and even get some consulting with Rebecca at RebeccaJonesGaston.com. Please visit her there, doing some remarkable work in the world. Thanks for paving the way for a lot of us to come right behind you and do the work as well. So appreciate you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks. Take care.
So next, I'm going to invite up Dani Guzman, who is a CARES ambassador with CSSP, and also a young person who, fortunately, I got to have dinner with last night because I'm in Los Angeles this week. And so I actually got to have time connecting in person. I, full disclosure, serve on the board of Center for the Study of Social Policy. So it was really nice to get to meet a CARES ambassador from CSSP and learn a little bit more about what they do and what happens. So let's see if we can find Dani. And get Dani up here. Dani, if you want to join us on video, we'll spotlight you up here. There you are. Perfect. All right, Dani, take it away.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Elliot. So a little bit about my background is I actually have lived experience in the foster care system. I have about 15 years experience. I entered the system when I was 7 years old, and I didn't leave until I aged out and went to college. So it's interesting to hear some of the things that Rebecca highlighted because it's something that I want to talk about, which is like having foster parents and obviously being in the system at such a young age. A lot of the crucial years of finding identity and figuring out who I was in the system, and not having trained foster parents for what I was going through and what I was trying to figure out definitely impacted me in negative ways. So I remember being in the system and having a foster parent from the age 10 to 15 and thinking that I was going to be adopted and being excited to have a mother finally, right? And then once it became me finding out who I was and trying to find my identity and my sexuality, it was very difficult because I didn't have that support, right? This woman was somebody who grew up in the South, and she had very what we call traditional views, and didn't really understand or support me in any ways. I know it was very difficult because I looked to this person as a mother, and I looked to her for support, and it just wasn't there. I was met with mean remarks and difficult comments, and I didn't really understand, like, how can somebody who's known me for so long, who wanted to be my mother, just like change like a light switch and was just like, this is too much for me. I don't have the capacity to deal with their situation. And then I had to transition to different foster homes. And I remember after that, being in foster home after foster home. In 1 year, I was in 3 different homes. And that was very difficult for me because it was just like my whole life and what I knew to be my norm switched overnight. And like I said, at these crucial ages, at this time, I was only 15, going through high school and trying to navigate what my life was going to look like after. And that was just very difficult. So now a lot of the work that I do and consist of, and with as a CARES ambassador, we do have like a policy agenda where we talk about different recommendations for like the child welfare system and just families, children's and families overall. And one of the things we highlight is actually wellness and how to support youth and families with like treatments and mental health and things like that. And a lot of the things that I talk about is like trauma-based treatment, because for me, that was such a traumatic experience. And I try to think of ways in which I wish I could have had support or just a network or family. So spaces like this to me are very important because I get to meet a lot of other people and panelists who works in ways to support youth differently and how that may look differently, whether that's legal or consulting or just talking about their personal experiences, period. And yeah, so I just appreciate this space. I don't know if you guys have any questions for me. I know that we're very limited on time and I don't want to take up too much time. But yeah.
Yeah, Dani, could you tell us a little bit about being a CARES ambassador and what that means?
Mm-hmm. So I got into the CARES work its very first year, so in 2020, and I have been a part of it since. And it just really looks like me and 11 other lived experience experts really just talking about different policy recommendations and what we see, and based on our lived experiences in the system and how we can support each other and others and other youth that will navigate systems and what that looks like. We have recommendations on how we can support families and youth with young children. We have recommendations on mentorships. We have recommendations on housing and how we can support youth with like financial barriers and things of that nature. A few that have been like very important to me has been housing, That's something that we talk about, especially in LA where it's so expensive, so very expensive. Um, because with my experience, I was able to secure a housing voucher, and then there were barriers where I couldn't use the voucher. Also, being a young person, we don't learn about credit. So then, when it came to apply for housing and having these barriers of making 3 times the rent, I don't know many young people my age in LA that makes 3 times the rent and can just sign an apartment without a co-signer. So just those different barriers, which I love because I get to talk about my personal experiences and think about ways in which we can better the system so that other youth don't have to have these barriers that I have to like encounter.
Dani, I really appreciate you joining us today and the work that you've been doing. Thanks for being here. I hope that you have a good rest of your day, and just, yeah, thanks for
Thank
joining
you.
us to start your work day.
Of course. Thank you all for being here again. And it really means a lot to have this network. And I look forward to connecting with a lot of you. So thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. And you can learn more about CARES at cares4power.org. Feel free to visit the website to learn a bit more. You can also see their youth-centered policy agenda that Liz Squibb put in the chat, and we'll put in the YouTube chat as well. Thanks, Dani, for being here. And now I'd love to turn it over to my good friend Angela Weeks at the National SOGIE Center to talk a bit about their work and just anything else that you want to share with us. But thanks for being here, Angela.
Of course, wouldn't miss it. Thank you, Elliot, so much. Really glad to be here today and to be partnering on this event. We all need a little bit more joy these days. And being in community is just so fulfilling for me. So thank you to everyone who's come. My name, again, Angela Weeks. My pronouns are she and her, and I am the director of the National SOGIE Center, which houses lots and lots of work that my group does around LGBTQ populations, but is also a collaborative of many, many other national LGBTQ serving organizations, many of them hosting and co-hosting and partnering on this event today, and many of them also speaking. So we don't do the work alone, which is what makes the National SOGIE Center so cool. We get to work with all sorts of people who've been doing work on behalf of LGBTQ people for decades. And so we are, I'd like to think, a very powerful force in this current time. And so we and our partners, I want to say, really hold core that every young person should have the chance to grow up in safe, affirmed, and affirming places, homes, communities, and be free to thrive as they are, and to sit in joy and to have moments where they can just be authentically themselves without fear, right? That is the world that we envision. We also strongly believe that families and communities of these young people deserve access to programs and information that will help them learn to support their children in healthy ways, to help unlearn decades of misinformation and misinformation that is now avalanching into our communities. Families and communities deserve those spaces. And I was really, I think, impacted by Millie's earlier comments about how much those spaces have been important to her journey and her family's journey. Because it is really powerful to have a space where you can ask questions and to learn without judgment, and to be curious and to be vulnerable. And families deserve that. And so we are focused every day on making the world better for LGBTQ people, but we are also focused on supporting those families and the communities that are necessary for LGBTQ young people and all people of all ages to thrive. The National SOGIE Center, including our partners, are rooted in research. We're driven by equity, and our work is really about equipping providers within systems, across systems, all different sorts of systems, but just being a one-stop shop for providers so that there isn't a lot of guesswork in figuring out where to find training and where to find policy support and where to find technical assistance. We have all of that. With us and our partners together, folks can reach out to us and we can wrap a provider or an agency or a state or a county fully with all the support that they need. So I love doing this work. I'm so grateful to be in this space, to be privileged to sit in this seat. And I want to say that we're definitely not slowing down our work. We're not stopping our work. We have, of course, been had our moments where we had to sit in some sadness at what is happening at the national level, but we have been able to quickly get up and use everything that's happening as fuel to help us run with the work. And I've been really happy with that and very proud to be part of that. I also just want to take a moment to talk about this campaign. So the Visible and Unstoppable campaign is launching right now. This Zoomathon is the launch event. And the campaign is really meant to, through storytelling and sharing of experiences, lift up community and make it very clear that we are going to stay visible no matter how many efforts there are to erase the community, any member of our community. We are not going to stop the work. We're not going to stop thriving. We're not going to stop having joy. We're not going to stop being resilient. And so that's what this campaign is about. And we're going to continue to create opportunities where we can have this connection and healing and visibility together. And so right now we're holding space. This campaign is going to continue to figure out ways to hold space with each other, not just in protest of harm that's happening, but also in a powerful affirmation of our lives and the lives of all of our community members. So again, thank everyone for being here. I'm going to put lots of links in the chat if you want to check out our website, if you want to sign up for our newsletter, if you want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. All that stuff is going to be in the chat. And again, just thrilled to be here. And Elliot, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the next speaker we have. Okay, so I have the pleasure to introduce Rob Smith, who is the founder of the Phluid Project, which is a gender-free fashion brand that is grounded in activism and community. The brand creates a space between the binaries that allows each of us the curiosity and freedom to truly be our authentic selves. And Rob, I borrowed all of those words, which were originally yours, but they were just great and I loved it. And I can't wait to hear from you. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Angela. Happy Pride, everybody. My name is Rob. I use he, they pronouns. And as Angela mentioned, I'm founder of Phluid, which includes the Phluid Project, our gender-free fashion collection, which includes from apparel, accessories, we have scents, we have gender affirming undergarments, sex and wellness toys. It goes on and on. So Phluid you can find at our website, the Phluid Project, and buy products directly from us or from some of our partners at wholesale. And I'm most especially proud of our Spencer's collection, where we have created binders, stackers, tuckers, all for really affordable pricing. So check that out. And our scent collection, which mixes feminine and masculine notes to create a gender neutral scent. And that's some of the stuff we do. We're really, I think our product is really fun. It's really, I think, timely right now. Like our best sellers are Protect Trans Kids, Protect Trans Youth, really leaning into activism and affirmation through our products. We also have Get Phluid, which is gender expansive training. We help companies prepare for a gender expansive, gender expressive workforce and customer base. So we do corporate training to try to create change and impact through corporations, because sometimes politics is a little more challenging. So we find friendly partnerships through corporations. And then finally, the Phluid Foundation, which is our nonprofit, where we have, through corporate donors, we have found a need. Lots of money for the queer community goes to the big companies, HRC, GLAAD, Trevor Project, great organizations, Lambda Legal, great organizations. I'm not going to say anything bad about them, but I would say a lot of corporate money doesn't make its way to grassroots organizations. So we have identified opportunities and partners, and we have gifted away, not granted, but gifted away over $1 million to grassroots organizations across the country, primarily focused on the most vulnerable in our community, which includes youth, which includes Black and Brown queer communities, which includes trans communities. And like, probably it's the thing I'm most proud of. What we're able to do is support from coast to coast, and especially getting into small cities like the Tulip House in New Orleans, which houses Black and Brown trans women. Yeah, we continue to support the Ruth Ellis in Detroit, or organizations like that. So that's a bit about Phluid. I started off, I created Phluid by merging my passion with my profession. My passion being retail and fashion, and my profession being retail and fashion, my passion being social justice, and especially around LGBTQ issues as a queer man myself. I like to think, what can I do to take care of our community and leverage what the gifts that I've been given and the opportunities I've been given, and to especially, as a gay man, support trans women of color. I went to a great event last night with BTFA, and just really try to do what I can to support our entire community now more than ever. I don't think a lot of gay men or women step up to support the TGNC community. And so, yeah, Phluid started off as the world's first gender-free store in NoHo, the 2/3 retail, 1/3 community space. And then the store closed, we went virtual. And yeah, our mission statement is we challenge boundaries with humanity. We say just because something is one way does not need is a better way. And our values are openness, intention, fearlessness, and it's really about being your authentic self. So I'm honored to be a part of this group of people who are coming together. And anything else I can share, just check us out at Phluid. It's easy to spell, PHLUID. Phluid is the ability to navigate between two spaces easily. I reject constructs. I reject the idea this is what it is to be a man, this is what it is to be a woman. They're all societal constructs. So we reject constructs, religious constructs, racial constructs, that we are each allowed to be our own human being, who we want to be, regardless of what people tell us to be. And Phluid is breaking down those walls, those barriers, and the PH represents balance. So this idea of balance. And I myself identify, I'm part Indigenous. I really identify as two-spirit, which is about your essence and your spirit. And I'm equal amount feminine power as masculine power. And I believe each one of us has the potential to be that as well. So that is Phluid. And I'm open to questions, or I could just disappear. But I encourage all of you to check out Phluid on Instagram or TikTok, and follow us and share any feedback you have.
Yeah, Rob, maybe just one question before you leave.
Yes.
What do you do to take care of yourself or to relax and not work? What's your go-to for some joy?
That's such a great question, Elliot. My what I do is I call it MEDS. MEDS is my acronym. So it's meditation, exercise, diet, and sleep. And when I have all of those humming, I feel really good and I'm much more productive. But that means waking up in the morning and meditating. It means exercising in the morning. It means getting 7 to 8 hours of sleep and eating healthy. So that's my secret. I'll be 60 in 2 months. So
Okay.
far so good. Yeah. I feel really good. I feel like I'm 30 years old right now.
I was gonna say, looking good for 60. We will all
Thanks.
hope to be in the same shape as well then. Well, thanks, Rob, for hopping on with us today. I really appreciate it and sharing
Thanks,
about.
Elliot. Bye, everybody. Have a happy and healthy Pride, and let's continue to lean in and take care of each other in these times more than ever. All right.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Peace. Bye.
Yes, somebody said in the chat, I'm gonna have to take my meds, MEDS. That's great. Okay, so we're gonna transition to our next speaker. We are gonna have JM Triplett from Ruth Ellis, and really excited to have you with us, JM. So please feel free to take it away.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, beloveds. My name is Reverend J.M. Triplett. I use they and them pronouns, and I'm honored to stand and sit before you today at the Ruth Ellis Center. We don't just talk about creating safe spaces for LGBTQ people. We build them brick by brick, heart by heart, every single day. And so I do work for the Ruth Ellis Center in Detroit, Michigan, where my role is the Education and Facilitation Manager. Basically, what I do is I co-facilitate transformative pieces of training. I lead group lead youth group programs, and also collaborate daily with visionaries who are deeply committed to seeing LGBTQ group plus youth thrive. Among these initiatives is our Journey Ahead program, a program that isn't just close to my heart, it's intertwined with my story. Journey Ahead is a lifeline. It's a 6-week virtual therapeutic community designed for LGBTQ youth in Michigan who are navigating the complexities of child welfare, foster care, adoption, and the juvenile justice systems. So reflecting on today, I was really curious, what am I going to say today to the people? And a persistent question echoed in my spirit. The question is, what does it say about our systems and ourselves if a young person must risk everything simply to feel seen, safe, and supported? For me, this question isn't rhetorical, it's deeply personal. It resonates with my own journey. I grew up within the foster care system. I navigated adoption not only once, but twice. First as an infant and again as a teenager. And so the journey of discovering and embracing my queer identity didn't happen despite my faith, but profoundly through it, through community, through complex questions, and the unwavering belief that authenticity is sacred. These lived experiences anchor me firmly in my work. They remind me daily that we're not just creating programs, we're cultivating possibilities. Possibility is the heartbeat of the Ruth Ellis Center. Our mission is clear: to create opportunities with LGBTQ young people so we can empower them to see and envision and pursue positive futures. And we dream boldly of a world where LGBTQ plus youth are safe and supported, and no matter where they go. And so our approach is comprehensive and expressed through 4 dedicated departments. We have our Health Equity and Outreach Department, which is our drop-in center and our prevention services. We have Integrated Health and Wellness, which is partnering with Henry Ford Health to deliver comprehensive primary and behavioral health care. We also do supportive housing, from short-term to permanent housing here at the Claremont Center. And finally, the department that I'm a part of, the Ruth Ellis Institute, which is the hub for training, research, technical assistance, and also leadership cultivation. All of these efforts are grounded in our principles of trauma-informed care, positive youth development, harm reduction, and restorative justice. Yet, beneath all of these structures lies powerful stories. The stories of youth navigating identity, navigating complex systems, and society simultaneously. This is the heart of Journey Ahead. So in our virtual spaces, LGBTQ plus youth ages 13 to 21 come together, not merely to talk, but to heal, to connect, and also to build community. Many of our participants return repeatedly, drawn back by the profound sense of belonging and understanding their experience. We utilize frameworks developed in partnership with the National SOGIE Center, guiding youth through the distinction between external changes forced upon them and internal transitions they choose for themselves. And Journey Ahead also reminds young people that they are more than the sum of what happens to them. It centers what happens within them. So the goals of our Journey Ahead program are transformative. We believe that we are building emotional resilience. We're supporting identity development through genuine peer connections. And we're also reducing isolation, especially within the arenas and the season that we're in now, through intentional community building. And we're engaging these young people through interactive, adventure-inspired activities that brings learning vividly to life. And I'm all about the data. I really love the data, y'all. So the data speaks clearly through a collaborative IRB approved study with the Children's Bureau, as well as the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. It really revealed significant improvements among participants in managing negative emotions, coping with stress, and adapting to change. But I asked you, what is the most compelling data? I believe it's found in our youth's own words. Let me read some to you. One young person said, for the first time, I felt truly heard. This program, another one said, this program reminds me that I'm not alone. And someone else said, I finally found people who gets it. I know some of these resonate within us even on this line today. And these words echo powerfully within our hearts. So a little bit more about myself. I spent over 2 decades in faith leadership, planting churches, and I also build inclusive spaces. And so I deeply respect the power of demographics and data. And I also hold a greater respect for collective imagination. Here's what I believe. Here's what I believe here. I believe that we are witnessing a generational transformation. Let me tell you why. 22%, the data shows 22% of Gen Z openly identify as having a diverse SOGIE. That's more than 17 million people. That's more than double the millennials at 9.8% and nearly 5 times Gen Z at 4.5%. And so we see and we feel, even though we're bumping up against all of this calamity and all of these words and these feelings and these emotions that are inundating us on a daily basis, we can see that the tides are yet continually to shift. Rigid binaries are dissolving, and the expansive spectrum of gender and identity is unfolding visibly before our eyes. And as an elder millennial, I recognize my responsibility to carry this momentum forward. And I use an example of a person who has walked before us and has shown us how to go. And the example that I want to bring before you all as I come to a close is Charlotte Ruth Ellis herself, our namesake. Born in 1899, Ruth Ellis was a Black lesbian woman who lived openly, proudly, and unapologetically long before safety or acceptance were guarantees. In the 1940s Detroit, Ruth transformed her home into a sanctuary, a refuge rooted in love. A homeowner, entrepreneur, a beloved partner for over 30 years, and a tireless advocate, she persisted until her passing at 101 years old. And so I believe that her life calls us to advocacy that is relentless, that is radical, and that is deeply rooted in community love. So I'm always going to be a preacher, so I always have a call to action. So here's a call to action. If Ruth Ellis can offer sanctuary in 1940 Detroit, if the Ruth Ellis Center in the last 25 years have built systems to support thousands of young people, if our youth today at this time are courageously stepping forward into their truths, my question to you is, how far can we go? How much further can we go? This journey requires all of us, all of us. And together, we can ensure that no young person must risk everything simply to be seen, safe, and supported. And the journey ahead, the program that I oversee, proves that when data meets empathy, when stories fuel transformation, lives change, and worlds and paradigms shift. So I want to thank you for joining us on this journey. Your support, understanding, and commitment make it possible for us to continue to keep building not just the programs, but spaces of belonging and true community. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, JM. It's so nice to meet you in this way. Your words are very powerful and just so needed right now. And I didn't know as much about the Ruth Ellis Center, so I'm like excited to go dig in deeper into the history of who she is and the work that happened. But I appreciate your call to action as well. Of if they could do it then, what are we doing now? So thank you so much.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So I'm going to take us back to something we started this morning on Mentimeter. If you haven't used it before, you're going to learn now. we wanted to see across the country who's joining us today. And so on the screen, there's a QR code that you can join by your phone, scan that QR code, and it'll give you a little pin that you can drop to share where in the US you're calling or joining us from. Know that it's a little sensitive, so you kind of have to place it and double check that it's where you wanted it, but it will do it eventually, I promise. But please take a moment to join us there. So again, you can scan the QR code with your phone, or at the top of the screen, you'll see that it says join at menti.com. And then when you get to that screen, it'll ask for a code, and it wants that code at the top. That's 36702937. Would love to see where folks are joining us from across the country. So we've got Washington, Oregon, Nevada, Wyoming, Tennessee. I'm going to get real bad at my Midwestern states, but somewhere over there, the Midwest, maybe Michigan, maybe Wisconsin. We'll see. Oh, there's more coming. I love it. Alabama. Yes, this is great. And then tons of our little East Coast friends in that cluster area of the DMV. So thanks, folks, for participating with us in that. Additionally, would love to make sure that folks, feel free, if you're on the Zoom webinar with us, you can join us in the chat there. If you're on the YouTube, we've also got the chat over there. So you're welcome to throw some resources in there, say hey, show love to our speakers as we go throughout the day. Very much appreciated as we see that. I also want to flag for you that we're in a Zoom webinar on the Zoom webinar side, at least. And so if you want closed captions, you just go to the bottom of your screen panel, click closed captions, and that should turn on for you, as well as being able to move it around your screen where it's helpful to you. So if closed caption is something you need, that feature should be in the Zoom webinar. And then YouTube is automatically adding the captions as well. So hopefully you're seeing that if that is something that you need. And I love seeing our map is filling up even more. Thanks, folks, for joining and putting your little dots all over the place. We're going to fill this thing up today. Angela, where are you? I'm going to chat with my friend Angela for a moment. Angela,
Here. Yes,
there
I'm
you
here.
are.
Hi.
I was like, oh my gosh, you're there, but you're not there. Okay, Angela, what are you doing for Joy in Pride Month? What are you doing with your fam, for yourself? What have you been doing?
Okay, so I have two kids, 1 5, 1 1, and they're great. So every time there's a rough day, I just go snuggle with them, and they've been filling my cup. And we took our kids to their first Pride event this last week. And so my son, who we don't have a lot of same gender couple friends with kids. We have a lot of same gender couple friends, but not with kids. So I told him the entire Pride Festival was just for kids with two moms and two dads and two same gender parents, and so he went around thinking the whole thing was for him, which was really great, and was catching all the freebies and playing all the games, and so it was really fun.
I love that.
What are you doing, Elliot?
I am traveling for work, of course, but I had a really fun Pride in Casper, Wyoming. We just did that last weekend. We had 2,000 plus people come out, which is a big number for a small town, let alone in the state of Wyoming. So that was really fun. I do a silly thing where I get in a giant blown up unicorn costume and I just walk around and the kids go crazy for it, except for once they get right about here, they're terrified. But it's definitely easy joy, fun. And I just like, being with community and all of those things. So June is a fun month, but I also joke too, I don't know about other queer people, but by about July 1, it becomes LGBTQ invisibility month. It's don't find me, don't perceive me. So
Yeah,
excited to hear that with folks today.
we're gonna need a photo shared at
Oh.
some point of the inflatable unicorn
I
outfit.
feel like I can make that happen. Yeah.
Okay.
What's funny is I didn't fly with the unicorn, but I did regret it by the time I was on my flight because I easily could have just been unicorn.
But exactly. Exactly. Yeah, no, but I'm sure a photo at
Yes,
least.
a photo will do it justice. Okay, so just to touch base, we're about an hour more into today. We've got some great speakers coming up in the next hour. Should have California Senator Menjivar, Lenard Bourdon from CSSP, Erin Moody, Riya from Juvenile Law Center, a video from Senator Wyden, and a few other folks. So we've got some good stuff coming in the next hour. If you're able to stick around or want to catch any of that, there'll be more to come later today. Angela, do you want to talk a little bit about some of the resources that SOGIE has, including a video we're going to watch?
Yeah. So we have lots of animated videos. We love animation. We have a great animation team who does terrific work for us. So we've found that people really like the animations. It's like an easy, disarming way to learn new information about the LGBTQ population. And so combined on our videos, I think we have about 150,000 views, and they're very like short clips. And so, one I want to share with the group right now is on gender affirming care. And I want to preface that this video is going to be one of a series. And so this first video that we've just launched on our brand new National SOGIE Center YouTube page is about gender affirming care generally across the lifespan, what the research says. And so it includes a lot of data around adults as well, for those of you that are just mainly youth focused. We will have a video on what gender affirming care is for young people, for really young children, for example. It looks very different. So that's video 2 that will be coming out in the series. But for now, we've launched the first one. So I can go ahead and play that now. And if folks have questions, they can add those in the chat.
Perfect.
I forgot to enable my audio.
You're good.
Here we go.
Like all people, transgender people deserve to be safe, healthy, and to thrive. Transgender people are valuable members of our communities. They are our friends, neighbors, and family members. They have been around for as long as human history has been documented. In fact, in many cultures, people who identified as genders other than what we know of as female or male were celebrated because they had rich, important viewpoints to bring to their communities. However, in modern times, transgender people face enormous challenges due to discrimination, harassment, and violence. These preventable challenges increase the risk for things like depression, anxiety, and suicide. For example, studies show that transgender individuals are at a higher risk of suicide attempts compared to other people because of the negative messaging they receive about their identities. In fact, nearly 1 in 2 transgender people have thought about suicide at some point in their lives. This is because transgender people constantly hear and experience messages that they are not welcome or embraced. But there is good news. Access to the right kind of support and medical care can help lower this risk and save lives. Just like all people, when transgender people can get the care they need, including support from friends and family, appropriate medical care, and access to knowledgeable providers, they feel better and have a much lower chance of being depressed, anxious, or attempting suicide. One study showed that transgender people who received gender-affirming care were much less likely to feel suicidal. They reported feeling happier and more at peace with themselves. Having access to gender-affirming care can also improve mental health in other ways. According to the American Medical Association, when transgender people receive the medical treatments they need, they often feel better about themselves and have better relationships with others. This kind of affirming care helps them feel more comfortable in their own bodies, reducing the stress and sadness that comes with harassment, discrimination, and being invalidated for who they are. Unfortunately, many transgender people still can't get this care. Their health insurance might not cover what they need. It might not be available in their area, or they do not have the money to travel great lengths to get the care they need. Sometimes, doctors or nurses don't know how to help them, or they may treat them badly because of their identity. These things make trans people feel even worse and more hopeless, which then increases their risk of suicide. Some people think that transgender people regret transitioning, but that's simply not true. Studies have found that only 1% of transgender people report regret. And most of the time when someone felt regret, it was because they continued to face problems like discrimination or being treated badly by others, not because they disliked their transition itself. In fact, information from the 2022 U.S. trans surveys of over 90,000 trans people showed a big improvement in life satisfaction after transition. This survey found that 94% of respondents who underwent steps to transition said that they were happier with their lives because of it. Many studies over the past decade have confirmed that most transgender people who get medical care to help them transition feel much better afterwards, with less anxiety, depression, and thoughts of suicide. So, the idea that many transgender people regret transitioning is not accurate, and it hides how important this care is for the mental health and well-being of trans people. We need to do better. We do not need to understand everything about a person's life or story to wish them well or to want to see them live joyful lives. Everyone deserves to be healthy and happy, and transgender people are no different. We must make sure they can get the medical care they need when they need it. It's not just about physical health, it's about saving lives. When transgender people can get appropriate care that addresses their needs, they have a much better chance of living a happy and healthy life.
Yeah, great video. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, National SOGIE Center team. Some really awesome resources at the National SOGIE Center where you can find more if you're looking for extra resources or other information to support you or the work you're doing. Just some great tools that are in there. So I just wanted to double check. I think we're still waiting for Senator Menjivar. And so I think what we'll do is we're going to push over to Lenard. And that is my great privilege to introduce you all to Lenard Bourdon, who is president at Center for the Study of Social Policy. And so Alex, I'm going to have you come up if you want to give some intro more to Lenard before we dive all the way in, and have you both come on screen.
Yeah, happy to. My video I can't put on right now. It says it's, what? Maybe now I can. Let's see. There we go. Oh no, now I'm like flashing on and off. I need a whole Zoom tutorial these days. Thanks so much, Elliot, for having us, and I am thrilled to get to introduce my my organizational leader, but really a friend and a mentor. So it's my pleasure to introduce Lenard Bourdon, who is the president and CEO of the Center for the Study of Social Policy, to join us today. In his role, he brings more than 3 decades of leading anti-racist, intersectional social justice work, including executive leadership in public social service systems, philanthropy, community change, faith-based programs, and youth development. He's a proud native of Detroit, Michigan, currently living in Huntsville, Alabama with his wife, Cheryl. They have 2 adult children and a teenage grandson. He's also the proud member of the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity and a combat veteran of the U.S. Army. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Lenard to take it away and share his message today.
Hey, Alex, thank you. And thank you, Elliot. Good morning, beloved community. I'm coming to you as president and CEO of the Center for the Study of Social Policy and as the pastor of social justice and advocacy at the remarkable church in Huntsville, Alabama. It brings me deep joy and deep pride to be here today for this important Zoomathon in support of LGBTQIA2S+ youth, their families, and their right to thrive. But to gather here across time zones, across identities, across lived experiences is to affirm something powerful, that our love is stronger than any law, that our solidarity is louder than any slander, and that our commitment to LGBTQIA2+ young people is unwavering. Being here today with you gives me great hope. It gives me faith. It gives me strength because together we will continue to ensure the LGBTQIA2+ youth are visible and unstoppable. At the Center for the Study of Social Policy, we've spent the last 45 years working to make justice real for every family. We center communities, we fight for equity, we build policies that serve, not punish, that affirm and not erase, that heal, not harm. Every day we push for economic justice, health justice, and family autonomy, all with a unwavering commitment to racial justice. This is our North Star. And if the North Star sits in the heavens, it never moves, like we will never move. We're rooted, we're grounded, we're planted injustice. Everyone deserves the opportunity to thrive. That means caring for your family without fear, living in a healthy body and neighborhood, having the agency to make decisions about your life, your identity, your future. And for LGBTQIA2 plus youth, this is not a maybe, it is a right. At CSSP, we're not bystanders to the struggle, we are co-conspirators in the liberation. A shining example of that commitment is our Get Real initiative. You'll hear my colleague Bill Betancourt talk about that later, which stands for Recognize, Engage, Affirm, and Love. Get Real is about building systems that don't fix youth, but see them, celebrate them, and stand with them. In my own journey, working side by side with young people, I've witnessed some of the fiercest, wisest, and most loving souls on this earth. That's why I love the work that I do with Elliot. LGBTQIA2 plus youth are not just surviving, they are speaking truth, they're building movements, they are loving through pain and creating change with power. I've seen young people face rejection and still choose connection. I've seen them face harm and still show grace. They walk complex paths, often unsupported, yet they do so with clarity, courage, and creativity. And they do not walk alone. They walk with families, biological, chosen, and spiritual. They walk with communities that say, we see you, we love you, we protect you. And when we see young people and ask young people what they need to thrive, they tell us clearly that they need affirming families and communities, safe and welcoming homes, inclusive schools, affirming identity centered affirming identity centered healthcare, resources that respect them. And it's not complicated, it is just. To support LGBTQIA2 plus youth, we must honor all of who they are, their race, their culture, their gender, their identity, their sexuality, their faith, their history, their hope. These aren't separate lanes. They are one road, one whole identity. We cannot talk about LGBTQIA2 plus youth without talking about systemic racism. We cannot talk about mental health without talking about cultural safety. We cannot talk about belonging without including community and tradition. When youth are rooted in culture, they heal. When youth are embraced by community, they rise. When youth are committed to the needs that they have with the people that they work with and that are around them, that are affirming to them, they have a truly affirming community. That's why we at CSSP push for bold, anti-racist policy. We believe that policy must redress past harms, meet the needs of Black and Brown children and families, support whole family, and serve all families with dignity. Earlier this morning, you heard from Dani, an ambassador with our CARES initiative. Young people like Dani are leading the way, advocating for the community, affirming mental health care that truly supports and understands them. This is what transformation looks like, led by youth, informed by truth, and rooted in justice. Let me shift briefly to something close to my heart. As a person of faith, I want to say this clearly, that there are affirming spiritual places and people. Yes, LGBTQIA2 plus young people have been harmed by malevolent, parochial, religious rigidity. I see that and I grieve that. But I also want you to know that faith can heal, that there are communities where your identity is sacred, where your queerness is holy, where your existence is celebrated and not debated. You are not alone, you are not broken, you are beloved, and we are here for your healing. So as I go to a close, as Pride Month is wrapping up in a few days, let's not forget where it began. Pride is not just a celebration. Pride is protest, pride is promise, pride is practice. LGBTQIA2+ people, especially our trans, non-binary, and gender diverse people, continue to face brutal attacks from systems and policies that seek to erase them. But here's what they can't do. Erase your light. They can't unmake your beauty. They can't silence a movement that's already marching forward. We must rise. We must protect. We must show up again and again and again and again until justice isn't the exception, but the rule. That's why we're here today. This Zoomathon is not just an event, it's a commitment. It's more than a moment and in a long fight toward freedom. And CSSP will be here with you today, tomorrow, and every day. In love, in solidarity, and in partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lenard. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you in my own personal life and all the work that you do and lead and champion. And also just gratitude to you as a preacher being here, showing up in all your glory, because you are a great speaker and I really appreciate your energy. So thank you so much, Lenard.
Thanks for having us, Ellie.
Of course. I'm going to turn it over to Adrienne now, who's going to introduce our next speaker. And thanks all for being here with us. As a reminder, closed captions are at the bottom of your screen if you need to use that. And feel free to participate in the chat with us as well. Adrienne, take it away.
Well, hello to all. It is so wonderful to be here with all of you today. I'm so inspired by what I've heard so far and can't wait for the rest of the program. I'm Adrienne Shilton, and I'm with the California Alliance of Child and Family Services, and we represent nationally accredited nonprofit community-based organizations in California that are working to serve our most vulnerable children and youth and families. So that includes our LGBTQ+ community, our foster youth, our youth in our Medi-Cal program. And I have the honor today of introducing a hero of mine, one of our California state senators who's here with us, Senator Caroline Menjivar. And she's going to join us for some opening remarks on this Pride Zoomathon. Senator Menjivar took our oath of office on December 5th of 2022. And she represents Burbank, California, and our San Fernando Valley in California's 20th Senate District. She is a first-generation American daughter of Salvadorian immigrants. She was born and raised in the very communities that she now represents. And just a point of personal privilege, Senator Menjivar is a true advocate for the communities that we care about and we're talking about today. Our LGBTQ+ communities, our immigrants, our kids, our foster kids. She stood up and advocated for all of these issues and these values as part of our state budget and policy process. And we at the California Alliance actually named Senator Menjivar as our legislator of the year for her work to ensure that our most vulnerable communities have what they need to thrive. And she also co-chairs our legislative LGBTQ+ caucus that we have in California and has been a leader on our budget subcommittee on human services issues in the Senate. So please help me welcome Senator Menjivar to provide some opening remarks today. Thank you, Senator.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for the beautiful introduction. I really appreciate the kind words and so happy to be here with family. Oh, and I love the theme, right? We're not going anywhere. We are proud, invisible, and unstoppable. And I think, I wasn't always like this, being this queer little kid, 14 years old, 15 years old, trying to navigate. What does this mean for me? I've never seen an adult who loves the same sex as I do, questioning that. But I was so blessed to have my friend group go through the exact same thing as I was going in high school, and being able to have that chosen family really is what saves me. I was raised Republican. I was raised evangelical Christian. It was the questioning, like, does God love me? Am I accepted in this world? If my family doesn't accept me, where can I go? But with time, I realized, and I said this on the Senate floor, I was like, no more breadcrumbs. I deserve it all. I want all unconditional love. And I think everyone Everyone deserves that. So as I got a little older, a little braver, a little bit more courageous, I was like, I'm out here super proud lesbian, and I'm gonna embed my lesbianism in anything that I can do. If we're having a conversation about oranges, I'm gonna bleed that in. I'm a lesbian, you know, whatever we're talking about, 365 days of the year, because I recognize that that representation is still needed. That even to this day, before I became a state senator, being a staffer, going into schools and talking to the GSA clubs or any kind of LGBTQ plus clubs, I would talk to kids and they would be shocked of like, wait, how can you work in government? You're queer. Like, how can you do this? You're queer. And it would shock me because I live in LA and I thought LA was this blue bubble. But I recognize that no, especially in communities of color, especially where religion and culture still play a huge part in people's lives, this representation was still needed. So if I need to be this out, obnoxious lesbian in rural California, bringing representation, and I'm going to do that so that kid can see that we're here for them, that this LGBTQ caucus is going to uplift everything and anything we can, that we're going to take on those battles so that those upcoming generations don't have to, because that's the whole goal, right? To make it easier for the next generation. And I know the older generation is like, well, but we had it worse. I was like, I don't care if I don't care if this is better for you, but we deserve more and more. I'm so proud to be here with y'all to welcome and kick this off and say that, yes, we might be at the end of our Pride Month. And yes, maybe this year's Pride was a little overshadowed with what's going on across California, across the world. But even in that space, we still need to recognize that we need to make sure that we're uplifting our queer youth, our trans youth, that even a couple of days ago, you know, California is just being demanded to do X, Y, and Z. Things are closing down that are affirming for our kids. But like the leaders here, we're introducing legislation to combat that. We're introducing things to ensure like, yeah, that can happen in another state, but here in California, we're going to try our best to reaffirm you. I'm always reminded during this month, especially in this month, and I think I forgot who was Lenard that talked about this, of reminding ourselves how we started. We didn't start this civil rights movement for us by being quiet, by sitting in a corner, by keeping our mouth shut. We got to where we got to because we were radical. I'm able to wear pants because the lesbians of 50 years ago said, I don't want to wear dresses and we're going to start wearing pants. And that was crazy back then. We're at this point where I can say I've been married for 8 years and have the ability to be married because people did protests for Prop 8. But because we did a kiss-in in front of Chick-fil-A, because we did all these things. And we said, we are not going to go quiet. We're not going anywhere. You're not shoving us back in that closet. No one is going to be living in a closet or a small space. So I am proud of our history, of our identity. And even after June passes and we go into July, let's not remember that this fight continues for the whole year. We can go into LGBTQ plus History Month and talk about all the beautiful things our queer people have done yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So I just wanted to come here and say I'm so excited for people making space, gathering space as we close out Pride. And I'm closing out Pride this Saturday with my 3rd annual San Fernando Valley Pride Parade, where for me, it's important to bring representation to communities of color, where we take over a street, where we march. The theme is rooted in resistance, because that's what we're talking about. We're going to continue to resist the blatant obliteration of our community is what I'm seeing. And as a veteran, I'm also reminded and saddened that my trans sisters and brothers were kicked out of the military when not everybody decides to sign up. And that small 10% of crazy people who want to wear that uniform should be allowed to wear that uniform with pride. But thank you again. Happy Pride, everyone. I hope we continue to kick ass, take names, and take up as much space as possible. Happy Pride.
Yeah, Senator Menjivar, thank you so much for being here. And if I could just ask real quick, what do you do for joy when you're not working, when you need to fill up your cup? What do you do?
I'm going to do it today, actually, because we weren't supposed to be in Sacramento today. So it's a weird day. So not a lot of meetings. So I am an very, very cliche lesbian. Put me in a river, put me in hiking boots, put me outside, and I'm happy. So I'm gonna go to the American River up here in Sacramento, get a chair, get a book, and just sit in the water and just make sure I can see some trees around me.
I love that. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for being here and your words. We really appreciate it. And all the work that you're doing on behalf of community is greatly appreciated. So thank you so much and have a good rest of your day.
Take care, y'all.
All right. Well, that was lovely. Thank you so much again, Senator Menjivar. We are going to transition into our next speaker. So next up, I'm going to have Erin Moody join me on screen if you're ready to go. We're going to hear a little bit from Erin. Does some cool work. It's also a DJ, so no big deal. DJ Moody is here with us today. So Erin, feel free to take it away.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erin Moody. My artist name is Mood, which is just a hyphened version of my first and last name. It's kind of like a high school nickname that never went away. So first, I want to thank Elliot and Unicorn Solutions for putting this incredible event together. And a special shout out to my dear friend Shruti, who you might have all have heard from a little bit earlier. The work that they are doing is just so inspiring. And I'm just really grateful to call them chosen family, and you all chosen family now. So a little bit about me and my story. I have actually come out of the closet twice in my life. Whoop, whoop. The first time was in 8th grade when I was 13, living in Florida, where I grew up. I came out as a lesbian because that's what my friends said I was. And the term never really felt accurate, like an accurate description for myself. And I didn't know why at the time. But I kind of just like, was like, okay, that's cool. We're queer, we're doing it. I love it. And then the very first time I went to a gay bar was with a dear cis female friend of mine. The summer going into college, I had long hair then that was pulled back beneath a bun. And we were getting a drink at the bar when a particularly attractive man came over to us. And he stopped just before saying anything with a surprised look on his face. And then followed up with, "I'm sorry, I came over here because I had to talk to this extremely hot guy." And then I realized that he was speaking about me. And it wasn't the first time I had been mistaken for a man, but it was something, it was like the first time that it meant something totally different. And the three of us had like a long laugh about it. And then I thanked him for the compliment before we made our way out to the dance floor. And the seemingly small mistake was an affirmation I had never felt before. And while I didn't think much of it in the moment, it did struck a chord with me enough to never let that memory go. So now we're going to flash forward to 2019, living in New York City. I've been here for 12 years now. A friend of mine had recently come out as non-binary, and they were looking for extra support. So I went with them to 2 transgender non-conforming meetings at the center in West Village, which if you haven't heard of, you should definitely check it out. They do amazing work. After the first meeting ended, we were walking to the train together, and they asked me what my thoughts were. And I took a long pause and then responded with, "Well, I think I have a lot to think about." I really didn't realize that the people I had met that day would share these experiences that I myself could relate to so much on an intimate level. And then the pandemic came, and suddenly I had all this time on my hands to really sit with my feelings and dive deep into what my gender identity was. And it was through this time that my wife and I, Erin, who you're going to hear from in a little bit, yes, we have the same name. We love it. We had a lot of deep conversations, and we cried a lot, and it was a lot of like self-reflection. And I was like, I really feel like my gender identity is not what I've been saying this whole time. I don't feel like lesbian represents me, and I don't feel like I'm a woman. So that totally makes sense why lesbian doesn't fit for me. I feel like I came to a moment where I was like, okay, I feel like I'm pansexual. That's my sexual orientation. And I feel like I am gender fluid or non-binary. I feel like I kind of float in between all of the things, and I encompass all of these beautiful aspects of different identities all at once. And it was kind of in the middle of the pandemic, I went on a family trip actually with my parents and my brothers, and we went on a little RV trip around the South. And it was a great time, but it was also a very tumultuous time with what was going on politically in this country. And I had a lot of feelings about that with my family. And we kind of had like this heated argument where it all came to a head with me, where I was like, I need to start living proudly as myself, because why not? Life is so short. We need to be our authentic selves. So it was right after that trip that I finally decided to write a little thing and like post it online and tell everybody that I'm coming out of the closet again. I am gender fluid, I'm pansexual, I'm proud of these things, as we all should be. We should be given the space and the safety to live as our true selves. So now, living in New York still, and about to start splitting my time between LA as well. I am a DJ. I've been DJing since 2017. I've also had a number of lives throughout the corporate world. I was in TV and film production. I was in architecture. I worked for StubHub. I was in the music industry. So I've done many things. I was also in fashion. So I've done many jobs. But you can see my DJ set up behind me here, my decks. It's where I practice, and I'm at my production studio right here in front of me. And you know, being in New York and being a DJ, it has given me this platform to really just be my queer authentic self. And especially during June, Pride Month, this is actually probably the most booked I've ever been, which I'm just so deeply grateful and humbled about. This weekend, on Friday, I'm playing at a club called Silo with an all non-binary lineup. It's me and 3 other non-binary DJs. And then on Saturday, I'm playing at Elsewhere for their Pride Party too. So it's just been such a gift to share both my authentic self and just the power of music to bring us all together. Electronic dance music comes from queer communities, queer people of color. You know, disco is what birthed house and techno music in Chicago and Detroit, and it came from predominantly queer spaces who gave us these dance floors to be our authentic selves, to live proudly, and to not have to be looking behind our back and like wondering who's looking at us. So I feel very, very proud and very grateful to have that platform and to continue on the legacy of our elders. It's so important. And I also just want to say, for all of the younger people here, whenever you are of age to vote, I implore you to please go register to do that right when you can, because it is a privilege that we have living in a country where we can share our opinions so openly. And you know, there are a lot of cynical people here who think that their voice doesn't matter, and that's just not true. It's a lie that the billionaires like us to believe. We need to stick together, and if we are standing together, that is when the real change happens. That's
Yeah.
it.
Thank you, Erin. And before you go, the question I'm just asking everyone, I think that DJing and house techno music may be the answer, but what else do you do for joy in your life? What do you do to just have joy when you're not working and you need to fill up your cup?
I absolutely will be dancing myself. Like
Yeah.
I love to play music for people, but being on a dance floor is the most cathartic thing for me,
Yes.
and slash listening to music.
Yes.
I think music is a powerful tool to bring people together, and raving at its core is human connection. So when I'm at a dance floor, honestly, I don't want to be facing the DJ. I want to be facing the people. I want to see the expressions on their faces. I want to be smiling myself, and I want to bring the energy that I want to receive from other people.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love dancing so much. I didn't know when I was younger how much I would enjoy it, but especially as like a trans person fully in my body, I think I also just love how much I get to be in my body in dancing, right? And just like expression. And when you let go of whatever anyone can think about your dance moves or otherwise, you just get to like feel fully embodied. And I love that about it.
Absolutely. It's such an amazing way to express yourself through movement. And also, there is science that backs when you are with a group of people who are all simultaneously moving their bodies to the tempo of music, it can it can add years to your life because your endorphins and your just your molecular structure is like,
Yeah.
oh wow, we're all connected in this moment.
Yeah.
This is so beautiful.
Yeah, no, I love it. Well, know that later today we'll have a video from Lynn's Elmer, and they do some really cool kid stuff work, but they did a video where they're going to sing and have us do a little dancing. So it'll
Oh,
come
so
at some
cute.
point as a surprise later today, but we'll be dancing together and enjoying that. So
Love
uh,
it.
thank you so much, Erin, for being here, and also plug for later that Erin Squared, Erin Part 2, Erin's partner will be on later, and you can hear more from Erin then. So thank you, Erin, for joining us. We'll see you later. With that, Currey, if you are here, there's Currey. I'm gonna have Currey come up to introduce our next speaker. And so I welcome Currey and Riya to be on screen. Yes, there they are. Currey, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Happy Pride and Visible and Unstoppable Zoomathon. I'm Curry Cook. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm Senior Counsel and Director of the Youth and Out of Home Care Project at Lambda Legal, and I'll tell you more about that later. But Lambda is really proud to be a co-sponsor of this awesome event that Elliot has put together. Thank you for all being here. But I'm popping on now to introduce my wonderful friend and colleague, Riya Shah, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Juvenile Law Center. I've known Riya for years, and we've had the pleasure of working together a lot to advance the rights of youth, and in particular LGBTQ plus youth who are involved in systems like the juvenile legal system. And Riya has dedicated her whole career to working hard to end the carceral system for youth entirely, but at least make sure that young people who are in those systems are safe and treated well and free from harm. And also done a lot of work to end the family policing system, make the child welfare system a better place that actually helps kids and families. So we've worked together on a lot of things over the years, including last year working on an amicus brief in the Grants Pass case that the Supreme Court heard, to really highlight for the Supreme Court around the particular challenges and overrepresentation of youth experiencing homelessness, especially youth of color and LGBTQ plus youth, and the dangers and often criminalization of young people who are unhoused. I'm just really excited for you all to hear from Riya, and so glad that she was able to join us today. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Curry. And thank you so much, Elliot and Unicorn Solutions and all the folks who co-sponsored. I'm just so honored to be here. As Curry said, my name is Riya and I'm with Juvenile Law Center. I use she, her pronouns. Juvenile Law Center is a 50-year-old organization. We just celebrated 50 years, working to reduce the harm of young people in the juvenile and criminal legal systems, as well as in the family policing, or sometimes called the child welfare system. Our work is really designed to reduce the harm that kids experience in those systems, and in recognition of that harm, ultimately work towards their abolition, knowing that there's nothing that is safe or really advancing the rights of kids in these systems. So our work is to end mass incarceration and overcriminalization of children, and movements like the one that we're celebrating today, like Pride, which was an uprising against state-sponsored violence and harassment, has always been inspiration for the work that we do. Queer and trans communities have always led with a vision of love and safety and justice, and that's the vision that we aspire for all children to have. So many people today, I think, will be talking about young people and their experience in the foster system or through the family policing system and how they can be supported. But I want to focus a little bit on the disproportionate population of LGBTQ IA2S+ youth in the juvenile legal system. So I want to start just by giving a little bit of background information. In 2009, the National Center for Lesbian Rights and National Juvenile Defender Center, which is now called the GALT Center, and the Legal Services Center for Children, issued the first ever report on LGBTQ+ youth in the juvenile legal system. It was revolutionary at the time because it was the first time there was recognition in the field that this was a population that was largely being ignored by advocates in the legal system. And the report recognized that LGBTQ+ children who face family rejection are at greater risk of legal system involvement, that children are punished for their sexual orientation or gender identity, that they suffer harsh conditions of confinement, including isolation, even for their protection. LGBTQ+ children are targeted in schools, which can lead to legal system involvement and can be disproportionately detained pre-adjudication, so pre-trial, which increases the length of time that they're in confinement. So too often, we know that young people who are queer and trans are criminalized for behaviors that are explained away as normal sexual experimentation when cisgender straight teens are engaging in the same behavior. Consensual sexual interactions are often criminalized. One person is indicated as a perpetrator by a prosecutor. Teens are more likely to become homeless when they face family rejection. When they're unhoused, teenagers have said that they're more likely to be picked up and searched. And sometimes if they have condoms or other protection on them, they may be charged with prostitution. Children who are in the foster system or under the family policing system sometimes run away from foster homes or residential facilities where they face rejection or harmful or abusive behavior. They're also more likely then to get prosecuted and get pushed into a separate system, into the juvenile legal system, and pick up charges. Then without somewhere to place them, they can then be locked up in pretrial detention. Children are also placed in juvenile facilities as well as adult facilities and are more likely, when they do identify as LGBTQ+, are more likely to experience sexual and physical abuse. And sometimes as a perverse means of protection or an unwillingness to place children with the gendered population to which they identify, they're placed in isolation, which is just another word to call solitary confinement. That itself comes with a whole host of mental health concerns. Children could also be placed with other children who mirror their sex assigned at birth, which doesn't provide either acceptance or appropriate treatment or services. So kind of knowing all this, and this is information that, became more knowledgeable to the field, I think, just in the last 15, 16 years. But what do we do? What have we done to work to reduce harm that young people experience when they're in the juvenile legal system and are from these communities? So we at Juvenile Law Center have fought against practices that require registration for sex offenders for individuals who engage in consensual sexual conduct or same-sex conduct. We've fought against strict liability statutes that criminalize children under laws that are intended to protect them. So laws like child pornography automatically require, like if somebody has a photo of another child or is in a consensual sexual relationship with another child, that might result in strict liability. And so we've fought against those statutes. LGBTQ+ children are disproportionately prosecuted under these statutes. And so we've made legal arguments to kind of talk about the disproportionality. We've argued for access to life-saving, gender-affirming care and for access to reproductive health care for teenagers. And we've argued for trans youth to be able to legally change their names, even when they're under court supervision or registered under a draconian sex offender registration law. So with the vision of safety, love, and justice that I started with, and the inspiration of the movements that started all of this, we now need this energy, this advocacy, and this stronger than ever movement. So after the Supreme Court's devastating decision in Skermeti, we reminded them that we're here and we will continue to protest, we will continue to fight, advocate, and riot. So I want to close with a poem by H. Melt from the collection of essays entitled There Are Trans People Here. A good friend and colleague of mine shared this with our staff, and I wanted to close with that. The poem is called The Riots Must Continue. For my 29th birthday, I went to Philadelphia, where my grandparents met at Temple University. And my great aunt was a docent at the art museum, and my great grandmother lived by Rittenhouse Square, which I visit in the rain, walking under my purple umbrella, pausing at the fountain, reading off my phone. Philly's first Pride Parade began right here. I walk a block to Dewey's Diner to visit my ancestors who were denied service and arrested here in 1965. My Nana lived so close she could have heard the protests or waved to me from her window. As River snapped a picture of me in front of the bronze plaque where Dewey's previously sat. Now it's a construction site. Most of my relatives are gone, but the marches and the sit-ins and the riots must continue. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Riya. I really appreciate that. And just thanks to you and Juvenile Law Center for all of your amazing work over the years and standing up for young people, in particular LGBTQ plus young people. Riya and I are both a part of the American Bar Association's section of litigation, Children's Rights Litigation Committee, and you'll hear more about that later from Kathy Krebs, who's a staff person there. But we just had a wonderful experience in Humboldt County, California, back in May. We did a training on supporting system-involved Two-Spirit and LGBTQ plus youth there for everybody working with young people in the system. That had a panel of 6 young people who have been involved in the system who are queer, trans, and spoke about what they needed and what had worked and what people can do better on. And we also got to visit mental health services clinic called Two Feathers that was started by the Big Lagoon tribe there, that really centers cultural healing and cultural practices as part of their mental health services. And we walked in and they had a huge rainbow flag up in the center, and it really kind of centered their work and supporting Two-Spirit and LGBTQ plus youth. So that was really great to see. And I also wanted to ask Riya before we close, what do you do to find joy in these trying times that we're in?
I think one of the things that I do to find joy is I cook. I really enjoy cooking. I enjoy feeding people. I don't enjoy making dinner every night, but I really enjoy cooking like for people and entertaining. I think that's the I am a child of immigrants, and that is like the universal love language, I think, is food. So I think that's one way that I like to express joy.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Sounds like Pride Cookout at Riya's house.
Yeah, anytime.
Well, Riya, thank you so much. And Currey, thank you as well for being here. We'll hear more from Currey in a little bit today, so stick around. And looking forward to some partnership with Juvenile Law Center and Lambda Legal and more to come, because I'm sure there is plenty of work ahead of us in the years to come. So thank you both for being here, and we'll see you later. All right, so next we have a special pre-recorded video from Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon. So we're going to share that with you. He wasn't able to join us live today, but their team did want to make sure to send you a message for Pride Month. So we're going to cue that video up. We'll watch that. We'll check back in on our Menti poll and catch another video before we move on to some of our other speakers. So with that, please enjoy.
Senator Ron Wyden here. And I want to wish you all a very good Pride Month. To me, Pride Month is a celebration of freedom. Freedom to love who you want, freedom to be true to yourself. In my view, Pride Month is also about standing up against bigotry and hate. I'm very proud to have been the first United States Senator to publicly support gay marriage. I believed back then, and still believe today, that our country is stronger when we fight for the freedoms of all people, not just a select few. Which is why, with the Trump administration's constant attacks against LGBTQ plus people, in particular the transgender community, we must renew our commitment to rejecting hatred in all forms. As the lead Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee, one of my top priorities has been protecting LGBTQ plus foster youth. As you all know, these young people are particularly vulnerable, and I am all in to get them the help and the support they need to stay safe and healthy, especially under the threats of this current administration. Rest assured that as long as I'm in the United States Senate, you all have an ally in me, an ally to work together to defend your rights and your freedoms, no matter who you are or who you love. Thank you all for the chance to say a few words, and have a very good Pride Month.
Yeah. So big thank you to Senator Wyden and his team, both for taking the time to give us those comments, but also the work they're doing. Just really appreciated meeting with some of his staffers earlier this year to even just ask if they would give comments. They've been doing some work as well around residential treatment facilities. So I'd keep an eye out on that work because they'll have a report coming out, but also just really trying to make sure that youth are in quality placements and places where they need to be. So if you're ever looking for an ally in Congress, Senator Wyden is definitely one. We will also be planning to hear from Senator Merkley later today, so stay tuned for that. But I want to do a couple things. So first, I'm going to take us back to our Menti poll. If you were here earlier today, you already know what's going on. But what I'm going to ask you to do is scan that QR code with your phone and or go to the link at the top of the screen. You're going to go to menti.com and then put in the code 36702937. When you get there, it's going to give you the option to drag a little pinpoint to where you are on the map. I will warn you, it's a little sensitive, so try a couple times, but it'll eventually get it where you want it or close to it. But want to see who all's here today, who is joining us from across the country. So feel free, you should find that both on the Zoom webinar as well as the YouTube. So feel free to do that. And apologies if you didn't catch the Ron Wyden video via the YouTube stream. It looks like maybe it didn't webinars cast over there, but I will be uploading that video and another one today directly to Unicorn Solutions YouTube channel. So I promise you will get to see it at one point or another. Apologies for any of the tech challenges there. But again, just a reminder, we're doing this Menti right now. We just wanted to get a chance to see who all is joining us from where. So we've got Oregon, Washington, some California, Nevada. We've got Mexico, we've got Wyoming, and we've got tons of Midwest, some of the South and West of the East Coast. Certainly busy over there in the DMV, New York area, and some of our New England territory friends. So thanks for that. Gonna share with you one more video. Obviously, my name is Elliot Hinkle. I use they, them pronouns. If you were just joining us, you might not know that yet, but I am the principal and founder of Unicorn Solutions, the organization who's the sort of running this circus today, and glad to be here in good partnership with so many wonderful people. And so share with you, sorry, real quick, the video that is a promo video about Unicorn Solutions, so you can learn a little bit more. You can also visit my website, which I'll put in the chat, but unicornsolutions.org, to learn more about the work that I'm up to, the good trouble I try to get into, especially with some of these partners here. And just the efforts I'm trying to make to improve the lives of LGBTQ youth and families, both in systems and out of them. So we'll play this video and then we'll head on to our next speaker.
My name is Elliot Hinkle, and I'm the principal and founder of Unicorn Solutions. I work with individuals and organizations to support LGBTQ youth and to ensure that they thrive. I think that people listen to what I have to say because I try to speak to our humanity. I try to speak to what we have in common just as much as our differences. My perspective comes from my lived experience in systems. I grew up in foster care. There weren't many organizations that offered support or even a space for queer and trans individuals. Growing up in care is something that has taught me a lot about life, and it's also taught me a lot about navigating systems. But the work that we're doing together is not just informed by my lived experience, but I'm also going to work to connect you to people with lived experience in your community with those shared identities, so that the policies and legislation that you're putting in place is well informed by the people it's going to impact the most. I think even long-standing businesses still need to improve. Even if we've been doing something and it's working for the most part, can we enhance it? Can we improve it? My role is to provide insight and tailored support, to provide education, create new community connections and relationships, all while improving existing structures and practices. I just want young people to have a good life. I want them to have joy and community and connections and the ability to do the things that they dream about, because that is what makes the world better, and that is what I want for youth.
All right. Thanks, folks, for being here. We're going to move into our next speaker. And so I'm going to invite up Luna Lloyd from Lambda Legal to talk a little bit about both themselves, the work that they've been doing. I've been enjoying getting to work with Luna and their time at Lambda Legal through their role and their fellowship. So please feel free to introduce yourself, tell us about your work and about you. And thanks for being here, Luna.
Hey, everybody. My name is Luna Isaiah Floyd. I'm an Equal Justice Works Fellow at Lambda Legal's Youth and Out-of-Home Care Project. Legal Fellow just means that I am a baby lawyer, a lawyer very early in my legal career. But I'm also a genderqueer lesbian who uses they or he pronouns. I live just outside of New York City, but I grew up in the Deep South. And this Pride Month, I'm trying to get more comfortable with uncertainty. I'm still working out exactly how to define myself in terms of name, gender, and transition. But for now, please feel free to call me Luna, Isaiah, or any combination thereof. But I wanted to come on and talk today a little bit about our recent loss in the Supreme Court and what it means to model resilience. So as you almost certainly know, last Wednesday we lost LW versus Skirmetti. Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care can continue, and regulations on gender-affirming care for minors are allowed to go forward across the country. Instead of recognizing that these bans are based on transphobia, the Supreme Court held that Tennessee was imposing age restrictions. We were pretty sure going in that we wouldn't get everything we wanted out of the case's result, but somehow it still caught me off guard. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to the casual cruelty that adults and people in power are sending towards trans kids these days. So I want to affirm that things can feel terrible right now for trans people and the people who love us. For younger trans people, it can feel like right now the world is more hostile than it's ever been. Y'all might know that 10 years ago today, on June 26, 2015, the Supreme Court ruled that marriage equality was the law of the land. I was 17 and about to go off to college. I grew up in the Deep South in Alabama and North Florida, and I was convinced that I would only feel safe and in community when I moved far away. But on that day in June of 2015, I thought maybe the world would be better for the queer community I was leaving behind in the South. But 10 years later, it is hard to keep that sense of optimism. When trans and non-binary kids are denied the healthcare they desperately need, when the federal government is openly hostile to queer folks, when kids don't see a path forward, it's hard to feel like things have gotten better. So for people on the younger side, I encourage you to take a larger scale view. Something that's really helped me as I feel despair coming on is talking to older queer and trans people, especially advocates who have and hear the stories that they have to tell you. We may be facing hostility now, but there are absolutely members of our community who have survived and thrived, even when our community was smaller and even less accepted. I'm not saying that we can't mourn today's losses, just that there's hope in those stories when we take a longer view of history and see how far we have come. And for the queer adults in the room, especially those who have a trans child in your lives, we have a huge role to play right now. My friend Andy Eisenson at the Chosen Family Law Center wrote a piece for Scarleteen this week targeted towards trans kids that emphasizes adults' responsibility to help kids not fall into that despair. Andy wrote kind of 3 truths that really resonated with me. Number 1, there are trans people. Number 2, there are boring assholes who try to make there not be trans people anymore. And 3, those boring assholes fail. And I think that is a message that we need to give to all queer kids, young adults, and me every day. But I think all of us have a responsibility to make sure that kids know that their future is waiting for them, that there have always been and will always be trans people. Just because the Supreme Court made an immoral and cowardly decision, this is not the end of the road. All of us have a responsibility to lift up trans kids feeling this despair and say, I see you. It won't fix the cruel limitations our government has put forward, but it will help a young person imagine their future a bit more clearly. Please share your stories of love and resilience and community. I know how much those stories would have meant to me as a young person growing up in the Deep South who had no idea what being queer meant and just knew they felt wrong and different and like an affront to God. I remember watching cheesy It Gets Better videos as a teenager and getting really frustrated because I didn't know what the how looked like. How does it get better? And now as an adult, I have a responsibility to show that how to people coming up after me. There's no community in isolation, and those who wish us harm can't win when we care fully for each other. I'm really grateful to everyone here today. Thank you for being here and caring about queer and trans kids. And thank you for taking on that responsibility to clear a path for their beautiful and unstoppable futures.
Thank you so much, Luna. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate the work you're doing, and grateful to get to work with you in this time. I think for me, it's been really cool to know that, like, as much as I've wanted to create the future that little Elliot would have wanted, that I also get to do it alongside you and everyone else, where we're sort of carving out the future that we want to see. So thanks for being willing to do all that. And also, your cats are adorable, and I love your content when you post about them. So
Thank you. I'm surprised she hasn't made an appearance.
there's still time. All right. Well, thanks, Luna. We're gonna move on to our next speaker. Next we've got Jaden Ruff from South Coast Equality, which is in Oregon. Jaden, I've gotten to meet through a few different conferences in Oregon, and also just a phenomenal human. So very excited to have you with us, Jaden. Please feel free to take it away and share all you'd like.
Hello, can everyone hear me? I tried to wear like some really cool earrings this morning, and I hope those steal the show. But my name is Jaden. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the director of the South Coast Health Equity Coalition, serving both Coos and Curry counties. And I'm really excited that I get to one, be invited to this conversation, and really grateful that all of the work that Elliot and all of us across spaces, across communities are able to do. And so the message that I wanted to carry this morning was strength. Oh my gosh, experience, strength, and hope. So yeah, I don't know. Like normally like I don't have butterflies, and I do this morning, which just means that I care a whole lot, right? And so I just wanted to kind of name the fact of when I first got started in community, and I first moved to Oregon. I got acquainted to, I was looking for community. I was looking for LGBTQ affirming community spaces. And I stumbled across like this flyer, and it was a barbecue. And I missed the barbecue, but then I saw another flyer where they were hanging, where there was like a hangout space. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go and um kind of like, be in community. And when I opened the door to the space, it was a queer youth group. And like when Elliot was just naming like what baby Elliot would have wanted, I could only think about what baby Jaden would have wanted as well. And if I had a space when I first came out in eighth grade, then I probably wouldn't have had to go looking for affirmations in all the places outside of community and things like that. But I'm really grateful for that path as well, because that's where my experience comes from, my lived experience, which allows me to connect with people that share some of the similar identities as myself. And so as just a Black trans woman, what does it mean? I wanted to define for myself and for other people what my path to liberation has looked like. So I have an experience of not belonging, not having that sense of belonging. I definitely felt like I was different than everyone that I came across. And just did not know how to be comfortable in my own skin. And I want to just name like the power of visibility. I remember I stumbled across a clip, a YouTube clip of Katrina Ebony voguing. And I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know who that is, what that woman is, but that's me. And seeing another femme queen trans woman standing in all of her glory, all of her beauty, all of her courage, and all of those things. And so I know that for me to be able to stand in place today, leave my house and show up in the world, that I am attached to some lineage from ancestors and transcestors. And so when I remember like when I first started my transition, I was so scared because I was scared of who I would lose. You know, would I be accepted? Um, oh my gosh, like I'm of age now. Would it be really hard? And but also like watching everybody live life and saying, why can't I do that? Why can I want to do that? Why can I do that? And I realized that I navigated the world willing to keep people in my life. And I didn't have anyone around me to say, baby, it's okay. Baby, I got you. Baby, you know, show up in the world, take up space. Um, and I was telling other people that, but not necessarily being accountable to the message that I was carrying. And so once I like destroyed myself a little bit, you know, and I had nothing to lose, you know, and it had nothing to lose. And I showed up and I started my transition. And I will tell you, when we talk about creating brave spaces, when we talk about like the mental health component of what it means when when we give people the tools, the space to be themselves, to show up fully as themselves, like when we say it's life-saving, now I know what that means, you know. And so today, my liberation, the thing that I get to do is wrap around I call them my babies, but it's really not my babies. I'm a gay mom, you know, so I have a lot of kids, various of ages. And when I'm in community, I make sure if I see them, I'm like, okay, come on, come with me. Give me your phone number, give me your contact information. I make myself available and I leave with them and I make sure that I mention to tell them that they are everything because they are. And I know that like baby Jaden didn't necessarily, what would baby Jaden look like if she would have got those same words when I was really baby Jaden? Now I'm big mama, you know. But I just think about that liberation and also like trans joy and what my visibility means today for not just myself, but also for my kids and people that I come across. And so I'm a practitioner of anti-racism. So it's all about who are we bringing with us. It's all about showing up in spaces because we know, as I know, as a Black trans woman, how some queer spaces are not built for me. But I also know that like the liberation of like, if I don't feel that sense of belonging in spaces, I know I can create those. And so some of the things that I do is I support Southern Oregon Coast Pride with their gender affirmation closet, helping people like with name changes, just kind of being a sounding board for things like what does it look like with MRT, HRT, not MRT, HRT. What does it look like with your name changes or like what did you go through when you were transitioning in like family? And thank God's goddesses, days and thems for this chosen family that I have had the opportunity to just be connected with, and they wrapped around me, you know. And when I started transitioning, I remember sending the email to all my community partners saying, this is my name, this is my pronouns, period. You know, versus okay, I got to come out, I got to do this, and what would it look like? And I liberated my chosen family to carry the message for me. Because who wants to do that work? It's already like, I just want to exist in the world without having to come out, do all of that gymnastics that we have to do when we're showing up in the world. So I don't know what my time is. And I
You're
think
doing
I'm
great.
close to it.
Yes, you're close to it, but you're doing great. If you want to finish.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I also facilitate a trans and gender expansive space because I wanted to nip in the bud the whole thing about we learn through trial and error. You know, there's power in community, and that's what that space does. And so people can just come in. There's no strings attached. It's not transactional. I don't even need to capture demographics. You just get to show up and ask the questions. Or if you just want to show up and grab a cup of coffee, you get to mind your trans and gender expansive business, okay? And I know sometimes that I needed that as well. And so that's my hope is in these times that we continue to throw our hands back, we continue to ask ourselves, who are we bringing with us? Who are we accountable to? When you see a queer trans baby, like wrap around them, you know, and ask them how they would like you to show up for them. I think that's the end.
Yeah, Jaden, one last question for you, which is what do you do to get some joy in your life, to fill up your cup? What do you do besides work?
Okay, so besides work, I will tell you that I sharpen my nose. I use my calendar as my boundary setter. Like before I agree to something, I always say, well, I have to check my calendar. Also, what people may not know because they see that we're so busy is that like my garden is like phenomenal. I have everything growing in my garden and I cook and do those things that fills my cup. And I know what to do when I feel depleted, you know, when I feel overwhelmed. That just means I need to pause, you know, pause and get organized.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for the work you're doing in rural queer spaces. It is vitally important. Being in Wyoming myself and having been in Oregon before, I just know that our work matters a lot because sometimes these are the spaces that can be forgotten about or left behind, but it's just as important. So thank you for everything you do, Jaden, and thanks for hopping on here today. You can find more about Jaden at southcoastequity.org and find out about the work they're doing there. So thank you so much, Jaden. Have a good rest of your day. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for creating this space. I'm really grateful for the work that you've been doing as well. So yeah, sending a whole lot of love, big love your way.
Back your way. All right. Thanks, Jaden. Next, I'll have Angela Weeks join me up here so we can introduce our next presenter.
So I am going to be talking about Carl Siciliano, who had all the intentions in the world to be here live, but is on book tour right now. And so schedules got wonky and it didn't work out. But I still want to talk about Carl. I want to talk about Carl's work and Carl's new book. So Carl Siciliano is nationally recognized for being a lifelong advocate of LGBTQ young people experiencing homelessness. And so in 2002, he had been advocating for way before 2002, but in 2002, he founded the Ali Fernay Center. It is in New York. Maybe some of you have heard of it. It has grown to become the nation's largest and most comprehensive housing program for LGBTQ young people experiencing homelessness. And it's our nation's largest, but I have recently just been blown away by the Ali Fernay Center and learning about how many other centers across the country are looking to them for guidance. They're actually replicating all over the country. And not just in the US, they also have sites internationally that are looking towards them to replicate their work because it is truly phenomenal, everything they're able to wrap around these young people and support them with. You know, as a result of just like everything that he's done and all the work that the Ali Fernay Center has been able to accomplish and all the amazing staff there. That work has been featured on NPR, CNN, The Daily Show. It's been in New York Magazine. And Carl Siciliano himself, he's a terrific storyteller, which is always good when you're an advocate. And he has had his work published in the HuffPost, The Advocate, and New York Times. And so he decided to put it all in a book. And so he has written and published a book that is about his journey around this work and about the making of the Ali Fernay Center and a lot about Ali himself. And so I read the book. It was amazing. It was really just such a great thing to like sit with right now in this time, because Carl's work spans decades before the Ollie Frenaye Center started. And he talks a lot about the movement, the civil rights movement, how tough legislation was, how tough the policy landscape was, how the work was being done in grassroots movements because there was no federal or public funding. And it just like really resonated with me in these times. And I got a lot of hope and inspiration from listening to Carl. I also felt like it was very, like I was almost honored to be learning about Ali in a very like sort of front seat sort of way, and these stories that Carl used throughout the book to talk about Ali and the spirit Ali brought to all of the people around him. So I would love a few moments to go ahead and just play a sample of the book so people can get a feel for it. And also just want to note that if folks have an Audible account, it's free on Audible. Carl made it such by narrating it himself, so we can all appreciate that. He really wanted the work of this book to be accessible to folks. So let me go ahead and share, and we'll listen to a little sample.
Three years before he died, on November 30th of 1994. It was my first day as program director at Safe Space, a recently opened daytime drop-in center for homeless teens that provided food, medical care, support groups, and a range of other essential services. In the very early hours of that morning, Tupac Shakur had been shot 5 times in the lobby of a Times Square recording studio, only 2.5 blocks from Safe Space. Some of our clients who spent their nights out in the streets had witnessed the artist being carted into a wailing ambulance. During lunch, anxiety buzzed among the dozen dining room tables. Would Tupac survive? Was Sean Puffy Combs behind the attack? Could it have been Biggie Smalls? I had determined to spend my first few days immersing myself in the program's activities and meeting the young people in its care. After lunch, I went downstairs to the large community room, where 8 long tables were joined together in the shape of a Greek cross. I took my seat there, surrounded by a dozen kids ranging in age from their teens to early 20s, most of them Black and Latino, many decked out in bulky winter coats. I introduced myself and asked if they would speak to me about their experiences at Safe Space. What did they like? What could we improve? One young woman wasted no time in taking up my invitation. "This place sucks," she said, her voice shrill and electric with anger. "The staff don't care. None of you care about us. You're all just here for a paycheck. You talk down to us, you won't lift a finger to help us, and the food is shit. You don't care. None of you care." I looked around the room and saw some of the young people squirming in discomfort. Not wanting to respond defensively, I forced myself to remain calm and asked the young woman her name. "Tangi," she said. "Tangi, I'm so sorry to hear you've had such negative experiences at Safe Space," I said softly. "I'll see what I can do to make it better. But I'm curious, how long have you been coming here?" "Since 11:30. 11:30 today?" I asked. "Yeah, I came in for my intake just before lunch." It was a few minutes past 1 o'clock. I didn't know what Tangi had experienced in the 90 minutes she'd been with us, but it was hardly enough time to make an accurate assessment of Safe Space and the dedication of its staff. More likely, I was listening to the agony born of a lifetime of trauma. By then, I'd spent 12 years serving homeless people in soup kitchens, shelters, and residential facilities. I'd come to understand that entering their lives meant opening yourself to heartbreak, to people battered by poverty, abuse, mental illness, oppression, and the inevitable rage born of it all. It also meant looking past the surface and seeking to understand more of who they were. When I listened to Tangi without rebutting, it seemed to diffuse her anger. She sat attentively as other youths talked about Safe Space's medical care, food, showers, and laundry facilities. None were especially effusive, but they made it plain that we met some of their most urgent needs. Afterwards, reflecting on Tangi's eruption, I thought about how the hagiographies that led me to this work had not prepared me for its reality. As a teenager and a Catholic convert, I had immersed myself in the lives of the saints. Inspiration poured through me when I read of St. Martin of Tours cutting off half his cloak to give to a naked beggar, or St. Francis of Assisi physically embracing a rotting-fleshed leper.
So that's just a brief sample of the book, and I actually love Tangi's very short moment in the book. I really appreciate just one other note that Carl himself is a very spiritual person, and we heard from a speaker earlier that said that that emphasized faith is important, and we need to bring people into that space and to acknowledge the intersection of faith in this community. And so I think Carl does a really well in his book. So put a link in the chat, and if folks have an opportunity to check it out, I think that would be great. If nothing else, learn some more about the Ollie Fernay Center by visiting their website.
Thanks so much, Angela. So with that, I'm going to transition us next to our speakers who we've got, I believe, online. We've got Vida, and we're going to have Jesse. These are our folks that are joining us because they're actually doing a training all day, so they're stepping away. So if we want to bring up Vida's camera, you're going to see the whole crew. We're going to give it to them. Look at you all. You look so fantastic. Thanks for joining. We're going to turn it over to you to speak for a few minutes.
Thank you. I don't like to step in front of anyone. Hi, I'm Vida. I'm Vida Kavar, pronounced she and her. I'm the clinical director at Family Builders, and I'm here at the Ruth Ellis Center.
Hi, everyone. Lorena Caresi, she, hers pronouns, associate director at the Ruth Ellis Center.
Barbara McCowan, she, her, and hers. I'm a parent support partner at the Ruth Ellis Center.
My name is Charlie Skaggs. I use they and he pronouns, and I am an outpatient group facilitator and therapist at the Ruth Ellis Center.
Hi, my name is Charlie Freeney. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I'm community behavior health therapist here at Ruth Ellis Center.
Hi there, Olivia Malekis, they, them pronouns, and I am an outpatient therapist at the Ruth Ellis Center.
Jessie Fullenkamp, she, her pronouns. I'm the Education and Evaluation Director at the Ruth Ellis Center, and we are so excited to be here with you on our lunch break and watch the recording tonight. This is the only training that would have kept me from being at the Zoomathon all day because we've been waiting for 3 years to bring this to the Ruth Ellis Center, and so we're so excited to now become one of the Youth Acceptance Project sites and for you to hear more about the work of the Youth Acceptance Project, and which will now happen in Detroit, Michigan at the Ruth Ellis Center. So I'll hand it up to Vida.
Thank you, Jesse. I'm sorry for stepping in front of all of you. Hi, everyone. So good to be here. This has been, we've been excited about this event. So the Youth Acceptance Project, what do? We work with families and we support them so that they can become the affirming parents that their child wants them to be. It takes time. We love doing what we do. We help parents process their emotions away from their children. And then the goal is so that eventually they can become as supportive and affirming of their children as they can be. And so we're here, we're queer, we're not invisible, we're unstoppable. One more thing I want to say is that we have had some incredible stories. We've got parents super religious who can still be religious and love their LGBTQ children. We have parents who decided that they were going to go to their own church and advocate for their child so their child can come to church with them, right? We have another family who the child said, the young person said, I never thought that my dad would eventually use the pronoun that I want them to use. And this is wonderful. This is what we strive for. So I don't want to make this any longer than it needs to be, but I'm here at the Ruth Ellis Center. I'm so honored to be one of the best organizations in the country. And also, shout out to all the other YAP sites throughout the country. You all know who you are. You're doing the hard work, and I love you all for it. So thank you for having us. Great event, and I can't wait to watch it.
Okay,
Yes.
don't go away yet. What I would love to hear from you all, whether it's one or all of you, what do you do for joy? What do you do to create joy in your lives? How do you fill up your cups when you're not working? Give us some answers.
Gardening.
Gardening.
Supporting a local drag artist.
Yeah.
I went to a really good last minute drag show last night and it really just filled me with a lot of warmth.
I love it. What else?
Going for runs and supporting local organizations that are sponsoring runs.
Yes.
Exercising and taking walks and just listening to young people and the whole stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Being by the water, love the water and nature.
Yeah.
To write more queer books.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that this probably discloses my age and that I'm a parent, but I've really gotten into power washing, which is sounds sad, but I promise it is very cathartic.
Yeah, it's a power wash simulating video game that I can't afford a power washer, but I do find that soothing.
I get videos in my little algorithm of a person power washing sidewalks, and I'm like,
I
like,
thought about
what?
making one. Maybe I'll make a queer power washing video.
I think we need that, absolutely. Well, and I will second that youth, especially like this work that we all do, youth are hilarious. They are funny, they have no filter most of the time. It makes it like keeps it interesting. So thank you all for the work you do. I hope you have a good rest of your training. Sorry I can't be there with you because y'all seem like a fun group. But thank you for joining us during your lunch break. I hope you get some lunch. And we'll see y'all later. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Bye.
Well, all right. So our next speaker, I'm very excited to bring up. We've got Dennis and Judy Shepard, the parents of Matthew Shepard. Being from Wyoming, I'm so grateful that they are making the time to join us today, and that they even just came to our local Pride and Casper Pride, came to our drag show. We had a great time. And so Dennis and Judy, I'm going to give it over to you to introduce yourselves and share some words with our community. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Elliot, and thank you for the invitation to join this wonderful event. I know it's going to be a good one. I hope people can stay as long as they can or catch up on YouTube if they miss out this afternoon. We started our work soon after we lost our son, Matt. Not knowing much until then, we sort of had to learn it a little at a time. It's been a joy to meet all the wonderful people doing this work. What we do mostly at the Matthew Shepard Foundation is work with law enforcement agencies and corporate employee resource groups, which has become particularly challenged right now in the current political environment, but we're not going to give up. We've been at this over 25 years now. We've seen it grow, progress. Things turn out really well. Federal hate crime legislation named after Matt that now covers gender identity and sexual orientation and perception. And also remember that of all the marginalized groups, the LGBTQ plus group is women represented in every marginalized group. We need to do this together, all of us. By sheer numbers, we are outnumbered. We all are fighting for the same thing, equity, equality across the board in every aspect. So we need to work with our partners. We need to engage our allies. This work is good. In the end, we are right and they are wrong. Also, there's more of us than them. They are louder, definitely. But I want people to remember that social platforms are not the world. The world is a good and safe and happy place. They just don't engage in that manner. But please don't give up. This is a marathon, not a sprint. We've seen good changes. We've seen steps back. But in the end, we are right.
And as Judy said, they are louder, but remember, they are louder, but they're not brighter. So that's important too. What you have to remember is this is kind of the downslope with this administration. And we saw the upslope after his first administration when President Biden came in. So it'll roll back around. In the meantime, we need to work at the local levels to build up the support that's needed, not only for your local politicians and local support groups, resource groups, but also at the state level. Because you have to remember, a lot of the people who are at the local level now that you vote for move up to the state level. So that expands the support that you have. And from there, some move up to the national level. So it's the groundswell that has to start making the changes. And I don't see how they can go back to what they were back when we lost Matt in '98, back when we had the first bad administration starting in 2016. It'll be really hard to make those changes and have them stick. So all we can do is work together, and it's great. We travel so much and see so many great people, and they have such great stories how they're working in their communities, in their churches, whatever it might be, to acknowledge that there is work needs to be done, but they are getting it done. And that's the important thing. We are getting the work done, all of us together. Now, you can do it one at a time, but all that ends up being a massive amount of work. We just need to network more to make sure that we're not everybody's not doing the same thing.
And unfortunately, as unattractive as politics is, it plays an important role here. So we need to vote and understand our candidates, local, state, and federal. Pay attention, and for God's sakes, vote. Figure out how this works. That we can make social changes, but in the end, it's the legal changes that really need to happen to make all of us feel safe and secure and actually be safe and secure. The haters think they have the upper ground now. They do not. They do not. And they will learn that they don't. We just need to stick to it, stick to our principles, work together, love one another, be patient, persevere, be persistent, and believe in yourselves. That's what's going to get us through this mess.
Be visible.
Totally.
Be vocal, but you still have to do it whether you're straight or gay. It doesn't matter. Whatever the issues are, you still need to do it in a sensible, safe way so that you're not putting yourself in harm's way or those around you. So plan ahead and be prepared for, as you know, there'll be a kickback, but change can't be made without some kind of kickback. Judy's been doing this for 25 plus years, and she's had a lot of kickback, but she perseveres, and we've seen the changes because of the work she and all of her partners have done through the years.
That's because we're right and they're wrong, and we know it. So we're just going to keep fighting on the right side of history. So stick together, folks. Help one another. Love yourselves and each other. And thank you again for allowing us to be a part of this event.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said she's right and they're wrong. It's like being married.
Okay, well, one question before you go anywhere. What do you two do for joy? You do plenty of work helping and fighting for our rights, and we greatly appreciate it. But what do you do to fill your cups and have some joy or relax?
Well, for me, I am an introvert, a true introvert. So my joy is coming home.
Yeah.
But we meet so many really wonderful people on the road. That is really joyful to me, really wonderful folks. But when we're home, I have a mahjong group. And I play. It's a hobby. Had it for a long time, and that's where I just sort of three girlfriends, and we go over things we're so disappointed about in the world. We solve the world's problems, right?
Sure.
Before us. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that's good. We need you to. Yeah.
What
Dennis?
she really is an ambivert. She's a personal introvert and a professional extrovert.
Yeah, it's a skill. Sometimes we need that to be able to navigate the world. Well, Judy, if you ever need another person to join your mahjong group in Casper, let me know because I will totally join you for that.
cool. I'll remember that, Elliot.
Yeah. Dennis, what do you do for fun besides giving Judy a hard time?
I have no fun. I'm married.
That's not true. Come on.
Yeah, it is. So I spend the winters out. She said when we got married, our marriage vows said she's an indoor plant and I'm an outdoor plant. My butt better be outdoors.
Yeah.
So in the wintertime, I'm shoveling snow and stuff. In the summertime, I'm doing yard work. I stupidly landscape the whole 2.5 acres. So now I'm taking care of all of it. And I tell people, if you come see us in Casper, I'll teach you how to milk a cow. And they get real excited. Said, milk a cow? You have cows? I said, no, I pull weeds. It's the same motion.
Well, thank you both for being here. Thank you for your time. It's much appreciated, and just all the work you've been doing means a lot to all of us who will come after, to be able to exist and to have the encouragement to know that the fight is worth it. And as you said, they're right or they're wrong. We're right, and that's an important message for us to take away.
Well,
So
you
thank
have
you.
to keep the faith and keep working for the goal, because you can't do it by giving up or waiting for somebody else to do it. So you all have to get involved.
Yes.
Thanks, Elliot.
Thank you. Thank you, Janice and Judy. We'll see
Thanks,
you later.
everybody.
So, with that encouragement, keep up the work, keep going, keep moving forward. There is plenty of work to be done. I'm going to transition us now to our next speaker, Erin French, who's going to come on. This is the other Erin of Erin and Erin. I'm so happy to have you here with us, Erin. Feel free to introduce yourself and take it away.
Thank you so much, Elliot. It's so nice to be here. Everybody can hear me A-okay? Love it. I really, really appreciate being a part of this event. This is so special during Pride Month. How cool is this? Want to just say hi. I'm the other Erin. I know that you all heard from my spouse a little while ago, Erin Moody. So that Erin is Moody. My name's Frenchie. She, her pronouns. A special thanks to Sruti Swaminathan, whom you heard from this morning. Shruti is my dear friend and someone whom I admire so, so deeply for their passion, for their vulnerability in their work. They've just been so instrumental to me as a person, and their journey and their work is just so cool and so necessary. Okay, great. So a little bit about me. I'm just going to kind of go over some things about me and just tell you a little bit of my story. I don't have like this amazing, cool, rad story like Shruti does, but I want to just chat about my work professionally and then a little bit about my work personally. So originally I had written out this whole like life story about me, and it ended up being like a big thing. And then, you know, I needed to do what all great artists do, which was edit. So a little bit about me. Professionally, I manage a shared office space. I work for a company and I have about 250 members at my office. And the kind of key takeaways that I want to, you know, bring today are this concept of inclusivity and celebration of our differences. I have a ton of members over here. I've got a really wide range of experiences, ages, backgrounds, and something I strive to do every single day is to, number one, just be super authentic. I know that authenticity is the way that you pull all the right people in your life. And I always want to create a safe space for folks to be themselves, to express themselves how they please. And I know that whenever I am made to feel safe in an environment and I can show up as myself, like I just feel that much better and that much more included and celebrated. And that is my goal across my entire life is inclusivity, is celebration of all of our differences, and to make people feel really seen. So between the you know, the community building that I do here at the office, I run the whole space. I have a ton of people here. I'm in front of a lot of people every single day. And so building community is absolutely a cornerstone of who I am and what I do. And between that by day, I am, as you know, a DJ wife, and I also am a podcast host, and I am a little bit of a fashion designer. And the way that I kind of bring that community building into those other facets of my life is I absolutely love going to all these events with my spouse. We really, I think that we do a really great job of bringing in all the right people and celebrating all these different kinds of people who come to our events, and really doing all that we can to give folks a platform to express themselves, to be who they are. And whenever I come upon these people who are just living their lives so authentically, I make sure I tell them. I always want to give people that affirmation that who they are, how they are, in whatever way, the way that they're showing up in the world is loved and celebrated and is needed. We really need everyone to show up as themselves. And so that's just a long way to say, you know, if you ever are feeling like you might want to just affirm someone, I would absolutely recommend that you just do. Just go up to them and affirm them. And compliment their look, compliment their dancing, compliment whatever, they have going on that you really love about them. All the love just gets spread further that way. Okay, a little bit more. So I want to talk a little bit about this concept of people evolving and why we should never be afraid that even though the human brain likes to label and organize and put people into categories, we really need to understand that our evolutions are constant and they're so important. And I want to talk about this coming from the perspective of the wife of someone who is gender fluid and pansexual. And when I was thinking about this last night, I'm trying to, best explain this. With the human brain, we like to put a label on it. We like to say, okay, well, you're gay, so you like the same sex people, and you're trans, so you are transitioning between binaries. But life doesn't work like that. And we really need to expand our understanding of what an evolving lived experience can look like. It was during COVID. I'm sure that Erin talks about this a little bit, but it was during COVID that my spouse and I had a lot of deep conversations about their gender identity. And as they probably mentioned before, the only label that they had available to them when they were growing up was the label of lesbian. It took about 30 years and a lot of really deep inner work and some really beautiful aha moments to help them understand their own gender fluidity. And, coming from like the wife's perspective over here, it was a new frontier for me. And I too, had my own like nights where I was like lying in bed to think about my own identity and how I express myself. But personally, I'm perfectly fine with she, her pronouns. And I think that I identify best with being cisgender. But I wanted to offer my partner a perfectly safe place to be seen in a completely new way. And, this looked like a number of things for me. It was adding new pronouns to my vernacular. It was like late nights of big emotions, working through these old stories and leaving them in the past. But my call to everyone today is to equally strive to be brave in your own authenticity, and then also strive to create safe spaces to hold others in their vulnerability. It's just such a great honor to be a safe space for others because that's literally all that we have, and that's the whole point. Okay, I know that you're going to ask me, Elliot, about what I do for joy.
Yeah, please, tell us.
So a little bit about me on the joy side. I'm taking sewing classes, and I have also a little bit of like a line that I've worked on. Back in 2020, I had a lot of time, like we all did, to contemplate everything about life. And one thing that I did during COVID was I would source these jackets, pants, coveralls, etc. And I would bleach and dye and embellish. And I'm actually wearing one of my jackets right now. And I kind of like formulated this little platform called Come Out Collective. And it was just a place where I could make clothing and like make items that could go on any body. I wanted to be extremely clear about these are the measurements of the piece and they can go on any body. They are not gendered. They are not specific for, any kind of person. And this is just the sizing of the thing. And so I really, that's just another super important thing for me to be able to create pieces that can literally go on any body. So part number one. Part number two for joy, a lot of dancing. Oh my gosh, I have to get a lot of this energy from what is happening on the day-to-day. I got to get it out. And what better way to do that than to call, all my people in at these sets that Erin and I go to. And also supporting queer artists. Whenever we have our other artist friends who are doing shows in New York, we always try to show up, bring the best energy, bring all the love, and really shower these people in all of the celebration, because that's what it's all about. Okay, great. Do you have any other questions for me, Elliot? Thank you so much. This has been so fun.
No, I think that's it. But I just really want to thank you for being here and coming and sharing your story. I think it's so important that in the mix of us sharing about work and all the things we do and this effort that we're also just helping people understand that There's so many ways to be a queer adult, to make it to adulthood and to get to be yourself, and what that looks like can be so many things. So just thank you for being here and representing that. Appreciate you and Erin. Love it so much. And thanks to Shruti as well for getting us all connected so you could be here. So thanks for joining us, and we'll see you later, Erin.
Absolutely. I really appreciate it. Have a great Zoomathon, everyone. Mwah.
Thank you so much. So next, we're going to transition and we're going to hear from Elizabeth Sweet. Elizabeth, I believe you are with us here. Yes, come on over. We'd love to hear from you. Please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us a bit about your group and your work.
Yeah, thank you so much, Elliot. Hi, folks. My name is Elizabeth Sweet. My Korean name is Chonheo. My pronouns are she, they, and I'm currently calling in from land of the Jamestown Sklallam people in the Pacific Northwest. And my role is that I'm the community engagement manager and director of what's called NAPIAN, which is a lived mental health experience network for the National Asian American Pacific Islander Mental Health Association, or NAPIMA. Big mouthful there, but we go by the shortened acronym of NAPIMA. And, I'm here today to do a little bit of talking about our work specifically at NAPIMA, which is, specific to the AA and HPI community, as well as, sharing a little bit of what we strongly believe at NAPIMA is amplifying lived experience voices, honoring, that is central to, what we bring to the work as people. My own experiences are particularly that of being a queer, neurodivergent, transracial Korean American adoptee who was raised in a very rural, predominantly white community. And so I can certainly, speak to what it feels like to be in isolation, right? And the impact on mental health, particularly as a person of color, and my youth and teen years. I also know what it feels like, though, to eventually find community that is deeply affirmative of all aspects of identity, that sees you as an intersectional whole person, recognizes your humanity, and that it's entirely possible to find that, even if that journey is long and ongoing. And so that's a little about me, but in terms of the work that we do at NAPIMA, and specifically as it relates to uplifting 2S LGBTQIA plus folks and communities, is, that for us as an organization, yes, we're a nonprofit, we're deeply committed as a national advocacy nonprofit to promoting and redefining mental health and wellness for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander communities across the country. We do this through a number of things, including training, programs, community mental health programs, policy and advocacy, and as mentioned, really always centering that lived experience piece. We really want to believe and craft this world intentionally in which, mental health is destigmatized, particularly as a topic for communities of color, for ANHPI communities, and, ensure that, we can access care and, be our most well selves and our whole selves in our identity. So that's something that we're deeply passionate about. So another kind of tenet of our work that we often promote at NAPIMA is this idea that we're committed to the idea that, quote unquote, this too is mental health, meaning that we deeply recognize and we always talk about mental health as, you can't speak about, the importance of mental health without advocating for all the linked issue areas that are fundamentally tied to mental health. So that includes, civic health, environmental justice, bodily autonomy, racial justice, immigrant rights, and the safety of 2S LGBTQIA plus folks. And so that's all we see that as deeply in this ecosystem of being intrinsically tied to well-being. And so we don't separate that at all. We see it all as one. And so in terms of our specific work, we'll say that connected through the Center of Excellence on LGBTQ plus behavioral health, as we were selected as an Affirm Pro training site. So that's a affirmative training for professionals. And we specifically, are offering this training, but with the addition that we have adapted that curriculum to include cultural considerations for Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, acknowledging that's not often included. That's often our communities and our cultural backgrounds and identities are often invisibilized within, these conversations and those kind of trainings. And so we really asserted, in our rollout and implementation, of this specific Affirm Pro training that we were, really emphasizing those cultural pieces. And so for us, that includes doing things like really just acknowledging that, queer and trans ANHPI people and identities have always existed. They always will. If we think about, how ancient and pre-colonial these identities are, we can point to the Hijra of South Asia, the Kathoey of Thailand, the Wakashu in the Edo period of Japan, the Babaylan in the pre-colonial Philippines as, revered spiritual leaders. And then across Pacifica culture, there's so many amazing identities to highlight, particularly, in Samoan culture, the Fafine, the Mahu of Hawaii, and, and other Pacifica folks. And so I think that, just that acknowledgement and holding that intrinsically, as a lineage and an ancestry for those of us who are A and HPI is very important and something we emphasize a lot. But we also, at the same time, as we've been doing this training, we're also aware of, current realities, right? As you all are, we're not afraid to balance our discussions within the training of acknowledging the very nuanced potential challenges, particularly for, if you think about AAPI immigrants, displaced Native Hawaiians who may be, forced onto the mainland and, the experiences, right, around the stress of experiencing homo and transphobia alongside, the pieces of racial discrimination, othering, and marginalization, and how even our communities at times have internalized that, right, and can often be themselves the ones that perpetuate maybe forms of shame around their LGBTQI plus identities or among their children or families, right, and that is often speaking to the pressures of assimilation and concerns around like safety and self-preservation. So I think we hold those two things in duality at all times and really want to honor that those things are both realities for folks and at work. But all this to say, as we've been doing this Affirm Pro training, I think it's been a really powerful form of programming for us. It's an area in which we, are deeply striving to push back against this, like I mentioned, the kind of the hyper invisibility of, A and HPIs who are LGBTQIA plus, that deep, like, intersectional place that often is diminished or not always seen, and wanting to honor that. I think I'll share a quote now from, author, speaker, poet, Ocean Vuong, who's a Vietnamese American who framed queerness in a really beautiful way. In 2024, I believe, they said that, being queer saved my life. Often we see queerness as deprivation, but when I look at my life, I saw that queerness demanded an alternative innovation from me. And I think that's a really amazing quote. I love their work as well. If you haven't read some of their poetry, their writing, I think it's deeply poignant and a great read for anyone. And so with that, I think, I'd really like to just end my time by encouraging all folks here who might be listening, that it's really deeply important, to take up space, particularly if you are, an LGBTQI plus person of color, if you're ANHPI, know that you're not alone, and know that like all dimensions of your identity are deeply, invaluable and deserve to exist in harmony. They don't deserve to be severed apart. It can often be hard to show up as all parts of yourself, but it truly is the most important thing you can do. And I believe we're dropping a link in the chat right now. It includes what we, during that mentioned Affirm Pro training that we offer. We have what we call a community garden that we offer our participants during that. I have a public version of that for you all. It's some research that we at NAPIMA have done that includes things like a list of LGBTQIA plus ANHPI organizations. Would have left some that are really amazing. There are partners in the space, including the National Queer Asian Pacific Islander Alliance, or NCAPIA, Desi Rainbow, Utopia Washington, which is the United Territories of Pacific Islanders Alliance in Washington State. They are a queer and trans-led PI org, amazing work that they do, and as well as Lambda Phoenix. So a couple others on that list as well, including some additional information and resources that are specific, to the cultural context of our communities. But yeah, I appreciate the chance to speak today, to be in community with you all, and would hope that that resource document maybe finds its way around and folks find it useful. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Elizabeth, before you go, I just wanted to see if you could tell us, what do you do for joy? What do you do to create some fun in your life when you're not working? What are the things that you do to go to that fill your cup back up?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. I think, yes, we cannot pour, from empty cups. We cannot serve and lead and, do all that without, restoring ourselves. And so for me, that takes the form particularly of, building off of what was said with the previous speaker too, like for myself as a Korean adoptee, cultural reclamation and reconnection is really powerful and important. So I'm someone who actually really loves to upcycle and wear Korean hanbok, which is traditional Korean dress. I think that it's, a really great thing to just, to wear, to decolonize, my own sense of being on Turtle Island now instead of my homeland of Korea. And then also I'm someone who deeply loves the outdoors, maybe no surprise being raised in the Northwest. So anytime to kind of, touch grass, connect, especially with land and water. I think water has always been a big part of my life. So anytime I can get out to a lake, a river, at the ocean, always appreciate that. Love to be on the beach and just, yeah, take that in.
Yeah, I love it. Well, thank you for sharing. Thanks for being here today. Got some shout outs from love from Angela Weeks as well. Just glad to see y'all doing the work that you're doing with the firm. So thanks for joining us. I'll let you go and we'll see you later. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much. Take care, folks.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a couple-minute break. We're going to have Danielle Gerard from Children's Rights at 1:20 p.m. Eastern, which is 10:20 a.m. Pacific time. But we're going to take a quick little break, see if there's a little music. Feel free to get up, move your body, use the restroom, get a beverage, but don't go too far because we're still going strong today. So give us a few minutes and we'll be back just right before 1:20 p.m. Eastern time. So with that, we'll see you all in a few. All right, we're gonna come back together, sort of relaunch ourselves back into our time. Before I bring up our next speaker, I'm gonna take us right back to our mentee that we've been working on today. It's been so cool to see this get filled in more and more. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna scan the QR code with your phone that you see on the screen and or go to menti.com. And it's going to ask you to vote with that code at the top, 36702937. What I'd love to see is if you could go in there, you're going to kind of move that little dot around. It's a little finicky, so give it a couple tries, but it'll get where you want it eventually. But if you want to vote, let's see where on the map people are joining us from. If you haven't already joined us today and showed us. Looks like we're already at about 51 voters have happened already today. We've got folks on the West Coast, got me and one other person right there in the middle of my way. That's probably the Shepherds. And then we've got our Midwest folks, some New England territory, and some Southern folks as well. But make sure that you're on the map because we want to count that you are here. So again, scan that QR code right here or go to menti.com and put in this code. I'll put this over on the YouTube as well. So that way, if you want to vote, please join us over there. We'll give it just another minute and let folks do that. Thank you, thank you. Love it. And then I'll just stop sharing this for now, but again, please continue to fill that in if you've got it. I'm gonna take my background away for a second and see if it will let me show you. So I've got this, I'm staying at an Airbnb in LA right now because I was here for work. And so they have this whiteboard here. And so I feel like the thing where you put like the strings across the whole plan of the board, but I tried to write out everything. We're already done with the first column over here on the far side. So we've still got some great presenters to go today that are coming up. So just know that we are trucking along. Even some of those spaces have already been filled in the background. So been working, getting those plugged in. So please know we've got lots of great speakers still coming for you today. But with that, I'm going to invite up Danielle Gerard from Children's Rights to speak for a few minutes about the work at Children's Rights and some of the faith LGBTQ work they've done. We'll put some links in the chat as you speak, Danielle, but please feel free to introduce yourself and take it away.
Thanks so much, Elliot. It's just great to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am, good afternoon or good morning, depending on your time zone. Thank you all so much for attending Visible and Unstoppable. I am Danielle Gerard, and I'm a senior staff attorney at Children's Rights. And this has just been a great event where we can get together and celebrate hope and support and resistance for the LGBTQ plus community, especially at such a dire time. Many thanks to Elliot and to Lambda Legal and the Center for the Study of Social Policy and all the other sponsors of this terrific and very critical event. Children's Rights was in partnership with Unicorn Solutions and Lambda and the Center for the Study of Social Policy on Safe Havens 2.0, which was a really tremendous in-depth experience. I'm presenting today on the Children's Rights compilation of LGBTQ plus resources for faith leaders that we put together with the members of our Interfaith Coalition. I think Elliot will be putting that in the chat. I could also share my screen in a little bit and walk you all through it. But first, I'd like to give a little explanation. Children's Rights is a national advocacy organization dedicated to improving the lives of children in America's child welfare, juvenile legal, immigration, education, and healthcare systems. We use civil rights impact litigation, that is class actions, advocacy and policy expertise, and public education to hold governments accountable for keeping kids safe and healthy. Our work centers on creating lasting systemic change that will advance the rights of children for generations. We focus on LGBTQ plus issues because a third of our clients identify as LGBTQ. Second, Children's Rights established the Interfaith Coalition in 2019. It's made up of faith organizations across the country, like the Union Theological Seminary in New York, Texas Impact, and several houses of worship and others, to focus on protecting the rights of children in foster systems by fighting federal, state, and local government efforts to permit discrimination by child welfare providers against same-sex couples. These couples were inquiring about becoming foster and adoptive parents and were getting turned away, and various states asked for waivers from anti-discrimination laws in order to develop a license to discriminate against same-sex couples. This is really important because same-sex couples foster and adopt at much greater rates than different sex couples. So it just seemed like states and entities were buying into the notion that discrimination in foster and adoptive family recruitment and licensing was somehow perfectly acceptable. We did not think so. We filed amicus briefs in an appeals court and at the Supreme Court in a case called Fulton. We advocated on the ground in various state legislatures and have written op-eds on how child welfare agencies can change their contracts to avoid being caught in a trap that grants child welfare providers a license to discriminate. So here we are a few years later. For a while, this sort of thing died down, and then, of course, it's come roaring back. But one of the things that Children's Rights thought would be helpful, particularly at this time, would be to compile a list of resources to help faith leaders and others in supporting LGBTQ youth and their families. Elliot, I think, has linked to the flyer that we developed. These resources could be especially important when faith leaders' congregants come to them for support with a family member who has come out, or to advise congregants unsure about next steps. Our one-pager includes materials from the Family Acceptance Project, including a guide published by the Group for the Advancement of Psychiatry, lists of affirming congregations across the U.S., and a searchable map, posters in multiple languages, and videos. We include links to PFLAG resources for Christians, Jews, Muslims, and non-denominational communities around the country. We aimed to make this compilation as user-friendly as possible so that it can be printed and distributed by hand, in addition to being an online resource. So it has QR codes for all the compiled resources. One of the best things about these resources for faith leaders were the conversations our Interfaith Coalition had in developing the one-pager. One of our members explained that a colleague of his, who had been an imam in a local mosque, lost his position when he tried to help some of his LGBTQ youth congregants. Our Interfaith Coalition member thought that if the imam had had access to these resources, he would still have his job today. In any event, thank you all for attending. You can find us at childrensrights.org. And Elliot told us that we've been asked to say what brings us joy outside of work. And I would say for me, I've been running every other day for 25 years. It's a huge passion and really keeps me focused and on the ball. So that's my joy outside of work. And I just want to say to everybody else, enjoy the rest of today's messages of hope and support.
Yeah, thanks so much, Danielle. I really appreciate it and appreciate getting to work with you on the Safe Havens report. We've put that link in the chat, as well as the documents that Danielle mentioned from Children's Rights on Interfaith Coalition and faith leaders supporting LGBTQ youth. So feel free to check those out. And Danielle, feel free to stick around and catch us while you can. But of course, get back to your day as you need to. Appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you so much, Elliot. Thanks for including me.
Of course. So next, I'm excited to bring up Kanan Durham from Pride at the Pier, who's going to talk a little bit about what their work is, but also, Kanan, you are welcome to share for all of us, like, who are you? What makes Canaan Canaan? And any message you have for folks here? I'm really glad to have you today. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. And I'm just a guy who sometimes wonders how the heck I got here. Which I think is kind of the thesis of what I want to share today about how accessible the work that I do is. So yes, hello, my name is Canaan Durham. I'm a transgender man, and I live in Huntington Beach, California. Yes, that Huntington Beach, California, that many of you have heard about. It is notorious for having a local government that aligns themselves very publicly with our current administration, which includes a lot of the anti-LGBTQ rhetoric that we hear coming out of the far right at this time. So I run Pride at the Pier, which is a relatively young organization. And the way that we started is in spring of 2023, our city council brought forth an agenda item that in essence put a gag order on city employees by banning them from being able to display the pride flag in any way. So it was more than just saying that you can't have the pride flag on, the flagpole on, on the pier. It was the library can't have, little pride flags with their June, the city employees can't have, a pride sticker displayed on their name tag. It was more extensive than I think a lot of people realized. And I went to the city council meetings when that happened, and I spoke up and I said, hey, like, this isn't okay. I don't agree with this. And it went through anyway. There were a lot of folks who came out and protested that. Myself and a couple of friends, we got together, and a few months after the pride flag ban was passed, we had Huntington Beach's Pride at the Pier, where we had a massive homemade Progress Pride flag. It's 24 feet by 33 feet. And we took this flag and marched down to the end of the pier, and then we hung on off the side of the pier for a whole hour. And that was really when we came up with that idea, that was all that was supposed to be, right? It was just a reactionary event that we wanted to do to say, hey, like, like we belong here, right? But then on the pier, we talked to the 150, 200 people that came out to support that and realized, holy crap, there's really a need here. As Orange County has a lot of really amazing service-oriented organizations that serve the LGBTQ community. But prior to Pride at the Pier, we really didn't have an organization whose entire purpose was nonpartisan civic education and empowerment, right? We have like the Lavender Democrats and whatnot, but we didn't have one that was just about teaching folks how to get involved in politics, letting them know what's going on in their school boards and their city councils, teaching them how to do that, and trying to build a nonpartisan voting bloc. Because here's the thing, Huntington Beach, Orange County, it's like a lot of areas in this country, right, that are known for being very conservative, that are known for being not particularly friendly to the LGBTQ community. Orange County has 8%, or 8% of Orange County identifies as LGBTQ. In Huntington Beach, that comes out to about 16,000 people. That's a lot of people. And I can guarantee you that every red state, every red county, every rural red town also has their LGBTQ community members, right? In these communities, we should be a voting bloc. We should have the empowerment to speak out together and get involved in our civic systems instead of being the political football that we often are. So we formed an organization that was to do that, basically. We've done a lot in that time. We do a lot of calls to action. We show folks, about like, hey, here's, forced outing policies that are happening, or here's, you know, this city council or school board member, you know, used a slur on the dais, come out and speak about that. Trying to build community, things like that. So something that I wanted to provide to the folks watching today, because I know a lot of people don't necessarily know how to make public comment, right? Like you can care a lot about what's going on, but you know, going up and making, you know, standing in front of the podium and speaking to your elected officials is a little terrifying, right? I don't know if anybody else feels that way. I did when I started, and I still get nervous sometimes. So I wanted to give a little bit of guidance, and I pulled it up and then my phone went blank, and so I'm pulling it up again. I'm so sorry. Okay, so make some notes if you want. Here's our top tips on how to make public comment. So if you're going to your city council, school board meeting, whatever, you want to make a public comment, first recommendation, prepare with 120 words per minute. The reason we say that is that most people can speak comfortably, like at this pace, can speak comfortably at about 120 words per minute. If you know that in your city council that they allow on average 3 minutes of public comment, write a 360 word speech, right? You know that you'll get it in. It takes kind of a little bit of the pressure off on practicing your speech and trying to get it to the right time. Also, still, even if you have your 120 words per minute in your public comment, practice ahead of time. There's some things that you might write out and think, oh yeah, this sounds good. And then you say it out loud and you're like, oh no, that does not flow off the tongue very easily. I'm going to stumble over that. Practice it ahead of time. You can also learn where in your speech, you know, how to emphasize certain things, where you should pause. You'll find that in your practicing. Here's a good one, especially for any of the young people who are watching. Use the inverted pyramid when you're writing your speech. So generally, if you're writing a high school essay, the idea is that you start with your basic thesis and you explain it all, and then you have your hard-hitting point at the end, right? You don't want to do that with public comment. In public comment, especially when you have big controversial things, you might have 4 hours of public comment that the community members are making. And if you are waiting until the end to make your really strong, impactful point, people have tuned you out by then. They're bored, right? Like it's an hour and a half in, they've heard this so many times, they're not listening. The inverted pyramid is the idea that you make your really hard-hitting point first, and then you explain it all through the rest of your comment. Also, less is more. Things like you don't have to waste your time thanking the school board members, the city council members or whatnot for showing up to do their job and listen to you. That is their job. Don't waste your 120 words on thanking them for allowing you to speak. It's your right as a person in this community. Be prepared for changes. Now, this is a really big one, especially in like really conservative spaces. We have noticed that a method that is often used by some of the more far-right bodies is that they will see that, oh, there's a whole bunch of people coming to speak about this anti-LGBTQ thing on the agenda. We usually let them have 3 minutes, but we're going to say that they have only 1 minute. So be prepared. Know that you might have to shorten your speech and keep in mind ways that you can do that. And then the very last one that I want to give is don't be afraid to be personal. It's okay to be vulnerable in these spaces. And oftentimes when you're listening to public comment where there's like, whether it be a forced outing policy or bans on gender affirming care or a pride flag ban or anything like this, there will be a lot of people who are sharing some of the same general, like, hey, you know, homophobia is not okay, blah, 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 blah. Not blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean, right? People will have the same comments. And sometimes the best way to get them to hear your comment is to be vulnerable. And that's scary, but if you're willing to do it, it may not change the minds of the people that are on the dais, but it might change minds in your community. And that is equally as important. So just to remember that your voice matters in your local politics and your state politics. And it's a really important and accessible way to get involved and influence your community. So I know that I didn't know what the hell I was doing when I started. I still don't kill anybody. But yeah, you don't have to be like some special, expert on these things to get involved. It's you're right. And honestly, at this point in time when things are really, really scary, it's kind of our responsibility, So I hope that was helpful information.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any questions. I know I took up close.
No, you did great. You were right on time. Quick question for you as I'm asking everyone, what do you do for joy that is not work related? What do you do for fun to fill up your cup and get some joy?
I'm very bad at taking joy. I think we're all very stressed right now, and it can be difficult to step back. But I really like photography, and I think sometimes if I can get friends that say, okay, let's take a few hours off, and I can regulate my brain a little bit, then I start seeing the images that are nice for photography. So if you look at my social media and there hasn't been any nice photography for like 3 months, be like,
Check
Kanan,
in.
you got to take a break.
Yeah. My hope is as I ask all of the speakers this, I know we all work super hard, that we remind ourselves that we probably should recheck in with our practice of joy and taking breaks, because this is absolutely a marathon that we are in for a long time. So Kanan, thank you so much for being willing to do this. Met you through this through our mutual friend Rex. So just appreciate you being willing to do this at all. So with that, I'm gonna. Oh yeah, what do you have?
And can I pop into the Zoom chat here our
Yeah.
Instagram handle for Pride at the
Yes,
Pier?
please do. Please do. Yeah.
Very easy. It's literally just Pride at the Pier on Instagram. So
perfect. We love it. All right. Well, thank you, Kanan. We're gonna head on to our next speaker. So I'm going to invite our friend Currey back up. Currey's going to intro our next person, but excited for you all to hear from both of them. Currey, take it away.
Great. Thanks, Elliot. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you again. And I'm back to introduce another amazing friend and colleague, Kim Dvorak, who is the Chief Executive of the National Association of Counsel for Children, which is an amazing organization. And taking Kanan's a public speaking tip, I'll share a personal story that when I started out representing kids in juvenile and family court, going to the NACC conference every year, it was a really safe space for me to advocate for LGBTQ youth and to be a gay person in a space with a bunch of professionals myself. And I so appreciate the organization, and particularly under Kim's leadership, of just really centering LGBTQ plus youth in every conversation and equity generally, because we know youth of color are so overrepresented in the child welfare system too, and at the intersection of those identities. So thank you to Kim and NACC for that always. And I'm very proud to be vice president of the board of NACC and have been a member for years. And Kim may not do it, or she may, but there's also an amazing Children's Justice Fund that Kim has started to help support lawyers for children in family court, foster care proceedings, and other legal proceedings. So I'll kick it over to Kim.
Great. Thank you so much, Currey. We are so honored that you are a member of our board of directors and our current vice president, president-to-be. So very excited about that. It's lovely to be joining you all this afternoon. Thank you to Elliot Hinkle, Unicorn Solutions, and all the other sponsors for the opportunity to join this landmark and inspiring day. As been Currey stated, my name is Kim Dvorak. My pronouns are she, hers, and I am the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Association of Counsel for Children, which is a mouthful and which I will be referring to as NACC, or NAC, as sometimes we are known. So just to give you a little bit of background, NACC is a national nonprofit organization. We're headquartered in Denver, Colorado, and we have expert staff across the country providing training and technical assistance in the child welfare legal community. Our mission is to advance children's and parents' rights by supporting a diverse, inclusive community of child welfare lawyers to provide zealous representation. That is the key, provide zealous representation and by advocating for equitable, anti-racist solutions co-designed by people with lived experience in foster care. So NACC trains and certifies child welfare attorneys nationwide. We promote high quality legal representation standards, and we work to ensure that every child and youth is seen, heard, and represented by counsel who both centers their voice and protects their rights. So as relevant today, NACC, we believe in some pretty simple truths. Every young person deserves to be safe. Every young person deserves to be heard. And every young person deserves to be celebrated and loved. This includes children who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, two-spirited, or questioning. Children who exist across the diverse and beautiful spectrum of identity. Unfortunately, far too often, our systems fail these children who are overrepresented. Nearly 1/3 of youth in foster care identify as LGBTQIA+. Once removed, LGBTQ+ youth are far more likely to be moved from place to place, from home to home. They're far more likely to be living in an institutional, non-family setting, and they're far more likely to experience harassment and bullying in foster care. Family, community rejection, systems rejection exacerbates mental health concerns. And unfortunately, this means the rate of suicide attempts for LGBTQ+ youth in foster care is more than 2.5 times higher than their LGBTQ+ peers outside of foster care. Black and Indigenous youth are particularly at risk, as Currey mentioned, experiencing the compounded impact of racism, queerphobia, and system involvement. And as attorneys, we must do more than avoid harm. We must actively empower and protect our clients. I happen to be sitting here today in Washington, D.C. for an event just blocks from our nation's capital, seeing all kinds of grand symbols and images and buildings and monuments. And it's had me thinking a lot about power. We all have a lot more power than we think we do. And those of us that are privileged to have that power need to take that seat, own it, and exercise that power. Legal professionals are advocates with power, and they are positioned to make a difference. And when our client is an LGBTQ+ child, especially one in the child welfare system, we must be unwavering in our commitment to equity and dignity. So at NACC, we are committed to building a national community of lawyers who are ready to do this work. Lawyers who are trained, supported, and inspired to stand with LGBTQ youth, partnering with them, co-designing solutions with them. We publish guidance, trainings, we offer certification in child welfare law, and we elevate best practices so that every young person receives the highest quality legal representation. But we need you, the legal community, to exercise your power. We need every lawyer who works with youth to understand that LGBTQ+ rights are children's rights, that affirming identity is part of legal advocacy, and that silence in the face of discrimination is complicity. So here's what it looks like in practice. First, baseline. Every young person should have the right to an attorney. Sadly, this is not the case across the country. There are 13 states in which children in foster care do not have the right to an attorney throughout the duration of their proceedings. We believe children in court deserve lawyers of their own, lawyers that will partner with them, follow their wishes, and elevate their voices. To learn more about this baseline right to counsel need, you can visit NACC's other website, which is counselforkids.org. Baseline. Every attorney, every Every young person should have the right to an attorney, and we're working to make that happen. Second, where there is an attorney, attorneys need to first create safety within the attorney-client relationship. This means introducing yourself with your pronouns, using your client's chosen name and pronouns consistently, and insisting that others do too, if this is what the client wants. Attorneys have to avoid assumptions about any young person and use open-ended, affirming language. Simply, what name would you like me to use when we talk privately? What name and pronouns would you like me to use in court? What makes you feel most like yourself? Having an open, honest communication can seem like a small thing, but it builds trust. And trust between the attorney and client creates a safe environment and effective representation. 3, lawyers need to both know the law and know best practices in legal representation. Under federal law, child welfare agencies are required to make reasonable efforts to prevent removal and establish permanency for young people. Moreover, foster home, institutional care placements for LGBTQ+ youth should be safe and affirming environments that support a young person's identity formation and self-expression, whether that involves dress, hairstyle, names, pronouns, or decoration of personal space. We need to normalize their identity and their existence. Care providers should also facilitate access to social support groups like affinity groups, events, other culturally competent services that align with the young person's identity and needs. Celebrating Pride Month, as we are this month, should be open to all youth, including youth in foster care. Practitioners should likewise engage youth in their case plannings and their court hearings to really ensure that their voice is heard regarding their needs, services, and concerns. In addition to knowing the law, knowing best practices, as I said, attorneys, use your power to bring the law and best practices to life in court and out of court for the young person you're serving. As lawyers, we must demand the state place people in homes that are both safe and affirming, litigate the denials of gender affirming care or mental health services, insist on inclusion of LGBTQ+ specific needs in service plans, and to file motions on behalf of youth when caregivers obstruct necessary care. When a child is placed with someone who misgenders them or denies their identity, that is not neutrality, it is harm. And we, as their legal advocates, have a right to intervene, challenge the harmful rhetoric, even in the courtroom, push back when professionals suggest LGBTQ+ is just an identity, a phase, or problem that needs to be managed. We can bring the message to the courts and everyone in power that all children and youth deserve caregivers that support them, systems that affirm them, and lawyers who will defend their rights with both skill and heart. Part of what we do at the National Association of Counsel for Children is to co-design programs and policies with lived experience experts. Who write articles for our law journal, which is called The Guardian. And I wanted to read an excerpt from a young person with lived experience who wrote an article for The Guardian. The article was called, "I Wish My Lawyer Knew." I often think about the 6 years that I was in foster care, the family instability and abuse that I endured that led me to become a foster child at the age of 10. And the abundant growth I've made to become a persevering young adult today. I wish my lawyer knew what his lasting impact has been on my life. At such a fundamental and vulnerable time in my adolescence, no other prominent figure involved in my case offered as much genuine support, honest guidance, and intentional care for my well-being than he did. He approached my case plan as a partnership, breaking with conventional practices of excluding foster youth from informing the decisions that directly impact their lives. And in doing so, he empowered me to speak and be heard, evoking what would eventually evolve into a lifelong commitment to empower young people. I think that's just amazing statement. And we at NACC are working to ensure that every attorney has the tools, the information, and the knowledge to meet this moment and provide that kind of zealous representation for the LGBTQ youth they serve. We publish best practice resources, provide expert training, certify attorneys, and we recently published a new tip sheet, which I think will be dropped in the chat, on advocating for reasonable efforts for LGBTQ plus youth in foster care. This is a detailed tip sheet we encourage every single attorney to take, download, put in your briefcase when you take to court every day so that you have the latest information about the law and best practice guidelines. We also have a chapter in our Red Book, which is our treatise, Child Welfare Law and Practice on LGBTQ youth, which was co-written by our Vice President, Currey Cook. So definitely get yourself a Red Book so that you have that chapter available to you. But know again that the power really lies in each of you. We can give you the tools, we can give you the books, we can give you the training, but culture only changes when you speak up, when you take risks, and when you center the voice of youth that have been too long ignored. So if you're a lawyer watching this, our bottom line is be bolder in your advocacy. Ask better questions. Litigate for real change. Hold the system accountable. Because when we lead with our values, we don't just represent our clients, we can transform their experience in foster care and their trust in justice itself. NACC also has a new resource for young people in foster care developed by our National Advisory Council on Legal Representation. It's called Your Case, Your Guide to Exercising Self-Advocacy. This is a toolkit that was designed for all youth, not just LGBTQ youth, but I think it offers a lot of value for LGBTQ plus youth as well, in just thinking through your concerns about your case. There's an interactive journal that can help guide you through your thinking, your concerns, what you want to raise to your lawyer or other stakeholders, and the most effective way in doing that. Every person needs to know, my lawyer believed in me, my lawyer saw me, my lawyer fought with me. And in closing, I'll again cite the words of this incredible young person who wrote for our journal. Moving forward in the hustle and bustle of your day-to-day workflow, take a moment to consider opportunities to invest in the leadership of young people and ask how you're empowering foster youth to speak up for themselves and determine your own futures. To the LGBTQ youth and their allies, know that we see you, you matter, and we will keep fighting for your right to be safe, affirmed, and loved. Thank you again for the opportunity to participate in today's Zoomathon.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you so much, Kim. As an attorney who spent my entire career being a lawyer for kids, I'm inspired anew hearing you talk, and I so appreciate that you don't not only talk the talk, but you walk the walk, and that means a lot. And it's been incredible seeing how LGBTQ plus youth with lived experience have really informed the work of NACC and others. And just so you know, it's not just all talk for real. We now have a collaboration between Casey Family Programs and Lambda Legal and NACC and Unicorn Solutions and Elliott, where we're having a bi-monthly affinity group call for LGBTQ plus attorneys for children, allies, anyone who's excited about learning more to advocate for their LGBTQ plus clients. events. So we're meeting bi-monthly, and then we're going to have our first ever affinity group lunch at the NACT conference in Cleveland in August. So we're really excited about that. So thanks again for being here and for all you do.
You're so welcome. Thank you, Currey. Thank you, Elliot and team. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you both. So with that, we're going to turn it over next to our partners from National Center for Youth Law. Let me get that right. Kristen and Kamala, really excited to have you here. Also, just a lot of gratitude to you and your partnership in this event, getting some word out, but also especially to Kristen as just being like a motivating queer person in the world who was like, yes, we should do this. Let's do this. Let's move forward. And I really appreciate that sort of encouragement. I'm not as young as I used to be, but still as a younger professional, it's really nice to have that sort of support from the others around me to say like, yeah, let's do this thing. So appreciate you both. Please take it away and let us hear about the good work that y'all are up to.
Great. Thanks for having us. And we are just so happy to be here at the Visible and Unstoppable Zoomathon. I am Kristen and I'm here with Kamala, and we are going to talk a little bit in conversation about the work at the National Center for Youth Law in support of queer youth. First, I just wanted to start by telling you about the National Center for Youth Law. You may hear us call it NICL, but we'll try our best to refer to it as the National Center for Youth Law. The National Center for Youth Law works nationally. We are a national nonprofit legal organization, and we fight for justice for youth. And we fight in a lot of different ways, and we fight for all youth, which includes queer youth. And so we fight for things like a fair and inclusive education. We fight for the right for kids to live with their families, to live in their communities, to not be separated from their families. We fight against discrimination in all its forms. We fight for kids to have health care and mental health care that is appropriate and affordable and accessible for them. And we fight for kids just to be safer than they are today. And we do all this, we fight with many of you, and we fight with youth. And we fight in communities. With communities, we rally and work, and we provide a lot of different. We do it in a lot of different ways. But today, we're mostly going to talk about how we do it in terms of our legal advocacy. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about me, and then Kamala, you can talk about you. So I'm Kristen Weber. I use she, her pronouns. I am based right outside of Washington, D.C., which today we are in the middle of a crazy heat dome. So our brains are a little fried today. I work, I'm a lawyer by training. I've never had a client over the age of 18. And I did a lot of work mostly with kids who were caught up in the foster system, but a little bit in other systems as well. I went on to do research and work with some others on this call around in this Zoomathon on Get Real. I think Bill's going to talk a lot more about the Get Real work we did. But my work has really been about stopping the harms of the child welfare or family policing system to specific populations of kids that experience the most harm. And that's Black and Indigenous kids, and that's queer youth. So that's about me. Kamala, you.
Thanks, Kristen. And thank you so much to everyone for being here. I am so excited to be here. This event was something I too personally very much needed. So thank you to Elliot and everyone who worked so hard to get it together. My name is Kamala Buchanan Williams. I'm an attorney with the National Center for Youth Law. Here at NICL, my work mostly focuses on, as Kristen said, preventing entries into the child welfare system and serving kids who are caught up in the foster system. I also do a lot of work on education and education equity, and most relevantly here, I co-lead NICL's advocacy for LGBTQ youth. Before coming to NICL, I also represented young people. I too have never had a client under the age of 18, and I was doing foster care work and education equity work in communities all around the state of Georgia. So I'm very happy to be here, and thank you so much for having us.
So we thought we would do just a conversation, which mostly means I get to ask Kamala questions because they're leading this work. So Kamala, why don't you tell everybody a bit about the National Center for Youth Law's and your orientation and approach to this work?
Sure. So, as you said, our work intends to center young people, to be led by young people, and to radically transform the systems that impact their lives. We have learned over the many years that National Center for Youth Law has been doing this work, that a lot of the systems that are supposed to care for young people are actually harming them. Systems like the juvenile legal system and the child welfare system, instead of supporting and rehabilitating young people and their families, they separate them, cause trauma themselves, reinforce racial disparities, and most importantly, harm LGBTQ youth who might seek out those systems for shelter and support. So that's the lens that we bring to this work for LGBTQ youth. There are so many incredible legal organizations who do this work. We really see our role as standing by and serving the queer and trans young people who are most harmed by all of the many attacks against LGBTQ youth that we've seen. So young people who don't have supportive families, young people who have been impacted by those systems that hurt them, young people from families with low incomes, families of color. These are kids who we know through our experience as attorneys and our own lived experiences experience amplified harms because of all of the many forces that act on them and all of the many kinds of bias and prejudice that exist in this world. And that's also my lens personally. I am a queer person of color. That is the perspective that I bring to this work. And it's really important to me in my work that I'm always accurately reflecting the beautiful and complicated and numerous identities and forces that shape how young people move through the world.
And so you and I also, we work together, like we're trying to figure out how to do legal advocacy, policy advocacy. We're trying to sort of change how people think, like the hearts and minds of folks. So a lot of different strategies, but I want to talk to you about the legal stuff. And what do you think legal advocacy can actually do, especially sort of in the moment that we're in? And sort of like maybe give us an example of from your work.
Yeah, totally. I think in the media and just sort of in popular culture, most people are probably most familiar with the really big cases that we and our partners are fighting in the courts today and will continue to. I think something that's interesting that a lot of people don't always think about is that those kinds of big wins and those kinds of big cases can take years and years and years and years of really small, really diligent, piece by piece behind the scenes work to try to change how courts and the public think about LGBTQ youth. So that's something that we at the National Center for Youth Law are really trying to do very thoughtfully and deliberately. We call it narrative change work. We're trying to change the assumptions and maybe wrong ideas that the people who are making decisions about queer and trans kids' lives have, and try to help them to understand what queer and trans kids actually experience in this world. So an example of this, I worked on a brief that in a case about a school district's policy banning forced outing. So folks who wanted school districts to have to out queer and trans kids to their families said that schools already have tools to protect kids who they think might be in danger because they could just report families to Child Protective Services. So we were in a position where we were able to explain to the court that this is a really terrible idea. Child welfare investigations themselves are really traumatic. This is a situation where the government is driving a wedge between families who are facing a situation that they've probably never encountered before, that they might need some time and support to come to terms with. And on the other end, we were able to talk about what queer and trans foster youth experience in the system and how that can be really scary and harmful too. So we were able to sort of give some color and nuance to the very black and white picture that the advocates for forced outing wanted the court to see.
Well, Kamala, we could talk all day. We have our next folks coming up right behind us. Can you, what would you like folks to know? Is there anything else that you would like to quickly share as we wrap up?
Yes, I just want to speak directly to young people. I am a queer person. I know how scary and lonely this moment can feel. And I just want folks to know that there are people all across the country who are fighting and want to fight tooth and nail for you and are not going to give up to make sure that you have the rights that you deserve. We would love to hear from you at Nickel. We can't take every case, but it's important, as I've said, that our advocacy is in dialogue with the people that it impacts. So even if we can't help you individually, hearing your experiences will help make our advocacy better for all queer and trans young people all across the country. So I'll put a little link in the chat about how to get in touch with us. But I hope that you know that you are the source of our power. Our community is the source of our power. And that is what we're trying to harness when we advocate in the courts.
And we love you.
And we love you.
We love you. Thank you both for being here. We're going to move to our next speaker, but if you two want to put in the chat what you do for joy, we'd be happy to see it. Show us your examples in there. Thanks so much, National Center for Youth Law. Appreciate you being here. We're going to pivot next to our next speakers. We're going to have Melissa Combs join us, but we'll also have a special guest of Attorney General Tong from Connecticut. So with that, Melissa, I'll bring you up as well as Thomas Allen, aka Tong. And we'll have you share today if you want to introduce yourselves and give us some of your time. Thank you for being here. Melissa, I think you're muted.
I am indeed. Hi, all. I'm Melissa Combs. I'm the founder of the Out Accountability Project here in Connecticut, and I'm the co-chair of the LGBTQ plus Justice and Opportunity Network. The most important thing I am, though, is a parent. When my child first came out as transgender, it wasn't a revelation of something new. It was the honest sharing of who he had always been. And as a parent, it's my job to love, protect, and advocate for my child.
Yes.
Now, I will say that advocacy, I never imagined that I would have to fight so hard for the basic humanity of my own child to be recognized. But this isn't just about my child. It's about all the kids, young people who are watching, to see whether the adults in power are going to stand up for them or not. And so today, instead I thought of taking all the time, I brought an adult in power, friend to the project, and our state's Attorney General, the Honorable William Tong.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for your advocacy and for fighting. And Melissa, you've inspired me when people who don't respect and honor your child and the right of your child to exist and to live their full selves and full lives the best that they can, and to honor and protect those rights and prerogatives. When people come after families in our community, in the LGBTQ plus community, and they go after trans kids and families with trans people, I ask them a question inspired by you. I say, what would you do if your child was diagnosed with gender dysphoria? Let me tell you what I would do. I'd fight for my kid every single day. And that's what you do, Melissa. And that's what so many of us on this Zoom are doing. And that's why it's my honor to walk this walk with you. I can't be in your shoes, of course, but I have I have something of a similar experience in that I am a parent too, and I have 19, 16, 14 who I'm trying to help live their best lives as their truest selves. And that's my basic and fundamental obligation as their parent, as a human being. And as the Attorney General, it's my honor to continue work that I've been doing, frankly, over 20 years. I was very proud as a baby legislator in Connecticut to be part of the generation that fought for marriage equality, and after the Kerrigan decision in the Connecticut Supreme Court to codify marriage equality under Connecticut state law. I'm very proud to be one of the first state legislators in our nation's history to support and vote for trans rights in our bedrock non-discrimination law that says very simply, trans boys are boys, trans girls are girls, period. End of the discussion. To be one of the legislators who not only voted for that law and got it passed, but later strengthened it when it was my job as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee to amend that law and strengthen it and make it even better. Now, as your Attorney General, it is my honor, I will say, to be in this fight with you, although this is not a fight we should have to make to protect people like your child and from attacks from people not in their family, right? No, what business is it of theirs except to make life hard and difficult and challenging and to make people suffer? And so this is work that I wish we didn't have to do, but we do it, and we are strong in doing it. And so my fellow attorneys general and I are protecting gender affirming care every single day. And there was a case filed in Washington State led by the Washington State Attorney General, Nick Brown. There are other efforts now being led by other states to further protect gender affirming care across this country. I can tell you that I, in the Office of the Attorney General in Connecticut, am fully committed to that and to protect LGBTQ plus rights across the country, as we have done for many years, including in the Bostock case. Let me close by saying Skrmetti was deeply, deeply disappointing, and it's wrong. And like Dobbs, we were in that case. We fought as hard as we could. And let me just say on my own behalf, as William Tong, I am sorry that as hard as we fought, we were not successful and we didn't win. But we're going to keep fighting no matter what the Supreme Court says for kids, for families, for rights. Democratic attorneys general, I'll speak for us. We are not deterred. We are not diminished. We are fighting and suing every single day, more than 20 times now. We have largely been successful in the early going. Me, Tish James, Rob Bonta, we are not going to stop. And if the people that hate us, right, and seek to destroy our lives and to harm our children, if they're trying to come after us and flood the zone, we're going to flood it right back. And so we're going to continue to fight as hard as we possibly can, as long as we can. And I just want to make sure that all of you know that not only are you seen and visible, but yes, we are unstoppable.
Thank you so much, Attorney General Tong. Much appreciation for you being here with us today. I know you've been
Thank you.
bouncing around other meetings, so thank you for that. And just appreciate, I'm not in Connecticut, I'm a Wyoming person, but it's really helpful in the states that don't have attorneys generals that are fighting these fights to see other states still have our back, regardless of being in your state.
We're doing it for you too. We're doing it for you.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Happy to let you hop off, AG Tong, if you need to go. Melissa, did you want to say anything else about your work and your initiative before we head on to our next speaker?
Well, since we've already gone over our time, I'll say two quick things.
Yeah.
One part of the project's work is an action network of parents, caregivers, allies, and educators. And I want to acknowledge the project's network. We're 450 families or people strong at this point, and a lot of good has come out of out of that network. And like this year, we got the Freedom to Read bill passed in Connecticut. It's an anti-book banning law, and that was a huge win. And I wouldn't have been able to get that work done without the support of Connecticut's librarians, but also the Projects Network, we have each other's backs. And since this is about youth being unstoppable and visible today, I want to remind youth out there, please never forget that you are fierce and you are loved. And when things are feeling overwhelming, try to remember, the adults that you've seen today and that come after me, and that we are fighting for you every day. So please, I hope you can remember that.
Thank you, Melissa. Thanks for bringing us your special guest, but also for being with us today and all the work that you're doing. It's really appreciated.
My pleasure. Thank you, Elliot.
Of course. All right, so we're going to head down to our next speaker, which is going to be my dear friend, Currey Cook, mentor, ally extraordinaire, maybe the nicest person you'll ever meet, and just also patience for everything. So really grateful to have you here. Currey's given me a lot of opportunities, and I would honestly probably not be able to do this event if it hasn't been some of the experiences I've had with Currey and others, just trying to make things happen. So thank you, Currey, for being here, and let's hear what you have to share with us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Elliot. This is just hearing everybody talk about what they do, even though I know a lot of the folks who are on, just kind of hearing it all at the same time and hearing what everybody's doing in their own way, just really is inspirational. And I think it's so great that in the midst of everything, you have this idea to kind of have a day focused on joy and support for LGBTQ plus youth and families. As Elliot said, my name is Currey Cook. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm Senior Counsel and Director of the Youth and Out-of-Home Care Project at Lambda Legal. And that is the mouthful that we use to describe the advocacy that we do for and with LGBTQ plus youth and youth living with HIV that are involved in all kinds of government systems, including foster care, the juvenile legal system, youth experiencing homelessness, young people who are involved in immigration proceedings, and young people who may be out of home or receiving services related to engaging in survival sex, falling under the federal definition of trafficking. We also have done a lot of advocacy over the years on behalf of parents and kin and foster parents who are LGBTQ plus that have been trying to engage in the foster care system and have faced discrimination. As you all probably know, Lambda Legal is the oldest, we're now just turned 50 last year, legal organization that advocates for equality for LGBTQ plus people and everyone living with HIV. We our very origins and kind of harkening back to and foreshadowing, I guess, some of the fights we're having today, had to fight for our own right to be a nonprofit and exist at the very beginning. So these days, while now that is apparently a tactic again to challenge people's nonprofit status, to silence their voice. That was our very origin at Lambda. We've been a part of the fight for equality in many ways in the courts. We also do a lot of policy advocacy and education work. We've been a part of pivotal decisions in the courts over the years, including the Obergefell case, which we celebrated the 10th anniversary of marriage equality being the law of the land yesterday. We were also a co-counsel in the Scarametti case, which, was a terrible decision and really harmful to trans youth and their families across the country trying to access medical care. It was a narrow decision, so we have plenty of fight left to fight and plenty of arguments yet to make. So while it was really painful last week hearing justices deny care for kids and knowing the impact that it's going to have in the states that have state bans, know that we're going to keep fighting and we have a lot left to say and we have tons of arguments still to make before the courts, including the Supreme Court. We, at the moment, have a ton of lawsuits challenging various things that the current administration is doing and challenging so many of the awful anti-LGBTQ state laws that were passed in the last 5 years. But we're also doing a ton of work within some of these systems to really make sure that they serve LGBTQ young people better and do better. I really want to center the rest of my remarks around just the progress that I have seen personally, mainly in the area of LGBTQ young people who have been involved in systems like the juvenile legal system and foster care, experiencing homelessness, being advocates for change and prevention of being involved in the system. I first started representing kids in, excuse me, the noise, juvenile and family court, about 25 years ago, I guess now. And I came out when I was already a professional working in the systems. And at that time, when I was in Anchorage, Alaska, I was the only out person that was working in the system as a lawyer or judge or social worker. And it was a little scary at the time because there wasn't much out there, a lot of support. But what I did turn to was resources that Lambda Legal had put out with others sharing the experiences of young people. One of the very first things that was out there focusing on LGBTQ young people in foster care was a report actually lifting up the voices and experiences of young people in care. At that time, it was through focus groups. And then sharing information anonymously about experiences because that's what was safe at the time. But just last year, when we were working on comment in support of the first ever federal regulation enshrining in federal law protections for LGBTQ youth and requiring that state foster care agencies have a designated placement that supports them, I had a chance to look back over the years and capture all of the instances where LGBTQ youth, whether it was in focus groups, whether it was in testimony, whether it was in reports, had lifted up their experience and made a call for change and for the foster care system, for example, to do better. And that has made just an enormous difference. It went from very few people being out as professionals in the system, very few young people feeling safe to be out, to a system where you're hearing today, like so many adults who are working with young people who are system involved or queer themselves or allies. And then so many young people like Elliot who have had experience within systems that are making change and leading policy discussions and doing trainings and hosting events. And I can't even tell you the difference that I've seen that make in the last 5 to 10 years. It used to be that if you ask a room full of people working with young people in systems, if they've been working with an LGBTQ youth, about 4 or 5 people would be brave enough to raise their hands. And now everybody does. And that really speaks to the bravery of young people who, in spite of everything that's been happening in attacks in the last 4 to 5 years, have enough safety and support and are seeing enough change in our society as a whole that they are being themselves. And that is changing everything. You don't have resistance from people now when we come to them and say, you need policy and you need training and you need to do better for this population. There's always a few, of course, but the vast majority of them are really like, yes, we see them, we need information, we need resources, we need support. And that's what I hope you all are seeing today, that so many people are out there to support and to affirm and to lift up young people. I just want to mention a couple of specific things that we've done with some of the folks who are on this call, really to lift up the voices of trans and non-binary youth who are system involved. Back in 2017, with Children's Rights and the Center for the Study of Social Policy, we put out a groundbreaking report called Safe Havens, focusing on trans and gender diverse youth who are system involved. And it was really the first time that we gathered up where federal child welfare or juvenile justice laws protecting youth experiencing homelessness homelessness included explicit protections for young people, and whether there existed protections or not at the state level in laws specific to these systems and agency policies. Of course, a lot happened since 2017. So last year we put out an update to that report, and we'll put the link in the chat. And we were really thrilled that Elliot joined us as a co-author with CSSP and children's rights. And most importantly, we had 7 trans or non-binary young people with lived experience who were contributors to the report and did video interviews with Elliot. And it was amazing to see both the advocates they are now and have become in their communities, but also to see that even though they all had significant challenges in their lives, they also had support, and what a difference just one adult had made for them in terms of support in their lives. And so I think that really speaks to what we've heard some other people who have spoken today talk about the power that we do have. And even though the onslaught of awful laws and executive orders and policies that we're seeing today, just knowing that you as an individual can exert a lot of power and make such a difference just being there and standing up for an LGBTQ plus young person, I think does take the power back and show that we have a lot of power, and also using whatever power or privilege or platform you have to make sure that young people are at the table and that they're supported and safe if they want to be out there advocating right now, that they're able to do that. We, at the upcoming National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, are doing a general session, a plenary session with Elliot and some of our youth contributors from Safe Havens, to family and juvenile court judges and advocates and probation officers, professionals out there in the field. And I couldn't think of a more important time for them to be hearing and seeing trans, non-binary, and gender diverse youth, the human beings that they are, the things that they're doing, the contributions, and to, I think, in the coverage of Skrmetti last week, what was so lost to me was the voices of trans and non-binary youth and how the healthcare, including mental health care that they've received, has made such a difference in their lives and is allowing them to thrive and do well. So I'm so excited that we've had this event today, where we can celebrate all the work to lift up and support LGBTQ plus youth and families. And I'm really proud of the work that Lambda Legal has done over the years, focusing on LGBTQ youth. And over the past 4 or 5 years, a lot of brave young people and their families have been the ones who have been litigants. They've been plaintiffs in these cases, challenging anti-LGBTQ laws. And that takes a whole lot of bravery, of willing to be out there at this time, standing up for your rights. And notably in some of our litigation where youth and families have filed declarations or they've testified in front of judges, that's what really has made the difference, is hearing from them directly about their experiences and what they need and what the world should look like. So if I think back on when I started being a lawyer for kids in systems 25 years ago, it's such a different world, and young people being out and professionals that are stepping up. And in spite of everything that's happening, I think that's like the genie that can't be put back in the bottle. And even though a lot of what's happening now is really harmful, I think it's a sign of fear and reaction to what a difference it's making, the visibility and the power that people have now and the presence and difference they're making in the world. So that's what gives me hope these days in the midst of all of this. And I really appreciate the chance to be here today and share a little bit about our work at Lambda Legal and to be in this space with you all today.
Yeah, thanks so much, Currey. Real quick, what do you do for joy that doesn't have anything to do with your work?
I travel. I love to travel. I think anybody that knows me knows how much I love to travel. In fact, I'm heading to the airport in about 30 minutes. So I'm really excited to be taking a little bit of break. And I also love photography. So, and the two go hand in hand. So I plan to take a lot of pictures and enjoy some travel real soon.
Yeah, where are you going, Curry? Now we all want to know.
I am going to Italy and Spain.
Oh my gosh, I love
Yeah,
it. Amazing.
yeah,
And I
I
don't think I've
know.
seen much of your photography, so like we need to have a
Yeah,
moment to see some
I know,
travel.
I know. I need to do better on Instagram, but yeah. Anyway.
Well, thank you so much for hopping on and for being here today. I really appreciate it, Curry, and the support of Lambda Legal as well and all this work. So thanks for all you all do. And with
You're
that, we're
welcome.
going to turn it over to our next speaker. Thanks so much. Alex. We're gonna have Alex from the Center for the Study of Social Policy come up and speak for a few, doing some great work there as well. Again, full disclosure, I'm on the CSSP board, proud to be a part of it. And so, Alex, glad to have you here today. Take it away.
Thank you for having me. So good afternoon, folks. Nice to see many of you again. It's been nice to be on all day and having opportunities to hear and listen to all of the wonderful work and commitments and stories folks are sharing. As Elliot mentioned, I am at the Center for the Study of Social Policy, where I'm the Director of Family Autonomy and Child Welfare Policy. I'm so happy to be with you all for this important and necessary Zoomathon in support of LGBTQIA2S+ youth, their families, and their communities. It's hard to imagine something more important to protect and promote than the safety, health, and well-being of children and youth. To be in this space today with you all brings me hope, faith, and strength because I know you all are unstoppable, and together we're working to ensure that LGBTQIA2S+ youth are visible. As a recap for folks, the Center for the Study of Social Policy, CSSP, works to advance anti-racist, human-centered policy and practices to support those who face the greatest barriers to well-being and self-determination in a society that's all too often racially, socially, and economically unjust. Everything we do, every action we take works to advance the promise of economic justice, health justice, and family autonomy with an unwavering commitment to racial justice. At CSSP, our commitment to families and communities drives the work we do every day. We are constantly engaging with and hearing from and learning from young people, families, and communities about what it is that they need to thrive and to be happy, healthy, and respected and affirmed in their communities. Our vision is bold and calls for the transformation of complex systems that have caused generations of harm through oppressive policies and practices. This complexity calls for partnerships across the board, and we are so grateful to you all on this Zoomathon for partnering with us and for allowing us into this space with you all to continue this work. All youth deserve access to affirming, supportive, and inclusive healthcare, to caring adults who fully support and honor their development, and schools that promote their growth and learning, and communities and friends that respect and support them. CSSP is the proud home, but not owner, of the Get Real initiative, and I'm excited for folks to learn more about that from a true leader, our teacher, Bill Betancourt, who's speaking in about an hour, so stay tuned for his comments. Through our Get Real work, we work to advance policy and practice solutions that promote the health and well-being of LGBTQIA2S+ youth in their communities, affirm their identities, and reimagine systems to affirm and support these young people. At CSSP, we'll continue to fight for what young people deserve alongside young people, their families, and communities until this right becomes a reality. I just want to talk a little bit about what it means to care for each other in this moment and as we wrap up Pride Month. To truly be supportive and care for one another, we must respect and affirm one another's whole identity. Caring for just a part of a person isn't good enough, as you all know. It diminishes who we all are, and it causes pain, the opposite of what it means to care. When we think about caring for one another and what this means for systems and policies, we must understand that supports and resources in communities cannot simply be provided, but these supports must reflect youth's actual needs as they define them, supporting their strengths and respecting their whole identities. In practice, this means recognizing that for LGBTQIA2S+ youth, who often have to navigate stressors of historical and ongoing homophobia and exclusion, we have to think differently. We have to ensure that services are grounded in race and culture, sexual orientation, and gender identity. because these are more than just elements of healthy development, but they can also promote true care and serve as protective factors against ongoing harms. When systems and programs ignore cultural context, they exacerbate harm. And at CSSP, we're working with systems and with communities to remove these barriers and really think about how we undo the existing structures that perpetuate harm. How can we support LGBTQIA2S+ young people in their communities and ensure that they have the supports that they need as they determine them? We know that community providers are offering resources and supports that promote care, but we need public funders and other policymakers to recognize the importance of the care they provide and meaningfully invest. We need philanthropy at the table to ensure that we're supporting folks in getting what they need in places that they feel safe and supported. I want to end just with a story of hope, and I swear that this isn't canned and it wasn't planned. Yesterday, I was talking to my best friend who lives in Oregon. She's a mother of three, a 6-year-old, a 3-year-old, and an 11-month-old. And she paused our conversation to tell me that, like, seemingly out of nowhere, her 6-year-old pondered, I wonder what pronouns Jackson will go by. Jackson is the 11-month-old. And hearing this story and hearing the 6-year-old just wonder that, it was an absolutely part of her normal conversation. It wasn't faux pas. It wasn't something that was scary. It was really warmed my soul in a way and gave me hope about the next generations that are coming to follow and how we really can continue to support all people in our communities and ensure that all people are affirmed, respected, and valued. And as Lenard said earlier this morning, CSSP will be there every step of the way, fighting until this vision is actualized and realized for all people. And that's all I've got today, Elliot.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alex, and thanks for that story at the end as well. Much appreciation for you taking the time and the partnership on all the different work that we do. I'm just glad you're here, so thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I'm so happy to be here, and I think that I'm next to intro you.
Yes, go for it.
Turn that over to you.
Yeah. Yes. So
great. So I did write a little something, Elliot. I couldn't help myself. Everyone knows you, everyone loves you, everyone respects you. But to me, Elliot, you are a leader, full stop, period. As the principal and founder of Unicorn Solutions, that you advocate and bring to this work an element of authenticity and genuine commitment. You have over 12 years of experience on topics such as child welfare, mental health, LGBTQIA2S+ community, and you engage folks in ways that are really genuine, authentic through your training, advising, and facilitating cultural change effects. Elliot's a graduate of Portland State University and has numerous roles leading and advising policy and policymakers and system administrators, and maybe their most important role is serving on the board at CSSP. I've personally had the honor to work with Elliot for many years now, and I'm humbled to be the one who gets to introduce them today. So Elliot, let me pass you the baton.
Thank you so much, Alex. That was very kind. Very glad to be here with everyone today. You've heard from me already today, so I'm not going to take too much of your time, but do just want to acknowledge and say thank you for being here. If you've been with us for a minute or all day, my friend Angie put in the chat, the connection community in this space is incredibly healing. And that is certainly part of the goal today, is that you feel connected, that you know that there are people who have your back and who support you, that in this time period that feels tough and hard, and that the message is hard to see what's going on out there, that I know I can confirm for you. There are many attorneys, advocates, parents, leaders who want to support our community and want to have our back and won't stop fighting for that. I think additionally, the noise in the news is really loud, but the reality is not the news. The reality is our daily lives, is our time together, is our love and community and our connection with one another. I am bolstered in this work all the time by the people I get to work with and serve. I live in Casper, Wyoming. I moved back to my hometown last year, wanting to really help community there, knowing that things have been harder. And I've been living in Portland, Oregon for 10 years, which is like my second home. I love to go back and visit all the time. But so much of my coming back to Wyoming was knowing that the place that I grew up wasn't the place where I thrived at that time. I grew up in foster care. I joke that I'm a classically trained lesbian because my roots really are as lesbian first and now as a transmasculine person. But it wasn't really safe or possible to transition in Wyoming at that time. And so moving to Portland gave me the opportunity to do that and to be my whole self, to become Elliot. And coming back to Wyoming in recent months in this past year has been really healing to come back on my own terms with my own freedom and choice to be there, to take breaks with travel because I travel a lot for work. But I've gotten to do some really cool work in collaboration with a local group called Casper Pride. I've been serving on their board, going to transition my role with them here soon to do some other work for them. But one of the things we've done is we started a group called Transparency, which is a parent support group for parents of trans kids and adults. That has been one of the most life-giving spaces for me, even just to connect with those parents, because I think it's important that any parent of a queer young person know that regardless of all the noise, loving your child is your job and is your responsibility and is the right thing every day, the right choice, no matter what the news says, to love and support them. And so that has been really life-giving to sort of see the reverse of what I didn't experience and to create that space. But also just to know that like the rural communities, the small towns, the small spaces, you can have the queer community that you want. It might feel harder, there might be fewer of you, but we can really create the spaces we need and want, and we should. And if you grew up in those communities and you left because it was hard to be there, I fully hear that. But do consider giving your hometown or your space a chance for you to revisit it, to say hey, to bring back your skills and talents and all of that, because even if you only go for a little bit, it can be such a gift to give back to the places where we were raised, and to sort of flip the script on any harm that we experienced there. I'll name that I experienced conversion therapy growing up in Wyoming, but I would say, and I often joke, that it didn't matter because I'm still very gay. It didn't work, right? But that harm is still there, and that's still an experience people may have today. And so anything we can do to create spaces that let young people and their families know there's nothing wrong with you. There's support, there's evidence-based science that lets you know you are supposed to be who you say you are. And that love is pretty easy for us to give when we don't get in our own way. So just wanted to share some love and support there. Additionally, I was asked by my peers to please show the evidence of a silly unicorn costume that I love to put on at Pride every year. This is a photo of me in that unicorn. If you haven't ever seen it before, you've been missing out. But even better than that, I have a short video of me moving around like a silly person in this because, of course. So here you go. Me dancing. I would say never take yourself too seriously because it's not worth it. So put on a unicorn costume, whatever it is, find some joy, create joy. We have the power to make that happen in our lives and for other people. A few other reminders, and then I'm going to pass it to our next speaker. So if you're just joining us today, I'm Elliot Hinkle. I'm the principal and founder of Unicorn Solutions. I'm very excited to have you here for Visible and Unstoppable, our Pride Zoomathon. Today is about showing up for LGBTQIA2S+ youth and families with love, visibility, and resistance. We're lifting up voices that too often get left out of the conversation and reminding each other that we are never alone in this work. You can find the resources that we've been sharing today in the chat. It'll get shared again a few times, and we'll also put it online later. But if you want, you can check the document, the PDF that Angela put in the chat recently. Lots of resources in there for you that'll hopefully be helpful. If you're watching this on Zoom, great. We love to have you. Please feel free to share some love in the chat. Show us that you're here, interact, ask questions. You can also watch this on the YouTube live stream at Unicorn Solutions LLC on YouTube. When you get on there, you'll be able to also see the chat is there. You can also share that link to your friends now or even after the Zoomathon is over because it is recording to YouTube. So you can go back and watch any parts that you missed, see those clips, share it to friends, all that good stuff. Additionally, you can find out more about this event and what is now the launch of this ongoing campaign at www.unicornsolutions.org/visible-and-unstoppable. That is a great place where you can also see all the speakers that we've had today and learn more about them, but also where we'll likely share updates in the future as we continue this campaign of making sure that people know about the resources that exist, the community that's there for them, and don't feel alone in this work. Additionally, on Instagram, you can find Unicorn Solutions LLC to see posts, to stay up to date with my work. That's often in collaboration with many of the speakers you've heard today. Stay tuned for us at different conferences and events and resources that we'll share for your support. And lastly, a lot of the orgs that you're hearing from today are orgs that are nonprofits. Not all, but many are. And so they accept donations. They accept a follow or a like on their profiles. You can support by even just showing up and asking, do they need help on their board? Do they need volunteers? There's so many ways that we can show up in this time. So please, I encourage you, if you have the means or the desire, to share and donate and support these organizations that are sticking around in the fight. Even while others have had to turn away, they're still going strong. So you don't have to be everything to everyone, but you can be visible and consistent in your love and advocacy. So please be visible and unstoppable. With that, I would love to invite up Heather Knoxville from the Trans Empowerment Project, who thankfully was willing to jump on as a last minute speaker who I got connected to just yesterday. So Heather, I think you're somewhere around here. Let's see. There we go. All right. So we're going to bring up Heather Knoxville. So Heather, please feel free to share about yourself, introduce yourself, and tell us about your work. And we'll share a link to your website as well. Thanks for being here.
Awesome. Thank you, Elliot. Well, hello, everyone. I am Heather Knoxville, she, they pronouns. I am the Chief Operating Officer of Trans Empowerment Project. But I actually managed to pull in our founder and executive director at the very last minute, Jack Knoxville. So I'll turn the stage over to him and let him tell y'all about Trans Empowerment Project.
Well, hello, everybody. As Heather mentioned, my name is Jack Knoxville. I use he and they pronouns. I'm the founder and executive director of Trans Empowerment Project, and I was the first trans guy to run for office anywhere in the Southern United States. So Trans Empowerment Project, we are a 501c3 federally recognized nonprofit. The focus of our organization is to help move the community out of spaces of crisis into empowerment. And the ways that we do that is essentially by focusing on joy and also making sure that we're putting the power back into the hands of the people who need it the most. So all of the work that we do spans across many, many different fields. But one of the key programs we have several programs that we offer, but one of the key programs that I actually oversee is our Group Leaders Project. And we have group leaders from all across not just the US, but also Canada, and folks showing up from Africa, interested in organizing and growing projects on the ground in their own communities. So they're doing things like organizing clothing swaps and food pantries and all kinds of fun things to help with sustainability and making sure that this community has access to the resources that we need, regardless of who is in power. In addition to that, we have a microgrants program. Through our microgrants program, we had to actually pivot from doing direct aid in the ways that we used to because the needs were just growing and growing and growing way beyond our capacity, unfortunately. So we now offer microgrants. Each quarter, we're doing a round of microgrants to put about $500 into 10 different individuals' hands to help fund their lives. The first round of microgrants was really focused on, it's called Lead Me to Safety, and was all about helping folks who were in states where they felt unsafe move to states where they felt much more safe and protected. So we were able to give out 10 folks got $500. And then our most recent round of microgrants for the last quarter was just a general aid fund. And through that, we were able to do the same thing, did another round of assistance for 10 individuals to really help them move out of that space of crisis mode. Also through our programs, we have not just stuff that focuses on the direct aid like that, but we have some fun stuff too. We have a project that was launched on Halloween called Quest Collective, and it's really, really fun. Quest Collective is really just a gaming coalition. So if you're into TTRPGs, which are tabletop role-playing games, you get a chance to just come in and play some games with us. In case y'all don't know, that is a really big community of folks. And so what we have started doing is every month we're trying to highlight a new game that was created by another member of our community for the game of the month, and encouraging people at home to play the games with their friends so that we can create more spaces for this community to experience joy all the time, and have the ability to try out different characteristics and who they are, and just really getting a chance to lean into our authentic selves through play. But not just for the community, we also have spaces for our allies. So we have several programs set up for allies to come in and really ramp up their skills from allies into being amazing accomplices, including something we recently created called Ally Academy. We have several trainings that are available. We actually have identified about 15 trainings we're going to be putting together all together. And through that, every month we're doing one round of live trainings and then building community from there. Heather runs a program called Sisterhood, Not Sisterhood. If you want to talk about that real quick.
Yeah, so Sisterhood Not Sisterhood is actually a program meant to foster relationships and community between cis women and trans women, so that we are no longer allowing ourselves to be divided along arbitrary lines, so that we can come together as a sisterhood and build resources and community for ourselves and for other folks who may not have access to those resources. And so, yeah, along with Sisterhood Not Sisterhood, I co-host the Ally Academy trainings with Jack. We have one coming up on July 8th that dives into, it's called Intersectionality in Action. And so it dives into the different layers of identity and how they can intersect and interact with each other. So yeah, we would love for y'all to take a look at those and join the ones that feel good to you.
Our biggest focus, everybody, is really just on strengthening community and the access to resources that this community has. I mean, at the end of the day, we have each other to get through all of this. And we know that things can feel really incredibly difficult and challenging right now. But honestly, in some ways, a lot of these old systems, they needed to go. And so now we are faced with, this is my silver lining for everybody. Even though it does feel scary and we don't know what's ahead, we have the amazing opportunity to build the future we want to see. And that is our focus as an organization, is knowing that we do have the opportunity to create that equitable future. And we want to make sure that there are ways anybody and everybody who wants to be a part of that future have to show up and join us as we continue to really model what that future could and should look like. So we're super excited to be connected with all of you. Thank you so much for the time and the space here. Y'all are amazing. Thank you.
Yes, and before you go, what do y'all do to make joy happen in your life when you're not working? What do you do for fun?
We actually just moved to Chicago from a small town in North Carolina, and we are very excited to have several concerts lined up throughout the year. We took full advantage of the discounts and sales that happen like on Live Nation. So we've got some really good shows to look forward to. We just saw Adeem the Artist play here in Chicago.
If y'all don't know who Adeem the Artist is, they are non-binary country bluegrass folk artists from Knoxville, Tennessee. They're knock your socks off. They are amazing, amazing, amazing.
Yeah.
I love
So
it.
music, yeah.
I love it. That's great. Thank you. Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for being here last minute. It's great to meet you both. I hope we'll stay connected. And thanks for all you're doing where you're at. Thanks,
Yeah,
bud.
thank you so much, Elliot.
Thank you.
Bye, y'all. Okay, next up, we are going to have a lovely friend, Bill Betancourt. So Bill's going to come and talk to us a little bit about the Get Real work. It's connected to CSSP, similar to Alex and Lenard and Dani. But Bill, really happy to have you here and just appreciate you taking the time and your partnership in this work. So Bill, take it away.
Right. Thank you. I'm Bill Betancourt, Senior Fellow with the Center for the Study of Social Policy. My pronouns are he, him. And I come to you as an elder. I've been around doing this work with children, youth, and families for over 50 years. I just turned 80 in March, and I continue to be blessed to be working with all of you. I wanted to share some of my experiences growing up, because I grew up in San Francisco in the 50s and 60s when we were invisible. But I always like to say unstoppable, invisible and unstoppable. We I didn't think there was anybody like me when I was a little kid growing up because there was nothing around. There were no resources, no gay centers, no nonprofits, none of the amazing tapestry of all of you that have been on today. And it's so exciting for me, having lived through that, to see where we have come. And I shared that with you because we need to be clear about how far we've come and why we are unstoppable, believe me. But back in that time, we still found ways to connect. Gay bars were often the big vehicle where we could meet and connect and do a lot of thinking and organizing and talk about all we were going through and endure their surveillance and policing and police raids and occasional night in jail. But let me tell you, we made it very uncomfortable for them when we were arrested back then. Moving into the 60s and 70s, we became more visible, and then all the legislation and the reactions started to happen. In 1964 in California, there was a proposition to do away with gay teachers, and we were able to organize and do a massive campaign in the state that started us on the journey of becoming visible and taking action, and defeated that initiative. So those were important things that I think make a difference. Now, I was a child welfare director in San Francisco as part of my history. I worked for a foundation supporting reform efforts in child welfare in Washington State and California for a couple of years. Then I spent a number of years with the Annie Casey Foundation as a senior consultant leading work of a family-to-family initiative in California, where we formed a LGBT advisory group for the state of California, which continues today as the SOGIE Advisory Committee. And our colleagues from Family Builders do a lot of the work to participate in that committee, make sure everything that goes out is done right. And to Vita Kabar there provides clinical consultation on cases in California. So that's a big piece of work that we were able to do through Get Real partnership as well. How Get Real came about at CSSP, I was doing consulting around addressing racial disparities in child welfare with the center when a position opened. I thought, oh, do I want to work full time again? But I said, I'll interview and see. I met with the leadership of the organization, and I said, in the final interview, as an anti-racist organization, why do you not have anything about LGBT people? The history of our country is that we were founded by white male property owners and mostly slave owners. And it was clear that they wanted to make sure that all of their rights were secured. And it's not a far cry from slave patrols to the ICE agents in mass today doing what they do. This policing and surveillance has been the history in the country for all of the groups that have othered. And the center said to me, come and develop it for us. And that's how Get Real got developed. I spent time going across the country for a year, talking to young people, housing, homeless advocates, other advocates and leaders, saying what would be the benefit of CSSP taking on this work. With young people, I remember there was one trans young person, and I said to them, how would you feel if a social worker asked you about your identity so that they could get data for the system? Because systems were talking about collecting data to better understand who was in the system. And the young person said to me, you could have gay flags all over your office, but if all you want to know is to check off a box, I'm not talking to you. Unless you want to know all of who I am, because I am all of who I am, I'm not going to talk to you. And that's how we came up with the acronym for Recognize, Engage, Affirm, and Love. For the initiative, we spent 6 years in Allegheny County working to improve their system. We did webinars, national conferences, put out a lot of resources that are on our website. And it is now an initiative that is still sustained in the organization. Alex Citrin, who you heard from, takes the lead on that. I still continue to provide guidance and support with it. we've been through dark times. This country has been, that is who we are. And here we are again. And so I remember in 2004, they were targeting gay marriage. There's still over 30 states that still have things on the books against gay marriage. You just can't do anything about them because of the federal decision. Now our trans brothers and sisters are being targeted. And there are efforts to undo the overall progress we have made. This is not new. To this generation, the message from this octogenarian is, it is your time. Young people, generations before you have led us out of the seeming dark times and the efforts to make us invisible. It's too late for them. It is your time to reach new milestones. And while this assault from the far right may seem daunting, know from our history that this is your opportunity to reach for the stars and for this country to rise above this darkness. And we need you to lead us. It's your time. It's your generation's time to lead us. And it's our commitment, all of us supporting this effort as an ongoing initiative, to do what we can to make sure we can support and lift you up so that that can be where we move from here. So.
Bill, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the Get Real work that you've worked on. Thanks for being similar to me, a person to ask, why aren't we talking about LGBTQ people? What are we doing here? I appreciate every room where that question gets asked, because sometimes it just needs to be. And so thank you for that. I also want to give a little shout out to your husband. We'll put a link in the chat, but if y'all want to watch a video later at your own time, Bill's husband has a great video here where you can go enjoy a sweet song and message from him. But Bill, thank you so much for all your work. And just as an elder queer, thank you for being visible and unstoppable, but also paving the way for what I'm going to do next and the next sort of road we'll build. So thank you so much.
That's right.
All right. Thank you, Bill. We're going to move on to our next speaker. With that, I would love to bring up Jennifer Solomon from Equality, Florida. What I've appreciated about today is we're getting to hear from folks all across the country. And so if there was a state that certainly has had its challenges in the midst of this administration and before it, Florida, falls right into that category. So Jennifer, please feel free to tell us a little bit about yourself and share with us about the work y'all are doing with families.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me here. I am coming to you from the Sunshine State. But as you mentioned, it is, we've been used to this. This has been the last couple of years for us here living in Florida. And so believe it or not, other states are looking towards us to see how to navigate. My name is Jennifer. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a proud parent of 4. 3 of my 4 kids are part of the LGBT community. So I consider myself very lucky. My son just messes that whole thing up. It could have been 4 out of 4, but I feel very privileged that I am able to be a parent of incredible children, each of them unique in their own way. And really, my story started like many parents. I wanted to figure out how to be a good parent. And so when my youngest was born, and he started to show me who he was, he really gravitated towards more female toys. Frozen was out, and Elsa was everything. She's the queen. And so as a parent, I wanted to make sure that how I was raising this little boy that was showing me that he preferred girl things, I don't know if there's such a thing, what do I do? I'm in charge, right? I'm the one providing the clothes and providing the toys. Do I just tell this beautiful little boy, no, you're a boy and you can't like those things? And am I going to be his first bully, or do I embrace this child? How do I protect him from others being bullied? And so what I did was look for support. And what I found was PFLAG, although we didn't have a chapter where I live in Florida. So I decided to start one. So in 2017, I became the founder and president of PFLAG Miami, which I still run today. And it's incredible what the power of of community is. And that's exactly what I found. I found other parents that maybe didn't have the exact same child. I'm still looking for that parent that has the exact same child as mine, but was on a similar journey. And when you find others that are on this journey, it is so powerful to link arms together. And I think that is so important now, even more important now, based on, you know, times have changed since I opened that PFLAG chapter. And so that kind of started me on my road to advocacy. I'm a registered nurse by profession. And so nurturing is part of who I am as a mother and as a nurse. And I am very privileged to now be the parent and family support manager for Equality Florida. I had been pestering them enough that there needed to be something that really united parents. A lot of times what we see is, you know, a lot of organizations putting information out that unfortunately, sometimes it's misinformation and becomes even more stressful for families. And so, especially living here in Florida, I saw that a few years ago. You know, a bill comes out and we all know that at the end of the legislative session, either it never passed, it passed and it's worse, it's reworded, there's amendments. But most families, most parents and caregivers don't get to that point. They hear it, they're fearful. And so, you know, the accurate information wasn't out there. And so Parenting with Pride is a program that was launched to do exactly that. What we want to do is be that centralized space for families and educators and allies to be able to get accurate information. And it was born on August 15, 2023, because that's the day I became a grandmother. My daughter and her wife blessed me with a beautiful baby that was, I always say, my baby is Parenting with Pride and was born on the same day that my beautiful granddaughter was born. But it's ironic, it's symbolic, it's all of those things. And so in the last 2 years, what we've really done here in Florida with our Parenting with Pride program is ignite parents together. We have over 2,600 families that we provide education for, that we provide webinars for. And so we want to make sure that we're taking parents, supporting them, educating them, and moving them to a space of advocacy. Because I don't know about you, but I really do believe that when you poke a mama bear, you're never going to win. And that's what we're seeing. As parents, we are linking together. We are becoming stronger. I talk to parents all the time that say to me, I never thought I would be standing in Tallahassee sharing my story with a legislator. That's just not who I am. I'm a quiet, private person. But when you attack our children, that's probably where folks draw the line. And that's what they've been doing. And so we are winning. And that's what also I want folks to know, that I have a 14-year-old queer child in Florida, in Miami, right? I'm going to get it even worse. In Miami. And he is thriving. And he is not only surviving, he is student council president. He is on the cheerleading team. He's competitive dancer. And this is a child, if you look, should not be able to have all these beautiful spaces in a state like mine, but he is. And so the hope is there. We are not going to let politicians continue to use our kids as pawns. And the more we speak out, listen, our legislative session this year, we stopped every bill. How did we do that? We showed up. We showed up every single day of the 60 plus days of legislative session here in Florida. We had folks in every room. I brought parents, we shared our stories. We said, hey, listen, I'm just a mom trying to get my kid to do his homework, eat a decent meal, clean up his room. He also happens to be gender nonconforming. Here's a mom, has a 6-year-old transgender child, just wants to play, just wants to use the bathroom they feel comfortable in. Now we have terrible laws that are stopping us, but we're finding creative ways around it. We're making sure that we are accurately reading these laws that don't say gay. When that passed here in Florida, we thought, oh, we're never going to be able to continue to do the trainings that we do with teachers, having these adults, because when I send my child to school, I expect him to be safe, right? We all expect our kids to be safe. And, some of these laws really tie the hands of some of our educators, but we've got our settlement and it explained exactly. So we took that fear away, because the laws are very vague. And so when they're very vague, we know that we have principals and superintendents that are going to err on the side of being conservative. They're going to pull all the books off the shelves. We've had the most banned books anywhere in this state. And we have slowly been going back into these spaces using our organizations like the PTA. What a powerful, powerful organization that's not in the school, that doesn't have to follow the same rules, and be able to support our parents there. We have PFLAG chapters all across the nation, but across the state, in communication, making sure that we are giving our families the tools that they need to succeed. So I think that the key here is make sure you find those places, find those other orgs, find those places that are safe. I run Kaleidoscope PTA, which is one of 2 standalone chapters in the nation. The other one's in New York. And we want to make sure that every family in our schools feels that they have a place that they belong and that we can support them and their families. And so we're building a movement. Despite it all, we are building a movement, and it is being led by our children, by their voices. I look at my kid every day, and I'm in awe. I'm in awe of how proudly he lives his authentic life as if it's nothing. And so I love what the speaker before me said. They built this foundation, and our kids are taking it. They're taking that baton and running with it because they know that they need to continue this fight for the future generations. I see it in kids like mine that stand up and say, no, Mom, this is who I am and this is who I'm going to be, and I'm going to be okay. And it's us that, it's me going, oh, Cooper, don't take dance class. You have to change at school. Take drama. That's easier. You're very dramatic. And he said to me, Mom, I'm a dancer and I'm going to figure it out. And you know what? He just graduated middle school and he figured it out. He figured out where he could change for dance. He talked to his dance teacher and said, listen, even though I'm a boy, I present female. This is how I present. And I want to wear the costumes in the recital the same like all my friends do. And I will tell you, he was Britney Spears in the class recital, front and center, and he made it work. And so I have such hope because we know our kids are just moving mountains, and we just need to be beside them, alongside them to guide the way, because it's important for them to know that, we can't just say it's going to get better without putting our efforts into it. And so I know that I'm going to always demand respect for my child, for all my children. I'm going to always demand safety for our children. And so thank you for having me here. I don't believe I went overtime.
No, you did great. Can you
Awesome.
tell us, what do you do for joy when you're not working, when you're just having a good time? What do you do to fill your cup up for some joy?
Oh, wow. That's hard because I feel like because this is so personal to me, I'm always working.
I know that's my challenge to us speakers. What do we do to take care of ourselves?
Yeah, I know. Well, my daughter and her wife just recently moved out of the state with my granddaughter because this is a very difficult state for them to live in. And so I am going to go see her for July 4th. I'm going to refill my cup with all my granddaughter kisses and hugs, and a little simple thing that I just did, and it's bringing me joy every day, is my home office where I am and where I work out of have glass doors that overlook my patio, and I put a bird feeder, acrylic bird feeder. And I have these beautiful birds that come right up to my window, and it's bringing me joy. So it's a simple thing, but honestly, Cardinals have been coming up here and Blue Jays, and they're super close, and I don't know that they see me, but I can see them. So, in the middle of all this hard work, I look up and there's a beautiful bird. So
Yeah, I love. Well, thank you, Jennifer, for being here. Thanks for the work you're doing. Thanks for being in Florida. I know that there's a thriving actually community there, regardless of the hype of Florida. And so I'm glad that you're there and that so many people are there doing this work. So thank you for joining us. I'm sure we'll stay connected and have more to collaborate on in the future, but we're going to move on to our next presenter. And our next presenter is actually a pre-recorded video. We're going to hear from someone named Liz Amir, who does some really cool stuff, but has something called Queer Kid Stuff on YouTube. Linz just didn't have time to be able to join us live, but Linz has a video that we're going to watch. I'll warn you now that during the video, Lindsay's going to ask us to dance, and the only people you can really see is the speaker panelists anyways, but I challenge you to dance anyways because it's a really sweet video for kiddos. So this is a great one. If you have a kiddo around, bring them to the computer. This is a great little story time and dance for them. So tech team, when you're ready, let's play the video.
Hi friends, my name is Mix Lins, and me and my friend Teddy up here run a web series called Queer Kid Stuff. Maybe you've watched it before, you can find it on YouTube, and we talk all about LGBTQ plus topics, and I thought maybe I would sing a little song for you and then read my picture book called Hooray for She, He, Ze, and They, and then we would have maybe a little bit of a dance party. So here we go, let's get started. This is the theme song from Queer Kid Stuff. It's okay to be gay. We are different in many ways. Doesn't matter if you're a boy, girl, or somewhere in between. We all are part of one big family. Gay means happy. Queer kid stuff. You are enough here at Queer Kid Stuff. Awesome. All right, my friends, I think it's time for story time. Let's read this picture book. All right, here we go. This is my picture book, isn't it? So wild that you can write something and then it turns into a book like this. I think that's so cool. This is my picture book. It's called Hooray for She, He, Ze, and They. Here we go. Let's read. Here we go. Oh. Well, that's
It might be buffering. Tech team, if it's helpful, I can try to pull it up on my.
Read. Here we go. Oh, well, that's.
No, we're on the edge of our seats. Hang tight.
I guess we're just gonna all have to go out and buy it.
Yeah, exactly. As a note, while we get the video back, put a link in the chat for Queer Kid Stuff. So Lynn's has a YouTube channel where you can watch all the videos, but the books, the other things like that. So if you haven't seen it before, please know that you can find out more at their link tree. But their YouTube channel is popping off. They've got 30,000 subscribers and lots of folks who follow for some good queer kid stuff. So good stuff there. Thanks, Brittany.
All right, so I think I'm up introducing our next speaker. Is that right, Elliot?
Yes, that sounds good. We'll come back to the other parts of Lindsay's video later. So feel free to kick us off.
Okay, cool. So I am excited to introduce Sam Ames. Sam is a legal and policy strategist with 15 years doing the work for this community. And I first met Sam when he was at SAMHSA, and since then have wanted to keep him close because the work that he does is really phenomenal, and he's a terrific advocate for our community. He has held leadership roles in organizations like the Trevor Project, Trans Lifeline, the National Center for LGBTQ Rights, and served in the Biden-Harris administration for both the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services. Sam is also the founder of the Born Perfect campaign to end conversion therapy, and currently leads Threshold Strategies, which is a consulting firm on justice-centered systems change. So Sam, thank you so much for being here. I am so lucky to know you, and just really glad you're able to join us in the space.
That was the sweetest introduction anyone has ever given me. Thank you so much, Angela. Hey, y'all. My name is Sam Ames. My pronouns are they and he. I'm so grateful to be with you today. And Angela's right. Among other things, I am indeed a civil rights lawyer. But before I did boring stuff, I had been working in the LGBTQ movement for a number of years. The first few years, though, were as a street activist in Oakland, California. And in 2008, what feels like a long, long time ago, uh, the same day that we elected our first Black president, California, which is my home state, which some would call aggressively proud of, also passed something called Proposition 8, which made same-sex marriage illegal in my home state. And as far as we have come now, and happy anniversary, happy 10th anniversary to Obergefell v. Hodges, which enshrined a constitutional right to marriage, as I think Currey told you. What people don't always remember is that what was really painful about that day wasn't really about marriage. It was about waking up and finding that your neighbors and your teachers and maybe even your family had voted that you were less equal than they were. And as really often happens in social movements, what happened next was largely organic. A whole lot of us took to the streets. We exercised our First Amendment rights to protest. And what became really clear to me in doing that is everyone has a different set of skills and strengths and abilities to contribute to the work for justice. After some time with these incredible organizers and activists, I realized that I actually wasn't that good at being yelly. Confrontational is not what I am. My temperament and the way that my brain works were closer to the great attorneys from the National Lawyers Guild who were defending us when we got ourselves in trouble. I literally got my first acceptance letter to law school from the middle of a 100-mile march from San Francisco to Sacramento, right after which I called the state bar to make sure that if I got arrested later that day, I could still be a lawyer. And what they said was probably. But I did become a lawyer. I've been doing that work ever since. I should maybe clarify there are other paths to that career that don't make it hard to vet you for government jobs, but you do you. One of the things that is still really true about me is that my roots are in those streets and in the history of resistance that our ancestors and our elders modeled for us for so long. This isn't, as hard as this moment feels, the first time that we have been through this. It might also not be the last, but we are really far from being alone in this tradition of resistance. I had that on my mind a lot last week when we got the news that the Supreme Court had struck at the right to gender affirming care in the US v. Skermeti case, which I know was a really hard day for a lot of us, mine included. And in trying to figure out what to say today, I kept finding myself just rewriting versions of a thing I wrote that morning. So I decided to just read a version of that thing to you. And poor Angela asked me to talk about hope, and I'm a little bit about to do the opposite. But I promise you it's good news in the end. It's called What US v. Skermeti Did, What It Didn't Do, and What It Can Never Do. There's going to be a lot of catastrophizing today. We lost Skermeti, one of the biggest transgender civil rights cases of our time. There is no getting around that. We also lost the dedicated 988 option for LGBTQ plus youth in mental health crisis, which could not be worse timing. And this opinion could have set us back decades in a few key ways that it did not. And I realize those are details. Today, we get to grieve this loss, and it is a loss, but we also can't give in to catastrophizing. We cannot predicate fighting on winning. We are going to lose a lot in the days to come. And if we're going to make it through the nights, we need to find something to fuel us that runs deeper than hope. We're past hope. We don't fight because we think we're going to win. We fight because it is how we hold on to what makes us human. The instinct to take care of each other is the best of us. And it's also something that we queers have spent millennia getting very, very good at. I think it's easy to forget how recently it is that we have located victory in halls of power. Our incredible advocates have secured such significant wins in government these past years that we have almost forgotten we were forged in loss. With a couple of exceptions, the most important moments in our history have almost always been about a handful of friends trying to protect each other from this uniquely cruel brand of annihilation that is scored by laughter. Stonewall, Compton's, Cooper Donuts. I'm not sure what formal legal equality would have meant to our ancestors who were using their bodies as shields between their friends and police, or who held hands in defiance as officers of the court were hurting them. I do suspect that they knew what we could stand to remember, which is that you cannot burn us all. Even when we lose the battle, and it can often feel like we lose a lot more than we win. They have never, not even once, rid the world of us. They can make our lives hard. They can strip us of our rights, our dignity, our future. And if past is prologue, they might. But when they're done, we will still be here. Because our existence isn't predicated on our rights or our dignity or even our future. We live not on hope that things will get better, but as the brilliant playwright Tony Kushner often says, past hope. We live because in a way that isn't quite replicable in any other community, we are defined by how we love each other. We have spent centuries fighting to keep the people we love alive another night, knowing that a night will come when we can't. It's a kind of reckoning that queer people have spent generations practicing. We know that there's no such thing as winning permanently, not even for the people in the Tennessee state government who think they've just won their case. It is temporary. It is all temporary. I think America sometimes tries to cling to this idea that loss is an anomaly, but it's the one thing we have in common. Not just queer people, it is part of what it means to be human. Maybe part of the legacy that we inherit as queer people is that as soon as we know who we are, we know what loss is. When those who came before us, what those who came before us did in the face of that kind of temporariness was take each borrowed day and distill as much beautiful, fabulous life from it as possible. I think that's why we're so good at live theater, and maybe also why we cover everything in glitter. I think we could probably take a lesson or two from those ancestors in the days ahead of us, even if they're difficult. If we only fight because we think we'll win, we aren't going to last as long as we're needed. And also, honestly, looking around at our country, I don't have a lot in common with the people winning right now. I don't want to. I don't actually think you do either. I think that's a good thing. Our ancestors weren't winners. They were freaks and they were weirdos. And I say this with great pride. Queer people are and always have been losers. And we're really, really good at it. There are ways in which winners aren't really good in a fight. Hope is it's a fragile muscle. It relies on glimpses of proof. It withers when those glimpses aren't forthcoming. But when push comes to shove, I pick the losers every time. We know how to live past hope. We fight because we love each other too much. And we're still here, not because we won, but because we're part of what it means to be human. And we are not going anywhere. We don't follow hope. Hope follows us. Also, I know that you're going to ask me about joy in a second, which is a transition I think makes sense. There are two things I love almost as much as queer community. I love my home state of California, and I love riding bikes. So 3 weeks ago, I rode my bike 545 miles through my home state of California from San Francisco to Los Angeles as part of the AIDS Life Cycle, which raises money for HIV and AIDS services in California, which is not actually my direct work. It's just adjacent. It was really long and it was really hard, but one thing it really teaches you is that there is absolutely nothing in the world so hard that it isn't made easier by a drag queen giving you a hug and feeding you strawberries. So I recommend that to anyone who has access to it.
That is amazing. Thank you so much, Sam, for being here. Your sort of post Scrimeti, of course, went viral and I had read it, but it's totally improved by just hearing you speak it. So thank you for bringing it to us here today, and just your wisdom of like, how do we react after something like this? And it certainly isn't to give up. There's just so much more that we can do. And yeah, we as losers really know how to show up.
That's right.
Like,
That's right.
Losers out there. So thank you, Sam, for being here with us. Thanks for your work in the past, the present, and certainly in the future. Much appreciation to you. And I hope that you have a good rest of your day, and feel free to stick around or do what you
Oh,
need
I
to do.
absolutely will. I've been watching for hours. This is fantastic.
Yeah,
Thank
great.
you,
Yeah,
guys.
thank you. Cool. So we teased you at the beginning of Lynn's. We're going to bring the rest of that video back, which means if you're a speaker or a panelist and you're able to be on camera, I promise you there's going to be a dance moment. You're probably going to want to be a part of it. If we can't see you, feel free to dance anyways, because Lynn's is going to invite us to do that. But thank you again, Sam. And now let's hear some more from Lynn. I may be able to pull it up on my end though, if it's not wanting to work. Let me just do a quick.
Are you unable to hear it?
No, it's not playing.
Hooray for
Oh wait, now there it was.
and they.
There we go.
Here we go. Let's read. Here we go. Oh, well, that's very interesting. Does anybody recognize that person? I think that's me. I'm in a book. Isn't that wild? How can I be here and then I'm also in a book? That's wild. Oh, and there's my friend Kip. Kip did all of the beautiful illustrations for this book. Can everybody say hi, Kip? Hi, Kip. Let's go. All right. Hi, friend. My name is Linz, and my pronouns are they and them. What are your pronouns today? What? What's a pronoun, you ask? Well, everyone has pronouns. I wonder what they are. Let's see. We use pronouns to tell people about our gender. Gender is that tingly feeling inside that tells you who you are and how you want to express yourself to the world. You can express your gender in lots and lots of different ways, like through your clothes that you like to wear, and maybe through your hairstyle, just like that, or even through your pronouns and the words that you use for yourself. There are lots of different pronouns that help us express our gender. There are he's, and there are she's, and there are they's, there are z's and here's and fays and pers. Look at all of these different kinds of people and all of the different kinds of pronouns they use to express themselves. I think that's pretty cool. You can choose your own pronouns. Choose whichever feels right to you. Because the right pronouns feel super cool, totally awesome, amazingly wonderful, just like you. When someone uses your right pronouns, it feels like pulling on your favorite sweater that fits just right, or like a warm hug from your favorite person when you're feeling a little bit lonely. Maybe there's someone near you right now that maybe you could give a big hug to, or maybe you could give yourself a big hug and a squeeze. That always makes me feel so good. It's like when you get to sit in your favorite seat at lunch, or when your cup of hot cocoa is just hot enough to sip on a cold day. Can everybody get out their cup of hot cocoa? All right, let's see. Ooh, it's a little hot. Let's blow on it first. Can everybody make that yum noise? Delicious. Or it's like when you find your best stuffed friend after you thought they were lost forever. Oh, do you? That's a familiar. That's Teddy in a book. How did Teddy get into a book? Very interesting. Let's see. It's like remembering which toothbrush is yours, or like belting your favorite song at the top of your lungs, or when your parent makes your favorite food for dinner. What's your favorite food? I like pizza and spaghetti and meatballs and hamburgers. What's your favorite food? Macaroni and cheese. Yum. It makes you want to do cartwheels through the playground and jump so high on your parents' bed that you could touch the ceiling, or throw a dance party with all of your friends. That looks like such a fun dance party. My pronouns make me feel like me. Super cool, totally awesome, amazingly wonderful me. Can everybody do an air high five, just like me and Kip? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Air high five. Nice job, everybody. So what pronouns do you use? Do he and him feel as cozy as sleeping under a million blankets? Maybe a little toasty warm, too. Let's see. What about she and her? Do she and her feel like smiling so much that your cheeks might fall off? Can everybody smile so hard? Oh, what's a big smile look like? Oh, okay, let it go. Careful with your cheeks. You don't want to hurt them too much. Here we go. She looks so cool skateboarding like that. Do they and them feel like you can jump so high? You can say hello to the moon and the stars. Hello, moon. Hello, stars. Wow. It's a pretty high place to jump. Or Maybe you want to use something totally different. Or maybe you don't know your pronouns yet. That's okay too. You've got plenty of time. But whatever pronouns you choose, they should make you feel like you. Super cool, totally awesome, amazingly wonderful you. So what do you say? What are your pronouns today? The end. That was hooray for she, he, ze, and they. So, I think that since they had a pretty cool dance party, we should maybe have a dance party of our very own. So my friends, can everybody warm up their bodies for a dance party by doing a full body wiggle on 3, 1, 2, 3. Everybody wiggle those bodies and we're gonna get started. I wanna see some of those awesome dance moves. Here we go. My mama told me when I was young, we were all born superstars. Here we go. She held my head up, put my lipstick on in the glass of her boudoir. Here we go. There's nothing wrong with loving who you are, 'cause they made you perfect, babe. Here we go. So hold your head up, girl, and you'll go far. Listen to me when I say, away, 'cause comics no mistakes. I'm on the right track, baby. I was born this way. Don't hurt yourself with regret. Just love yourself and you said, I'm on the right track, baby. I was born this way. There ain't no other way, baby. I was born this way. Right track, baby. I was born this way. There ain't no other way, baby. I was born this way. Right track, baby. I was born this way. We get straight up right. Let's be a treasure of life. I'm on the right track, baby. I was born to survive. Explain. On the right track, baby. I was born to be brave. Oh, there ain't no other way, baby. I was born this way. Right track, baby. I was born this way. Don't be a drag, just be a queen. Don't be a drag, just be a queen. Don't be a drag, just be a queen. Just be. Here we go. No matter gay, straight, fine. Let's be a treasure of life. I'm on the right track, baby. I was born to survive. Black, white, and beige, Asian, Latinx made. On the right track, baby. I was born to be brave. There ain't no other way, baby. I was born this way. Right track, baby. I was born this way. There ain't no other way, baby. I was born this way. Right track, baby. I was born this. One more time. Oh, there ain't no other way, baby. I was born this way. Right track, baby. I was born this way. Thank you so much, my friends. I hope you have an awesome Pride. Bye, friends.
So that's Linsmere. So if you want to see more, please go check out their YouTube channel for some great stuff. We've got that link tree here in the YouTube and the Zoom chat, but you can find out more about them, their book, and all the good things. But such a fun time. Thanks for dancing, whether you're on camera or not. I hope that helps you wake up a little bit as our midday. Kathy's right that was the perfect time of day for a dance party. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Angela to introduce our next speaker.
That was just so sweet. How great that they recorded that video for us for this moment with all of you. So I am very glad to be welcoming Robin McCallan, who some of you might know. She has been doing national work for over 30 years in this space and has been advocating on the part of our LGBTQ youth for a very long time. She has done advocacy, education, professional development, and doesn't seem to be stopping. She is the founder and former executive director of True Colors, Inc., and has trained more than 30,000 professionals across sectors, across the country, around affirming spaces for LGBTQ youth. And, in addition to all of that, Robin also teaches at the college level, is an expert human rights campaign trainer for All Children, All Families, and does a lot of DEI consulting through her own consulting firm, McCallan Consulting Services. So I'll just say before Robin jumps on that like maybe 10 years ago, I went to my first True Colors conference. And I remember seeing Robin on the stage, who was just brilliant with young people, like captivated. I don't know. It must have been 500 to, I don't know, Robin probably knows. The whole auditorium was full, and I was blown away by how many young people were in this space. All of them having the flag that resonated with their identity, all of them joyful, all of them bringing such like electrifying energy into the room. And Robin captivated all of them. And if you've been around teenagers ever, you know how difficult that is. Robin was just a superstar and had their full attention. And every year that conference ran, continued to create amazing spaces for young people. So want to check in now to see if Robin is able to jump on. You can go ahead and turn on your camera, Robin, and then we can spotlight you.
You may also be muted, Robin.
Unmute.
There we go.
Okay. I can't seem to turn on my video, but I'm going to try in a second. Hold on a second. Let's see if that works. Let me shut that off. See if it works here. No, I don't know why, but my video will not turn on. I'm trying to start I have a hostess ask you to start your video. And I'm saying, okay, I'm trying to start my video, but I'm trying to start my video, but it won't start. So can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, so I am sorry that I cannot start my video. The long and short of it is that I'm not at home because my mother-in-law died, and we are in the process of clearing out her apartment, which is why it's sort of echoey in here. And I left my computer at home this morning, and so I just can't figure out how to turn the video on.
I think that's okay, Robin. We're grateful you're here, even in the midst of working through family stuff. So thank you for being here, and we can hear you loud and clear. So if you want to take it away, that's great.
Hey, Robin, I'm not sure if you muted again, but we're not able to hear you.
We might be able to, Kathy Krebs, if you're around and ready, we might be able to move to you first and give Robin a chance to sort of reset the technology.
I'm actually here, but the technology is not working. So I'll just go without the technology if that's okay.
Okay, thanks, Kathy.
All right.
See you in a second.
All right.
Go for it, Robin.
All right. Thanks so much, Angela. I apologize for the technology. I always say that I am a technology immigrant, not a technology native, and it's showing today. So I'm going to start this the way I usually start my conversations, by saying that I have worked with lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, queer, questioning, two-spirit, same-gender loving, pansexual, flexual, not straight, not labeling, straight-ish, straight so far, straight with options, straight but stuff happens, gender bending, bigender, pangender, agender, asexual, non-binary, and other sexual and gender minority youth for just over 30 years. I always start with the litany of the language when I'm having a conversation about LGBTQ plus folks, not because I have any expectation that people will remember any of that, but really to make two what I think are really important points. One is that the language is changing, and how humans, especially young humans, are describing themselves and their experiences may be very different than many of us grew up with. Fortunately, we don't have to keep up. We just have to keep open. And at the end of the day, we can't keep up. All we can do is keep open. One of the reasons I have such a long list, and honestly, what I just gave you was my short list. The reason I have such a long list is that I often ask youth how they identify. I don't ask grown-ups because grown-ups get all cranky, but I do ask youth, so how do you identify? And then pretty much no matter what they say, I'm going to say something like, thank you for telling me. So what's it like to be a non-binary pansexual femme? Because just because I might know what all those words mean doesn't mean I know what they mean by those words. And so by opening the door and asking the question, they give them the opportunity to tell me more about what those words mean to them. Now, I will tell you, sometimes I say, thank you for telling me, would you like to tell me more about what it's like? And they'll say, no, that's all I wanted you to know. And then sometimes they'll go on for 15 minutes, right? And so it's really a great opportunity to make a connection with a young person and learn, or anybody that you're talking to learn more about who they are and how they experience the world. The second thing I want to say, and this is actually comes from a line from a book that I read a long time ago that talked about how you can't keep up, but you can keep open. And you don't have to understand, you just have to accept and respect, right? So, in the reality, I'm a social worker by trade, right? So empathy is one of the, sort of the keys to my my work. But no matter how much empathy I have, I can't fully understand what it's like to be somebody else, to walk around the world in their skin. Fortunately, I don't have to understand. I just have to accept and respect. I want to close my piece out with just a couple of pieces about some things about the work that I think that has been most important for me over this time, is that that when a young person comes out, and this is something that PFLAG says all the time, when a young person comes out, the whole family is on a journey, and that those of us who support young people have to also pay really close attention to what's going on with their families. I've worked a lot with Caitlin Ryan out of the University of San Francisco, and her really seminal research suggests that a couple of things that I think are really critical. One is that families love their children and want to do what's best for them. Even if we know that what they're doing is harmful, they think that what they're doing is in their kid's best interest because they want their kid to be happy and healthy, and they think that what they're doing is going to help them do that. Secondly, a family's first response is almost never their final response. That over time, families can move from very rejecting to at least ambivalent. And Caitlin's research is very clear that although the best outcomes are when families are supportive, and family response correlates with every single risk factor you can name for LGBT youth: suicidality, substance abuse, cutting, running away, smoking cigarettes, all those things correlate with family rejection. But families do not have to transform themselves to make room for their children. They just have to figure out how to make enough space, because the difference between rejecting and affirming is huge. The difference between affirming and ambivalent is it's better to be affirming, but it's less harmful to be ambivalent. And that tells us that we can work with families, that we can help them learn to become allies for their children. And we can also help prevent them from becoming their child's first bully. So I think I'm going to leave it at that. And I'm actually going to say one more quick thing. With everything that's going on in the world right now, families of LGBTQ plus folks of any age are very nervous and scared. And they need reassurance, and they need recognition that those of us who are allies, especially for trans and non-binary folks, that those of us who are allies we need to step up. We're the ones who need to be, advocating and amplifying the voices of our trans and non-binary siblings, and fighting back openly with the stuff that's going on. That, it's time for us to really for cisgender people to put some skin in the game. So I think I'll end on that note, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I wish I could have been on camera, but you know, technology is what it is. So have a great rest of the day, and happy Pride, everybody.
No worries. Thanks, Robin.
Yeah, thank you so much, Robin. And it's okay. We have your amazing headshot on the website. So no worries. People can go check out your headshot. They can check out your website, which I will put in the chat. Really appreciate you being here. Back to you,
And
Ellie.
Thanks so much.
please
Take care.
take good care, Robin.
Thank you. I'll
Or-
hang for a couple of minutes in case anybody has any questions or comments.
Yeah, please do. Great. Well, with that, got a sneak peek of our next speaker. We'll bring up Kathy Krebs. Kathy Krebs works at the ABA Litigation Section Children's Rights Litigation Committee. And I hope I got that right. I know you sent it to me. But I'm really appreciating you being with us, Kathy, and sort of who you are and what you represent and the partnership both here and in the past in general, lifting up these issues, partnering with Currey and others. And so thanks for being here. I'll give it to you to sort of introduce yourself further and tell us about your work.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Elliot. I am so thrilled and honored to be here. I've been listening off and on all day, and I'm feeling so incredibly inspired. Very grateful to Elliot and everybody working really hard to make this happen today, and all the organizers for putting it together. So thank you so much for having me. As Elliot said, my name is Kathy. I use she, her pronouns. I am with the Children's Rights Litigation Committee of the American Bar Association Litigation Section. The mission of our committee is twofold. One, we are focused on making sure that children and young people have lawyers when they need them. And when might that be? It might be if they're charged with a crime in the juvenile legal system, or if the state removes them from their families to place them into foster care through the child welfare system. It might be in education proceedings like special education or expulsion cases, might be in an immigration hearing, or it might be if they're experiencing homelessness. The second part of our mission is making sure that the lawyers that children and young people get are really good lawyers. They're well trained and able to represent their clients zealously. A really important part of making sure that lawyers represent their clients well is making sure that they know how to advocate for and empower their LGBTQ+ and Two-Spirit clients. LGBTQ+ children and young people deserve to be who they are. They deserve a life free of discrimination and bullying, and they deserve to be safe and thriving. Lawyers can play an important role in empowering young people to realize these rights, and our committee is committed to ensuring that lawyers for kids know how to do just that. So I want to tell you about how we do that by sharing two recent projects that our committee has worked on. Our committee partnered with Lambda Legal and 8 leaders who have lived experience in a variety of systems, including child welfare, immigration, and the juvenile legal system. Our goal is to come up with resources to help lawyers talk to their child and youth clients about their identity, how to literally have the conversations with them, and how to ask their clients about things like their race, their religion, disability status, and importantly, their LGBTQ+ status. Our team of lived experts also expanded the definition of identity that we as lawyers had been thinking about to be sure that it also included whatever the young person is passionate about, what they love to do. Our team was really clear that's a really important part of their identity as well. And why is identity important to legal representation? Our team of lived experts talked about how it was important in a few different ways. One, when lawyers talk about identity with our clients, it's a way to get to know them, to show we see them as a whole person, and to express that we care about them. And secondly, a young person's identity also impacts their legal case. For example, whether they're in a safe and affirming placement, whether they're experiencing bullying at school, or whether they may have a particular avenue of relief in their immigration case. Understanding our client's identity enables us to be the zealous advocates to which they're entitled. So our team named this project Let's Talk About You, and we came up with a variety of tools for lawyers to help them have these conversations, including resources to help lawyers prepare themselves, tips for having successful conversations, and then ideas for ways to support a young person after a conversation about identity has occurred. We put these resources on a website, which I think will be dropped in the chat if it hasn't been already. And you should feel free to explore the website. Everything is free and open, and you might find something you can use in your own work, and you'd be welcome to. One of my favorite resources that we put together for the project were training videos for lawyers, illustrating how to have these conversations about identity. The scripts were written and acted out by lived experts on our team, and the results are both funny and helpful. Our team felt it was really important to show the lawyer screwing it up, doing it wrong, and then returning later to apologize, trying again and doing better. We felt it was critical to show what the young people on our team told us really clearly. It's okay to try to have conversations about identity, including LGBTQ+ status, and to fail, to not quite do it right, That's okay. But it's not okay not to try. It's not okay to not talk to young people about who they are. In order to advocate for young people, we as advocates need to understand who they are fully as a whole person with lots of intersecting identities so that we can work with our clients to ensure that they are safe, affirmed, and thriving. The second project I wanted to share was a training we did this past May in Humboldt County, which is in Northern California near the coast, really beautiful part of the country. There's a link to a news article about the training that I think will be dropped in the chat as well, if you want to read more about that. We did a training for lawyers who represent children and young people in Humboldt County, along with some of the Humboldt judges as well. And the training was called System Involved Two-Spirit and LGBTQ+ Youth, Increasing Engagement, Improving Advocacy, and Building Support. This training began with a panel of Two-Spirit and LGBTQ+ leaders from Humboldt County Transition Age Youth Collaboration, who talked about their experience with lawyers and the legal system generally. This panel was incredibly powerful, and the panelists shared a lot of wisdom with attendees. Panelists gave lawyers in the audience advice about how to ask about their clients' pronouns, how to handle if their clients are dead named in court, and advice about not making assumptions about young people. Overall, panelists advised lawyers to be empathetic and respectful about everyone's identity and to never give up on a young person. We then had a presentation from the team at the organization Queer Humboldt, who talked about concepts, terminology, and resources. It was a great opportunity for the lawyers and advocates in the room to learn and also to ask questions in a safe space. We then concluded with a presentation from Currey Cook from Lambda Legal, who I know spoke earlier at this event. He was able to talk about federal and state laws, professional standards for lawyers, how to create respectful and affirming courtroom environment, and legal advocacy for trans, non-binary, and gender diverse clients. We had a full room and it was a powerful training. I wanted to share these projects as examples of the work that we're doing, really ensuring that lawyers for children and young people are affirming their LGBTQ+ and Two-Spirit clients and empowering them to enforce their rights. The American Bar Association Litigation Section Children's Rights Litigation Committee has long been committed to this work, and we will continue to advocate zealously for LGBTQ+ and Two-Spirit young people. We are definitely not slowing down. Thank you so much again for having me here today.
Before you go anywhere, Kathy, the question everyone gets, what do you do for joy? What are you doing when you're not working to get some joy?
Oh, joy. I love to read. I just love to read. And I love to be near the water. So any chance to be sort of in a place where I can have a water view is welcome and lovely.
Absolutely.
And also, honestly, being in a community like this brings
Yeah.
me so much joy. I'm so grateful to be here.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I've fooled you all into thinking this was work, but really I just wanted to spend time with everyone. Well,
You did good.
Yeah. Thank you, Kathy, for joining us
Thanks,
today. I
everyone.
appreciate it. We're going to transition now to our next speaker. And I'm very excited to bring up Brandy Lee, who I put on the flyer as a legend and an icon because she is. And so you're going to get to hear from Brandy. Brandy's going to read a story to us, but also just Dana from National Center for Youth Law is going to introduce Brandy because that's how we got connected to Brandy. So I think we've got Dana, Brandy, and then some slides that are going to show, but if we can help with any of that, let me know. There's that. And then if you want to come on camera, Dana, to introduce Brandy. You may already be more spot.
Aloha, folks. I am running Brandy's tech, so I am multitasking here, but I'm so thrilled to be able to introduce Brandy to you all today. She is someone who's a huge mentor and icon to me personally, and I think you all will benefit from getting to hear her wisdom. Just one moment. So Brandy is someone who I have the pleasure of working with in my day-to-day. She is the receptionist at the local nonprofit that works with families and children in the child welfare system here in Hawaii, which is where we are. But I'm going to give a little backstory to Brandy before she begins her performance. In 1963, Brandy Lee was asked to organize a female impersonation show in Honolulu's red light district. Her creation, Boys Will Be Girls Review, was a smash hit, and it ran at the iconic Glade nightclub until 1980. The Glade was more than just a stage. It was a refuge for Hawaii's Mahu community, the once revered gender fluid healers, cultural practitioners, and teachers of Native Hawaiian history. Brandy's show emerged during a time of immense cultural tension. Hawaii was just 4 years into statehood, and Western ideas of gender, sexuality, and law enforcement were increasingly imposed across the islands. The same year that the Boys Will Be Girl review debuted, Hawaii passed restrictive anti-queer laws, including bans on cross-dressing, which specifically targeted performers at the Glade. But Brandy persisted, creating beauty, joy, and solidarity in defiance of discrimination. Brandy Lee is, as Elliot said, an icon, an artist whose work helped shape a vibrant space for queer expression in Hawaii at a time when that was under threat. She's a cultural pioneer who uplifts Mahu identity with grace, elegance, and humor. Today, Brandy joins us to share the story of the Kapa'e Mahu. Please join me in welcoming the legendary Brandy Lee and hold while I set up her technology. Thank you.
I think Dana, as long as yours is muted, and then we'll be able to hear Brandy through Brandy's. There we go. Oh, perfect. Yes, there you are on screen.
Aloha pumehana kako. Greetings with very warm affection. Mahalo, and thank you so much for having me to participate in this adventure. Today I'm going to read to you a story that was written by Hinale Moana Wong Kalu, Dean Hammer, and Joe Wilson, and it's illustrated by Daniel Souza. It is called Kapai Mahu. I'm going to read it in Hawaiian and then translate it into English. I te ao mamu o tō kakukihewa, noho ali'i ia o ahu. A ia no he e hamau kanaka tupai anaha o ta holo moana o haole mai la ko mai mo aula nui a kea a tu mai I Hawaii nei. Long ago, before Kakuhihewa ruled Oahu, 4 Tahitians journeyed across the ocean from their home in Moalanui Iakea to Hawaii. A Paiakula, a noho I Uluko ma Waikiki. They settled at Uluko in Waikiki. A o ia mau malihini. He ui kanaka leo maliu, a he no nohe, vaipahe no nai. The visitors were tall and deep in voice, yet gentle and soft-spoken. A ole he tane, they were not male. A ole he wahine, they were not female. He mahu, mau mahu la ko. He palua noho, la ko ma kanau, me ka no. A mana anu a pau. They were mahu. A mixture of both in mind, heart, and spirit. A o ta ino o ta lako, ala ka I o ia no, ka pai mau, he mau hiva a na atua, o ia mau ta huna la paau, o ka puni mana nui. Indeed, the leader of the group was named Kapaimahu. The gods favored the 4 visitors with skill in the science of healing. Kapuni possessed great spiritual power. O Kinohi, wanana he te papalua, I te papalua. Kinohi was all-seeing. O Kahaloa, me tana la au tahea. Kahaloa could heal from afar. A o ka pai mahu, o ka tau la au, and ka pai mahu healed by laying on hands. Ua ka ana, mai no lako I tō lako I te me, tō lako na au, I nā kanaka o ia pai aina. They bequeath their healing wisdom to the people of these islands. Alawa pono la kohana o makatau e haalele, hu ka I ini e mahalo I la po, tahuna la paau me, ka tutulo, aku I kahi me, ho o mana au ia la ko. When the healers had completed their work, the people wished to express their gratitude for their wondrous cures by creating a monument in their honor. Ita potane la ko o ina. Ai aua, a totoa, a la ko ma kaiumuki. He wahine taulana ita pohatu kani. One moonless night, they gathered at Kaimuki, an area famous for its bell rock. Nawe akume a eha mau pohatu. Nunui a hitiloa I Waikiki. They moved 4 great big boulders all the way to Waikiki. A ulumai, kala waiho akula la ko I ta la ko mana la paau me ta kanupu. Ke tahi I mau tu ho'omana, malalo o ta pohatu tai. As the sun rose, the healers began to transfer their powers into the stones, placing idols representing the dual spirit of Mahu under each one. A halano ho'otai mahina, o ta ha'alele no ia o kai Mahu ma o he roa e hoi ho mai. The ceremonies lasted a full moon. Then, knowing that their healing powers were safe in the stone, the Mahu vanished. He mao se natulia, I moe ai ia mau pohatu ma kahatai. The stones remained a sacred site for centuries. Ahala te au, alole loa no. But as the tides of time passed, everything changed. Analovale ia mau kala, no pai mahu, no lohia, me ua mau pohatuma, alalo o kahi taua, hale kini popo, oro kaa. The stones of Kapai Mahu were forgotten, even buried under a bowling alley. O I aino ua veho, ia mai ia mau pohatu eha. Pela no ota kalanda mahu o ia mau tahuna lapa au. I ho'onalo ia ma tahai mo olelo mai no kapai mahu. The stones have since been recovered, but their history is still being suppressed. And the fact that the healers were Mahu has been erased. Awe, ka mina no hoi, aloha te oe maupopo, I tā mau kala, o ia maupoha, ora ia, o ik, ike I tō la ko mana ola. It is a great loss and a deep, deep shame. For only when you understand the true history of these stones shall you behold their living power. Tēnō kātou e tāna aku e tūtalai. Aku ino mo'olelo o tō ka Kato po tupuna o te aui hala. Bela no kato e mahalo a o ho'ohano hano. Aku a ia lako a me ta lako ho'olina o ka na. Ola, ola, ola. E ola loa ta mo'olelo no kapai mahu. And when you share that story, you honor it. Life, 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 long life to the story of Kapai Mahu. And I would like to leave you with the very ending of the story, which says, unearthing the path of our past leads to our future. Mahalo. Thank you so much for listening, and great greetings from the islands with much love and aloha. Thank
Absolutely. Thank you, Brandy, so much. Please don't go away just yet. We have one question for you and Dana that we ask everyone, which is, what do you do to get joy in your life in your free time? What do you do for fun?
For fun?
Yeah,
I used to go to the bars, not anymore. I'm too old. I just made 83.
My gosh, that's great. Look at you go.
I spend most of my time now. Mostly, I do a lot of things with my church. I'm Catholic, and with a lot of I do shows now and then. Once in a while, I do shows. They asked me to do one called Cabaret Cougars. It's the oldies but goodies.
I love it. I love it. Well,
Yes.
love the story. Thank you for sharing it with us. And before you go, we'll have Dana help you with this piece. But to everyone who's already been here today, we've been doing this Menti poll where we want to track where are people calling in from today. So you can scan with a QR code on your phone, that QR code here, or you can go to menti.com and use the code at the top of the screen, 36702937. And it'll give you an opportunity to basically drag and drop a pin. And we'd love for you to vote on where you're calling in from. We've got folks all over the country already, but would love to make sure we capture Hawaii, of course, being here with us today. But anyone else, feel free. And I'll put this link into our, I think the chat, someone else maybe grabbed it. Thank you for that. As well as our YouTube folks who are tuning in. Please feel free to fill out that little Menti poll for us. But we want to know who all's here. So we've got, let's see, we've got Oregon, Washington, California represented for sure, Nevada, New Mexico, got Wyoming, and then we've got tons of Midwest, some of the South, and plenty of cluster over here in the New England territories. Seeing some more pop up. Any others? Drop your pin on that Menti poll for us so we can show that we've been here today. Brandy, Dana, thank you again for joining us. Really appreciate you sharing your story and just getting to know who you are as a legend and an icon. So thank you for being here. It's much appreciated. Thanks, Dana. All right. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our friend Adrienne, who's back to introduce another wonderful speaker for us. So Adrienne, please come on up, and then we'll also be pinning Christopher Ward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elliot, and hello to all. It's great to be back. I was on earlier. I'm Adrienne Shilton. I'm with the California Alliance of Child and Family Services, and we represent 165 nonprofit community-based organizations in California that are serving our most vulnerable children and youth and families. And I have the distinct honor of introducing our next speaker to all of you, who is Assemblymember Christopher Ward. He was first elected to our California State Assembly in 2020. And in California, he represents our 78th Assembly District, which includes San Diego and El Cajon. And at the California Alliance, we have had the pleasure of seeing firsthand Assemblymember Ward's commitment to the issues that we most care about. So including LGBTQ plus communities, affordable housing, ensuring that our vulnerable youth, including foster youth, have the support that they need to thrive, and reforming school discipline as well. Assemblymember Ward also co-chairs our California Legislative LGBTQ Caucus in California and is a true public servant. So thank you so much, Assemblymember Ward, for joining today and giving remarks on our Pride Zoomathon.
Awesome. Adrienne, thanks so much for that wonderful intro, and for everybody that organized today. Thank you for including me as well. It's great to be here. I know it's such a spirited event for a lot of the champions for a lot of our rainbow families like mine. Your commitment, of course, it's really the heartbeat of the movement. Seeing so many people gathered here, it definitely reminds me about why this work matters so deeply. As Adrienne mentioned, I'm proud to represent the 78th Assembly District, serving San Diego, but also I'm the chair of the California Legislative LGBTQ Caucus. So we have 14 of the 120 legislators in the California legislature that identify as a member of our community. We are widely represented, but not fully represented. We have not yet first elected our an out transgender member of the community. We had a real close call, and we got really close last cycle, and we'll continue to look for great local talent to join us here in an election soon to come. But I think it's a great day that we're all here together. I know that this is today, the 10th anniversary of Obergefell. Was there in Washington, coincidentally, for a conference the day that landmark decision was decided that cemented marriage equality as the law of the land and unlocked a very new era of possibility for all those who simply wanted to be able to build what every family wants. They want recognition, they want dignity, they just want a chance to be able to have a life together equally. And that's what our caucus has really been struggling towards, not just marriage equality, but the range of issues that matter to the LGBTQ community. So we've been working really closely in California here. I'm glad to see that there's such a good group across the nation here, maybe curious about how we're navigating these times. Certainly, it's been decades of work on bold protections, knowing that a lot of our families today now are under fresh assaults on their health care, on their privacy, on even the very basic freedom to exist, or the governmental decision on whom they can love. It's fearful, and we definitely hear that fear. We hear a lot of the fatigue, and so we are doing what we need to do here with action. We are working around the clock, around the year, to address a lot of the attacks that are coming against our community, and are really trying to diligently advance a lot of intentional bills that are going to help give or deliver a lot of the protections that Californians are asking for, but also to be able to support California's safe haven status. Last year, the governor signed one of our priority bills, SB 729, and that helped to cover the cost of IVF and ensure that the family building process is not exclusive only to heterosexual couples. And also last year, we had Proposition 3 passed by the voters to enshrine marriage equality rights into our state constitution. This would ensure that LGBTQ couples are able to safeguard their marriage from future attacks. If attacks on Obergefell, for example, were ever successful, like attacks on Roe v. Wade at this U.S. Supreme Court. And we know that there are early court cases right now that we fear in a year or two may rise to that level. This year, we were advancing a lot of bills to be able to support our families. We have, I think, Senate Bill 405 to be able to help safeguard the confirmatory adoption process so that parent-child ties are secure from day one. And also Senate Bill 590, this will help to afford family paid leave for chosen families, recognizing that LGBTQ households often rely on, very long relationships, every bit as those that are defined by blood. The work that we do, our legislation, we know it's vital, but so is our lived experience. And that's why we serve the communities that we do across a lot of initiatives. For instance, last legislative session, we launched our first ever LGBTQ Caucus scholarship program, handed out nearly $150,000 to LGBTQ college students across California. They are deserving of it. They are certainly in need of it. We know the struggles that they go through as both students and members of our community, and we're happy to add a little bit of support and make their life a little bit better so that they weren't having to choose between being able to buy food, be able to buy course materials, or being able to successfully navigate their education. Additionally, our caucus, we're the only caucus that we know of in all of the California diversity caucuses to launch a rural tours initiative to really get out, not just at the Capitol in Sacramento, but also get out of West Hollywood, out of San Francisco, out of my home community of Hillcrest, and make sure that we're visiting community members that are often overlooked and underrepresented. We know in major urban areas that we've got leaders and we've got organizations and we've got members of our community, and they often have a seat at the table when it comes to political funding or state funding or political representation. But we know California is a big state. If you haven't been here, don't really know, it's not all about the coast, and it's not all about these wonderful urban cities. There's wonderful rural communities as well, and nobody should have to choose between leaving a town that has been their origin and their community just because there's not a very strong network there. They deserve to be treated as equals in their home communities, but also deserve the attention and the resources to make sure that their needs are met and that we're not just serving through centers in these more urbanized areas. We want to know that, in lieu of anybody that might represent them, they always have a voice and an advocate here in the Capitol as well. And I think that was heard very loud and clear. One of those stops was in Salinas Valley last fall, and we learned about their community's Family Acceptance Project and their efforts to be able to help families come to acceptance on their own terms. And that local validation, that local effort, I think is really making a difference, because that is a organization really founded in that community. And I think that validates a lot of the work that we're doing to others that just maybe not have ever engaged with somebody who is LGBT. But those efforts also help fuel a lot of the policies that we write and a lot of the budget priorities that we are looking out for. We have a lot of work to do. We recognize the progress that we've made, but we know that it's fragile. We've seen how courts are shifting. Federal government can do what it's doing. Legislatures elsewhere in other states are rolling back rights. So that's why a lot of your advocacy that you're working on in hearings, on social media, kitchen tables, amongst conversations with neighbors, it's just as crucial today as it was years ago, and it will be crucial for years into the future. Every current and prospective parent who is navigating the adoption paperwork, and I've been there, to every grandparent fighting for their trans grandchild's future, every ally willing to lift your voice. You do have partners here in Sacramento who are there to support you and who won't back down. And on behalf of our 14-member LGBTQ caucus, you have our commitment that California will remain a safe haven and a pathway to parenthood and defend every child's right to grow up in a family that's built on love. So if you ever need help, if it's a legislative fix, for support with any of our state departments, or even just a listening ear, or figuring out how do we do something here and you want to do it in Maryland or New York or Kansas, please don't hesitate to reach out to me in my office. Our open doors are there to be able to assure you that we can connect you with those resources and provide you with at least a little bit of moral support, but hopefully with some good guidance that can help to reflect and replicate some of the great work that we've done here. I think that's how we're going to be able to ensure that future decades are not going to be defined by any rollbacks, but by making sure that every family of every color of the rainbow is supported and reflected in the work that we do. I want to thank you again for organizing today, and I want to keep with you building a lot of futures, one joyful family at a time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Assemblymember Ward. Very glad that you joined us today. It's been a pleasure to have you. We've got folks on the live stream as well as in the webinar, and folks who will be watching this later at home. So grateful to you to take the time to speak with all of us. I also want to give a shout out to the fantastic purple suit you were wearing the other day that I really where I can get because it was so good. But thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate you taking the time, and thank you, Adrienne, as well, for introducing our wonderful California state speakers. So have a great rest of your day, and we're gonna move on to our next speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, with that, I'm going to send a nudge really quick to Sarah Rosso to double check the speaker chat just to see if I've got a time that works for you for speaking. But with that, I want to introduce our next speaker from the Christopher Street Project, who is Tyler Hack, who's been doing some really rad work that if you haven't seen on their Instagram or their website, just getting some awesome speakers and people to really send the message about organizing and what's so important for our rights. So Tyler, I'm going to give it to you to talk about yourself and your org, and we'll put your link in the chat as you speak.
Thank you so much, Elliot. Thank you all for being here today. Happy Pride. I'm so excited to be here with all of you. My name is Tyler Hack. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm the executive director of the Christopher Street Project. We are a new organization focused on electoral and legislative advocacy for the trans community. I'm sure, like myself, all of you saw the attacks last fall from the Trump administration and MAGA Republicans on trans kids, putting the faces of trans kids on TV, kids who had no idea that they would be involved in anything political are now suddenly showing up on TV. And after the election, a lot of people were looking for someone to scapegoat. And even some Democrats were saying things like, maybe we lost because I don't want my daughters playing sports with boys. And in that moment, I was working in Washington, D.C., working to elect Democrats up and down the ballot, and wanted to see a little more than what we got in terms of holding those folks accountable, regardless of their party affiliation. It's really important that our leaders know that we're here, we're paying attention, and that we will hold them accountable when they say something that's out of line. We knew with the attacks that would be coming from the Trump administration come January that we couldn't afford those defections. So we got to work. We had conversations with organizations who've been doing the work for decades. We had conversations with lawmakers, with members of Congress, and asked folks, where do you get your talking points when it comes to trans issues? And people often just do what they think is right. And I think that is amazing. And we needed to build a level of coordination that we hadn't really seen before. So that is what we have been doing at Christopher Street Project since we launched in January. We've been focused on both the legislative side of things, giving people talking points about how to talk about these issues, how we connect trans issues with Americans who don't think they've ever met a trans person. Because when people hear about something like healthcare being taken away from trans people, they're upset. That people are not on board with that. So making sure that we actually reach out to people, meet them where they are, and talk about the trans experience from kind of a hearts and minds perspective to make sure that we can take back the narrative is really important. And we've also been building political power like we've never seen before, making sure that these members of Congress know that if they stand up for trans people, that we will stand up for them. We have been in these rooms, talking to members of Congress and telling them how to advocate for trans people in Congress and at the ballot box. We've seen some great examples of people like Governor Andy Beshear, who was able to effectively hold off anti-trans attacks. They spent tens of millions of dollars attacking him for vetoing a nasty anti-trans bill. And he would say, I think all children are children of God, and it's not the job of the state government to come in here and dictate what should be up to local families and communities. And he won in a Trump plus 30 state by 5 points. It's really important that we give folks that playbook so that they actually understand how we connect with all of these communities. We need leaders who actually understand what we are going through in this moment, because the attacks coming from the Trump administration are on all fronts. They're attacking trans people when it comes to gender affirming care, and they're attacking doctors. They're attacking education and people just being able to learn about trans issues, and they're attacking teachers who are using the correct names and pronouns for kids. They're attacking active duty service members and having them dishonorably discharged from the military, and attacking veterans who are just trying to get the gender affirming care that they need. It has been an attack on all fronts like we frankly never seen before, and we are pushing people to actually stand up for trans Americans because we don't have room for anything else in this moment. So we're really glad to be here with so many organizations and leaders who have been doing the work in all of these fields. And we need to make sure that we are fighting on all fronts, that we are fighting legislatively, electorally, but also, as so many organizations have been doing and have been talking about here today, fighting in our communities, in mutual aid, actually connecting people in all of these different issue areas, whether that be adoption or foster care, or all of these important things that we then can bring to our members of Congress at a macro level and say, look at this important work being done here at the local level. This is what we need to highlight. This is what we need to fund, and actually bringing those stories to members of work that's happening in their districts. You know, if there's a gender affirming care clinic, it's in a congressional district. We need to make sure that those members know what is happening on the ground and how this work is impacting people. So we will continue doing the work in DC to make sure that people understand the attacks against the trans community and what they need to do to stand up and fight back. And I would encourage you all to join us, to get plugged in, to contact your representatives, to talk to them about your experience, and to stand up for trans people in this moment in any way that you know how.
Thank you so much, Tyler. Could you tell us, what do you do for joy when you're not working and organizing? What do you do to fill up your cup?
Yeah, I think it's such an important thing right now, and I have been getting joy from hanging out with friends and family and being able to find spaces that I'm supportive, that I can be truly myself, that I don't need to worry about being, too political or have to worry about policing my own identity, and can actually just take a moment to kind of exhale.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as I mentioned, ChristopherStreetProject.org is in the chat to learn more. You can also find them on Instagram or social media. They've got some really great videos from like celebrities you would know, shouting them out and doing this work and trying to get folks to really turn out. So please go check that out. And Tyler, kudos to you and all your hard work on this. I think you're what, like 20 something? 20, right. So like Tyler's crushing it, y'all. So we are going to keep fighting the fights, and you are one of those people that gives me motivation to keep going myself. So thank you, Tyler, for everything.
Thank you so much, Elliot. Appreciate your work and appreciate you all for being here. Let's keep fighting, and happy Pride.
Happy Pride, yes. All right. Well, thank you, Tyler. We're going to transition now to hear from, and I just want to make sure, I don't think we've got, okay, great. So we're going to hear from Director Demetrius Starling from Michigan. And I'm going to let you further introduce yourself, but I just want to say thank you for being here. I mentioned this earlier with the Attorney General from Connecticut. I live in Wyoming, and so I don't necessarily have high expectations that my legislative leaders at the state or federal level we're going to show up for this event, but to have leaders in other states do it still means a lot, even for me, to see that there are people that have our back. So we're going to have you come up, and then if you want to request to share slides, we should be able to let you do that as well. But thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Elliot. And I got to tell you, after listening to Tyler talk, first and foremost, I'm energized, and I really feel old to hear from a 20-year-old from a guy who just turned 53 a couple of days ago. But thank you all for having me. Demetrius Starling. I'm the Senior Deputy Director for Children's Services with the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. Happy Pride. I use he, him pronouns. And I'm just, really pleasure and honor to be here today with this group. And if I can just share my document here, please let me know if you can see the PowerPoint.
It's loading. Yes, it's in the like back end view, but we see it.
Okay. All right. So basically, this is I want to run through some of the historical things that we have witnessed here in Michigan, and also some of the work that we have here in children's services and across our department, to be quite frank. And I also want to give a big shout out and kudos to our senior leadership and executive leadership When you think about Governor Gretchen Whitmer and our Director Hertel, they've been huge proponents of the work that we're doing with our LGBTQI plus families. So our mission, of course, is to make sure that folks don't feel marginalized in our communities, no matter what your race, sex, religion, national origin, or gender identity or expression is. And that's been extremely important and paramount for my team and I since I've been in this position. I've been in the Senior Deputy Director position now for 5 years, been with the department now for 25. And this has been a paramount subject for my team and I for a number of reasons, because we know that our families have been hugely impacted by our systems, our policies, and our statutes, and not in a good way all the time. And we've seen that even highlighted more in the last couple of years. So it's incumbent on myself and my leadership team to lean in and do better and be better for folks who feel as if they're not a part of our respective communities. What you'll
Director
see here,
Starling, can I
yes.
just ask if you're able to, in the bottom right, press the little presentation button, like it looks like a little slideshow, a little bit over right there. One over, other way. That one. It should show us without. There we go.
Oh,
Perfect. You're great. There you go.
thank you.
Of course.
So this is a set of our priorities that we've enacted for the last several years relative to children's services. The one that I really want to highlight is ensuring equitable practices in child welfare. So when you think about some of the things that my team and I have heard directly from youth with lived expertise, LGBTQI kids that have been impacted by our systems and traumatized by our systems, it was important to lift up and honor their voices as we reenacted or revisited policy and statute to make sure that we had a keen focus on what our 21st century child welfare system should look like. So in the early 2000s, much of the support for trans and non-binary individuals really came from a lot of our grassroots organizations in the Metro Detroit area, like Transgender Michigan and TG Detroit. They've been amazing thought partners for my team and I to really build that space, that capacity, and education across child welfare and our economic stability realms. A major turning point came in 2022 when the Michigan Supreme Court ruled that the state's Civil Rights Act protects LGBTQ plus individuals, including trans and non-binary people. This legal recognition marked a really significant step towards institutional support and protection. And the reason why that's important is because it gave me the basis and foundation to have really profound discussions with both internal and external stakeholders around this work, and also build that capacity, not only from a training perspective, but also a resource capacity perspective. So when folks were doing their yearly plans in regards to how we, build in or bake in some of the services needed for our trans and non-binary people, we really leaned on some of the language in our Michigan Supreme Court ruling, and also used that as a foundation in a lot of our discussions with those particular leaders. So as far as the community empowerment and pride perspective, we continue to support and be a part of some of the pride festivals. I was trying to get approval from folks to use their name, image, and likeness. We just had an event 2 weeks ago where we showed up for the parade. Director Hertel, Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist, and Governor Whitmer showed up. And, they were there for our folks while we were at the parade, which was amazing to see that level of support from some of our politicians. And we've infused some of this work that we've done with other folks like Transfusion in Dearborn, that we're helping kind of build more visibility and capacity in some of our communities that were not used to having that level of visibility in the past. Despite some of the progress, trans people in Michigan, unfortunately, particularly Black and Latina trans women, still face unfortunate violence and systemic barriers. Advocates like Michelle Fox Phillips and organizations like the Gender Identity Network Alliance have been amazing partners for us, and they've emphasized the importance of visibility and community engagement as tools for change. And just recently, we had some discussion with the NAACP about how they can play a more instrumental role in some of the work that we're doing here with our LGBTQI plus families. Barriers to identify recognition. We had to go through a lot of a lot of barriers, and really kind of work with some of our legislative folks and also external stakeholders in regards to really streamlining some of our processes and getting activists to help us continue to push for reforms to make these processes more accessible and affirming. So in short, Michigan has made meaningful strides, but the journey is far from over. The state's trans and non-binary communities have led the way through advocacy, visibility, and sheer determination. So I know this slide's a little bit jumbled, but I just think that it's important for me to really lift up some of the work that Children's Services specifically has done over the last several years. And a lot of this started in earnest because there were stakeholders that were pushing back on us in regards to some of the things that we saw in our stipulated order for our MISEP, and also some of the things that we were trying to accomplish relative to ensuring that folks that were trying to get licensed with private agencies had the same level of protections within our department. So we started statewide training initiatives around our sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression training modules for all of our staff, both public and private. And these trainings focus on affirming identity, building safe environments, and supporting our youth and foster care and other systems. We've also made sure that folks are doing the required training in regards to inclusive engagement, action about sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression. It's a 4-hour training required for all public and private children's services staff. It's something that not only our first line staff are doing, but also our leaders are doing as well. So myself and my leadership team have also participated in these trainings. The training focuses on terminology used to describe sexual orientation, background information on the prevalence of individuals with diverse SOGIE in the general population, outcomes that we expect in our systems as we engage on a higher level with SOGIE youth, and some of the regional and statewide resources that are available for youth that were not quite evident or realized in the past. And this also helps us in our recruitment process as we look to expand our footprint across the state for folks who want to be foster or adoptive parents. Some additional accomplishments, we really have a really robust boots on the ground kind of mindset in Michigan, where we work with Equality Michigan, Ruth Ellis Center, and Stand with Trans. These groups provide everything from legal aid and housing to mental health services and family education for our youth, especially our transitional age youth. So when you think about 15, 16, 17-year-old youth who are up against it and are transitioning to adulthood, those are the ones that we saw through our analysis struggle with some of those job readiness programs, access to mental health services, access to housing. So in tandem with Equality Michigan and Ruth Ellis and others, they've really helped us really tap into the need for some of those resources. The policy and advocacy groups, organizations like Transgender Michigan and the ACLU of Michigan actively advocate for our inclusive policies and anti-discrimination protections and public education to foster a more equitable environment for trans and non-binary individuals. And I'm also pleased to announce that we just entered into a relationship, an MOU, with the Department of Education to also be a partner with us in this work. So when we think about some of the challenges that our non-binary and transgender youth have when it comes to education and getting ready for vocational or college environments, they have stepped up and stated that they want to be a part of this, of building this ecosystem to make sure we help these young folks out. And again, the things that really bring our folks a lot of joy is participating in some of the local pride and visibility efforts. So we have our events up like the Up North Pride in Traverse City, which is absolutely beautiful. If you guys ever want to go to any part of Michigan, make sure you go to Traverse City. And programming with the Salute Center in Lansing, which again helps increase visibility, celebrating our diversity and building community connections across the state. So one of the things that that really has been, I believe, a focal point for us and a pillar of work is in regards to adhering to our My Family Together, Families First. So that is an amazing program that we lifted up around 2022 because of some of the pushback that my team and I were getting from other stakeholders that didn't feel as if they wanted to work with our non-binary and transgender folks. So we built some of these standalone programs to continue to honor their voices and make sure they understood that we weren't going anywhere. So enhancing or funneling more monies and resources into our family reunification program, our Family Together Building Solutions program, that are all inclusive of working with the caregivers and the youth who identify as LGBTQI was extremely important. These eligibility programs really increase the capacity for our folks across different parts of our department whenever folks have this sense of disparity in our systems. So when you think about housing instability, food insecurity, lack of access to mental health services, the My Family Together folks are specifically aimed at providing some of those permanency measures and really tapping down on some of those needs that that particular demographic sometimes is kind of boxed out of. So a part of that also is making sure that our folks are trained on how to engage and work with those families. Some of those trainings are optional, but most of those are mandatory, have been made mandatory by myself. We have what is called the SOGIE interview tools, which has been instrumental in how we engage our trans and non-binary youth affected by our systems. The questions in the tool are sensitive in nature and should be addressed in a very respectful, very non-judgmental manner. A youth SOGIE information should not be shared in writing or verbally beyond what's necessary to keep the youth safe and to make appropriate service referrals and placement assignments needed for that youth. So this is, again, a module that's trained across public and private. This is something that I have testified in front of our Michigan legislators and our federal court monitors for them to ensure that this is a paramount subject for myself and the department, and also part of our stipulated orders as we try to move towards exit out of a consent decree. This is something that's, again, a paramount focus for a handful of folks within my department, specifically in the out-of-home Services Bureau, to make sure that we're meeting youth where they're at. We're very cognizant of the trauma that has been impacted on them by our systems, but also to meet them in a very non-judgmental space. Also, we have developed a practice guide for working with lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning, intersex, and two-spirit youth in Michigan's child welfare system. It is a huge document, Elliot, so I can definitely drop it in an email to you. I don't think that folks will be interested.
Perfect, yeah.
It's a snoozer in some areas, but I'll definitely share it with you. But it's been such an amazing tool for us to help us work around some of the barriers that we had in regards to how to encounter or engage with folks from that demographic that are part of our child welfare systems, including prevention, CPS, foster care, adoption, and juvenile justice system. The practice guide is intended to increase awareness, knowledge, and skills of our child welfare staff and administrators so they effectively and competently meet the needs of our youth and our families. And so the question arises, why, and I've been asked this question to my face by certain folks, why is a practice guide needed for this population? And this is the response I give them. Our LGBTQI2S youth are members of our racial and ethnic cultures, communities, and religions. Violence and bullying targeted these individuals occur on a regular basis. These individuals experience discrimination and oppression that challenges their well-being. Youth who identify as LGBTQI2 and reside in out-of-home care are especially vulnerable to discrimination and stigma based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. Therefore, it is critical that youth are placed in settings that are aware of and prepared to meet their needs. Although well-intended child welfare professionals and caregivers do not always know how to effectively work with youth and advocate for youth who identify as LGBTQI2S to ensure positive outcomes. And lastly, I think this is one of the most important things that, when I go out and I speak publicly and within the department, I demonstrate this model from the top down. And so they understand that this is embedded and baked into everything that I do. It's not a fly-by-night thing. And even, in our current political environment, I know folks have asked me flat out, what do I think will change as a result of what's coming down from like a federal mandate perspective? And I always answer the same: it won't. This is a part of our ethos. This is a part of what's important to us from a personal and professional perspective. And as long as I have breath in my lungs and able to do this work, best believe that I am going to stand with my non-binary and transgender youth and families in the state of Michigan. So I know that was a lot in a nutshell in a couple of minutes, Elliot, but definitely stick around. Stick around if folks have any questions or things they want to lift up. Thank you.
Yeah. One quick question before we go to our next speaker, but I've been asking everybody, which is, what do you do for joy when you're not working? What do you do to make yourself happy?
Yeah, so one of the things I know, Minnesota is the state that's called the state of 10,000 lakes, but I don't know if they've been to Michigan. And if you ever had an opportunity to go in the UP and go to places like Presque and Picture Rocks and Traverse City, you know that we have some beautiful lakes. I'm a Cancer, so I love to be by the water. I love to be in my boat and fishing and just enjoying the splendors and beauty of our amazing state.
I love that. That's great. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thanks for sharing. Thank you for sort of just making it clear that you stick with our community. I think it's really important for people to hear and see that, especially in leadership roles. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Elliot. Much appreciated.
All right. With that, I'm excited to transition us now. I'm gonna pass it to Angela to introduce our next speaker, plus a tiny little baby with Angela.
Yes, we are visible, we are unstoppable, and we are with our children. Our children are here.
I love it.
All right, so I'm excited to introduce Dr. Ashley Austin. She has grown to be one of my very close colleagues and someone I just really enjoy working with. Ashley is a researcher and a practitioner that focuses on reducing disparities in health and treatment for LGBTQ people. She is a transgender affirmative practice. She teaches, she writes, she advocates, she does all the things, and she is one of the purveyors of the evidence-based program Affirm, which happens to be the only evidence-based program that is in the California Evidence-Based Clearinghouse for LGBTQ youth. And this program is phenomenal. She's not going to talk about it today, but I am going to put her website in the chat, because this program comes in many forms. It has been adapted many times. It's been replicated all over the United States and internationally. So definitely worth checking out if anyone is looking for a good program. And I am going to pass it to Ashley. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Angela. I'm excited I got to see the baby. So hello, everybody. Dr. Ashley Austin, she, her pronouns. As Angela said, I'm one of the developers of the Affirm interventions, and I'm not going to talk about them, but I'm going to give you a little tidbit or a little sort of sneak peek into one of our interventions as we go through it today. And I work along with Dr. Shelley Craig, who's the sort of co-creator and co-developer along with me. What we're going to do today is work on something called a self-compassion break. And a self-compassion break comes from the work of Dr. Kristen Neff that I think Angela is going to also put in the chat, Dr. Neff's website. I'm going to give you like a tiny little taste of self-compassion, but Kristen Neff's career and research and scholarship is built around this work, and it's pretty amazing. And what mindful self-compassion is, in a nutshell, is learning how to be a good friend to yourself when you are experiencing pain and suffering. And so I thought it would be nice to do a self-compassion break today. We're thinking about joy, we're thinking about resilience, and we're thinking about hope, kind of what we do, but also how to cultivate that in times of stress, right? We're all gathered here together to sort of, and I think we're hearing sort of the need to fight, to rise up, to stand, to do all of this work. And in that, part of the way that we cope with all of that and have access to joy and access to resilience is sort of how we cope. And so self-compassion is a really helpful way to cope. And so one of the reasons, so Angela mentioned that Shelley and our intervention is one of the only evidence-based interventions for LGBT youth, and it's the only one in the California Evidence-Based Clearinghouse. So when we create it, we integrate interventions or components that are also evidence-based. So the nice thing about self-compassion and why we've integrated is it is an approach that has a lot of evidence for supporting all the things that we want to do and getting rid of all the things we want to get rid of. So self-compassion is associated with things like joy, well-being, resilience, coping, connection and belonging even. And then it's also sort of associated with the lower levels of things like depression, anxiety, even shame. So as we think about what we need in today's times and as we face complicated legislation, I'm in Florida, by the way, as we work from and in states that are really challenging our young people and challenging us, we need more things that can help us. And so we are not always getting compassion from everyone around us, but self-compassion allows us to treat ourselves in the way we deserve to be treated. And the outcome suggests that we can give ourselves the help we need and the love and the kindness and the compassion that we need. And so there's a lot to say about this, and I have very little time, and we're going to go through an exercise, so I need to monitor myself. But what I want to do is invite all of you to engage in this practice with me. And to do that, we're going to do something a little different. you're going to have to listen to me to go through it. But your focus really, what I'm going to ask is that you turn your focus inward. That you actually, if you feel comfortable, you can close your eyes, but you can certainly look away from the screen and focus on something that allows you to tune inward. And what I want you to do is first focus on your breath, just noticing your breathing. You don't have to change it or deepen it. Just notice how you're breathing. Is it slow, fast, deep? Sometimes as we turn our attention to something, it shifts. That is totally okay. Notice if it shifts when you attend to it. Just notice the existence of this. Our breath is our life force, right? So notice and tune into that. As we breathe, I want you to now turn your attention to your body. Many of you have been sitting and working and staring at your screen. Notice if you need to shift to get more comfortable. Is your back comfy or uncomfy? How are your sit bones? Do you need to shift a little? Just want you to bring awareness to the body that is inhabiting the seat, or if you're standing, noticing your feet on the ground, your legs, tuning into yourself in space and time. We can't engage in self-compassion. We can't tune into ourselves and our own needs. So you're tuning into this. And for me, I tend to keep a lot of tension in my jaw. So maybe you're like, yeah, I'm comfy. Check your jaw. See if you're clenched. See if you need to release. And as we do that, I'm going to ask you to sort of then begin to tune your attention into your thoughts. I'm going to ask you to think about your thoughts under certain circumstances. The circumstance I'm going to ask you to think about is when you encounter something really stressful. And I'm not going to go to a 10 today. Let's not in this practice think of things that bring us to a 10, but maybe things that bring us to a 5 or 6. And we've been talking a lot about a lot of the stressors impacting our lives, our young people. They are policies, they are people, they are beliefs, they are system changes, they are rollbacks. Those things can be really daunting. And what I want to ask you to think about today is, how do you manage yourself in response to these stressors? Sometimes these external stressors inadvertently, but all too commonly, become internal sources of stress. They affect our inner dialogue, how we talk to ourselves, how we think, the words we say to ourselves. Sometimes we forget and accidentally adopt other people's beliefs as our own, even if they don't serve us. Self-compassion is a way to be more mindful about the inner dialogue, whether we become our own critics. I heard earlier the word bully, making sure as caregivers we don't become our child's first bully. Want to make sure we don't become our own bully, right? Sometimes we can become our first or our biggest bully. So self-compassion really helps us be aware of that. So as you think about yourself and how you respond to things, maybe your own mistakes or shortcomings or mess ups or challenges, right? None of us are perfect. So how do we respond to that? How do we respond when we hear things about us that are unkind? Do we accidentally buy in or lean in or have self-doubt? And today we're going to practice changing that dialogue. If you already practice self-compassion, then we're just doing more practicing. If it's new to you, we're learning it so that you can practice more. The first tenet of self-compassion that we're going to focus on is mindfulness. Mindfulness in this particular setting, in mindful self-compassion work, according to Kristen Neff, means tuning into our feelings, connecting with our feelings with a sense of non-judgment. So I can feel my feelings, acknowledge them without judging myself. I can accept them without criticizing myself. This recognition that all feelings are okay. Feelings are just feelings. So just thinking for yourself for a minute of some of the feelings that come up for you when you are faced with a challenge or when you experience a personal shortcoming or a criticism. Notice those feelings, and what I want you to practice today is thinking about a mantra or a self-compassion statement that you'd like to be able to say in response to that. An example might be, I feel really hopeless right now, but I felt this way before and I know it's not forever. So the other thing about mindfulness is this recognition that we can feel our feelings, acknowledge without judgment, but also recognize that feelings are not forever. Feelings are not static. They ebb and flow. That's part of human existence. We are going to feel some yucky ones, but we're going to move through them. So think of a mantra that for you makes sense. Ouch, this hurts. Or I feel scared, but I know I won't always. So think of a word or a language that you can do, and maybe it's something you've already said, and sort of commit to saying that again. I ask that you write this down on a Post-it note, say it in your phone if you've got a voice memo situation going. Just give yourself this moment to take note of the mindful statement you might want to use when feelings come up for you. Okay? Could be an image also of waves ebbing and flowing, things that for you might work. The next part of self-compassion is common humanity. And it's this idea that we can support ourselves around difficult feelings and experiences, all of them, not just LGBT-specific stressors, but all stressors. When we recognize the common humanity, as humans, we will experience stress and suffering. There is no better way to talk about common humanity than in a Zoomathon, I've decided, with a lot of folks gathering together to support one another and to support young people as they journey through tough times and good times collectively. So if you need a visual of common humanity, this might be it, right? If you need a recognition that there are others in this same boat, that there are others who experience things like you do, tune into this moment. I think some of the story we read about that was read to us about ancestors in Hawaii, like how amazing is that to think back of common humanity throughout time and across cultures. So you might say something like there have been queer and trans people throughout history and throughout across cultures, and I am one of them. I am among them. I am part of this beautiful, rich community, right? And so as you see, I'm a hand talker, those of you who are looking at your screen, but actually in this case, part of common humanity and self-compassion is that as we say, I am part of a big, beautiful queer community, that we also can use touch to strengthen self-compassion. And there's actual evidence around the healing effect of our own self-touch. And so you can do it over your heart, you can do it on your chest, you can give a hug. So those are ways that you can practice strengthening it. Those of you who are off screen can do it without feeling any weird way about it. I'm doing it on screen. But that's a really important thing. So think about your common humanity statement. We're in this together. I am not alone. If you feel inclined, you can place those statements in the chat. The last component of self-compassion is self-kindness. This is a way of being your own best friend, your own biggest cheerleader, your own source of loving kindness. And to do so when you are encountering stress or pain or suffering and embarrassment or shame, think about, what do I need to hear right now? And that is hard sometimes. So you might think about, what would I say to a friend in the same situation? What would I say to someone I love if they were feeling this way? And those are the statements that we need to say to ourselves, that we practice saying those things instead. This is the polar opposite of tough love, the polar opposite of beating ourselves up. So it might be saying something like, I know my life has meaning and purpose, even if others don't see it, or I am enough, or I am real, I matter. Those are the kinds of things. I am doing my best. I've done all I can today. So think about the statement that works for you and practice saying these, right? So it is a practice. If you think about doing it now, practice over and over, and it'll start to replace the less helpful forms of self-talk that maybe you've used. And as I close out, I want to just say something that one of a queer yoga guru that I was in class with last night, and I like to go to, says, I like it a lot, so I'm going to say it to you all. Honor all that you are and all that you are becoming. And I think this Zoomathon allows us to become all the things that we want to, and allows our young people to become all the things they want to. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Ashley. I really appreciated that moment to check in with ourselves, to do something for ourselves in this space, and to learn some tools that we can keep using as we go through the current events, right? And go through life right now. So thank you so much for being here. I am going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, Sarah Rosso, who is the executive director of Hugh Lane Wellness Foundation and a powerful advocate for LGBTQ young people in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, beyond, nationally. Sarah also is an all children, all families trainer, and probably many, many other things, because I feel like Sarah is one of the busiest people I know. So I am going to pass it to you, Sarah. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. And how fortuitous that it worked out that I got to go right after Ashley. So that's lovely as well. So I just want to start out by saying I'm really excited to be able to join you today for Visible and Unstoppable. I have truly been looking forward to this since Elliot first mentioned it. And I just want to give a shout out and say thanks again to everybody who put this day together, especially Elliot and Angela. So as Angela said, I'm the director of Hugh Lane. We're based out of Pennsylvania and Ohio, and I'm also the principal consultant of a consulting firm, Affirming Futures, that works to improve systems to better serve queer and trans youth and their families. Beyond that, I also spend some time serving on both the City of Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania LGBTQ commissions, where we work to advise local elected officials that create policies and practices to help make things better for all LGBTQ folks. So it's really easy in moments like this to get stuck in a loop where we begin to lose hope and where fear can really begin to creep in. And so as somebody from Pittsburgh who grew up down the street, literally from Mr. Rogers growing up, and still live in his neighborhood, it's spaces like this that become really critical so that we can find the helpers and know all of the amazing individuals and people who are here today with us, and some not, right, to keep pushing, who keep showing up, and who are working every day in their own ways to help ensure that all of our queer and trans siblings can thrive. So that's our goal each and every day at Hugh Lane, to show up and try to do something to help improve the health and well-being of our communities. When I first started to build out Hugh Lane as a non-binary queer person, it was really important to me to create a space where other LGBTQIA community members could come together so that we could create impactful programs and resources, right, to be the adults that we needed when we were kids. And our work never ends. It's not easy, but it is joyful. One of our core values and something that we've found is really helpful in our work is to always find ways to say yes. And we don't take that literally, right? It's not yes to everything and no boundaries. But what that means to us is that we work every day to find solutions. Maybe not the solution, maybe not the perfect answer, but something tangible every day that we can do to try to help improve all of our communities, right? To make sure that we're prioritizing health and well-being. And so much of what we do, of course, we work across the age band, but so much of what we do and what we're really known for is to help uplift and create a safe and joyful space for all LGBTQIA plus youth. So we use so many of the tools that you've learned about today, including Affirm. That's one of the primary tools that we use and have been for such a long time, to help young people develop leadership skills, to drive and define the programming that we use, and to build skills to be able to shine as their incredible, authentic selves. So I'm so proud of our team. And I want to highlight just a couple of things that we've been able to build to create some wraparound supports for LGBTQIA plus youth and their families, chosen or otherwise. Most of our work prioritizes systems-involved youth, especially in child welfare spaces. So we worked with our local Department of Human Services to create a variety of program supports for youth that they were glad to support, right? So young people in Allegheny County and through the Pennsylvania Department of Health are in Western Pennsylvania are able to access Affirm as one example of that. We also offer a program called Big Sibs, which we developed, which pairs staff with lived experience to youth who have similar identities. And that's really something we've done in collaboration with Big Brothers Big Sisters to, help develop programming which allows youth to access referrals, resources, clothing, et cetera, to affirm their gender. We also created what we call Cutie Camp, which is queer and trans camp. So that's a free week-long summer camp that prioritizes youth and child welfare. So this year's theme is community and what makes community great. Spoiler alert, it's you. You are what makes community great. And we also have had the opportunity to do things like make adaptations to interventions like Affirm. And so most recently, we've worked with Breakthrough Accelerator to create a role play game for youth. So think Dungeons and Dragons mixed in with CBT. So beyond our work directly with youth, we also have a team, myself included, of folks who work to support families and other natural supports of LGBTQ youth to answer their questions, to listen, and to help them build skills. We need to help young people be able to develop resilience and joy and leadership skills, but we also need to be there to help families, chosen or otherwise, to be able to be better supports, to create the widest possible safety net we can for young people, to create environments where everyone has a chance to thrive. So we do that on a regular basis. We were also able to work with our local child welfare officials to assure that prospective foster parents, for example, are required to complete competency training before they're able to be certified, to assure that child welfare staff are collecting and documenting SOGIE information. And there's a number of people over the years that have worked on those projects, including many of the folks here today. And so those are just some of the things that we've been chipping away at to try to assure that Western Pennsylvania in particular is a safer space for queer and trans youth. The last thing that I think is really interesting to think about as we start to see some of protections roll back and other challenges, it's just some of the creativity and things that we can do. So at the state level, we were able to work with child welfare staff as well as other folks so that they're better equipped to support all 67 counties in Pennsylvania. So that kind of work, that training work, that competency building is really important. And things like that ultimately have a trickle effect. So what we've recently learned is that even though there were cutbacks to 988, Governor Shapiro has already worked with staff in Pennsylvania through a number of advocates and other voices to assure that there's a manual workaround. So whenever that rolls out, there's already a manual workaround that will assure that callers will go right back to the Trevor Project. So there's all kinds of things that we can do. And despite all of the challenges, what I know for sure is that our community has always been and will always be resilient, creative, and joyful. Hopefully we can get back to the focus on creation and joy before too long. But I know that there are so many people fighting for us, and you should know that too, each and every day, and that will make all the difference. So thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Sarah. And Ashley, you should come off mute too, because the question I have for both of you really quick is, what do you do for joy? What do you do when you're not working, you're not saving the world? What do you do for joy?
Well, I'm unmuted still, so I'll go first. But
Okay.
I do two things. I also love the ocean, water, ocean specifically, though. So I try to find as many beaches that I can get to as possible. And then when I'm not doing that, I did a hilarious thing and tried to teach myself golf this summer because it's just super calm and chill. So golf and oceans, that's me.
Golf and oceans. I love it. I love it. Okay, Ashley, what about you?
I think I said one of them. So yoga is
Yeah.
one of
Oh, I got muted. Hold on one sec. Here you go.
Am I
Try again.
out?
You go.
Yoga, yes, shared that. And then I live by the ocean in Florida, but it's not my happy place. So I try to find mountains and deserts and hike and do that. So that's what I do. And I think in any place that I am, the water or whatever, I like to thrift. So I've been an obsessive thrift shopper lately. So those are my happy places. But thanks.
I love it. Thank you both. And you both get the award for best glasses because y'all look fabulous in your glasses. All right. Thank you, friends. We're gonna move on to our next speaker. I'm gonna give it actually over in just a minute. But I wanted to highlight a couple things for folks. So if you're just joining us, thank you for joining us. If you've been here most, if not all of the day, like kudos to you for hanging with us. I think we're at like hour 8, I think we're in now. So like impressed with all of you as well. Yeah, 7.5 hours in. Nice work, team. So I'm Elliot Hinkle. I use they, them pronouns. I'm the principal and founder of Unicorn Solutions, and I'm grateful that you're here with us for Visible and Unstoppable, our Pride Zoomathon. We've been trying to show up today and all the time for LGBTQIA, 2S+ youth and families with love, visibility, and resistance. And so we're lifting up voices that can too often get left out of the conversation, but also reminding each other that we are never alone in this work. We've heard from youth, we've heard from families, we've heard from providers, attorneys, state leaders, legislators, all kinds of folks, researchers. And so want to make sure that you know that across the board, while there have been folks who have had to turn their back on our community, there are so many who are still here and aren't going away because we're not going anywhere. We're unstoppable. If you want to learn more about this event, you can go to www.unicornsolutions.org/visible-and-unstoppable. You can also follow this live stream on YouTube or send it to other people at Unicorn Solutions LLC. We can also put the link in the chat so you can easily grab that. You'll also be able to, at that same link, rewatch this live stream. So all the stuff that's been covered today, you'll be able to continue to go back to. We'll likely pull clips from it and all of that. Today is also the launch of this campaign. So Visible and Unstoppable isn't just this one-time event, but an effort and a coalition and a group of people headed towards making sure that you know that we're going to continue to fight these fights and that we're not going anywhere, and that we deserve to be here and take up space. So, last thought is you can also follow along Unicorn Solutions LLC on Instagram to see all the different work that I do, but often this work that I do is with many of the partners you've heard from today and the partners who are sponsoring this event. So much appreciation to all of them for taking the time to be here with us today, because I know it's a lift. So much appreciation for that, and folks in the chat as well. I'm going to bring us back to our Menti poll again, because we've been doing a great job of collecting our people today. So you'll see the Menti on the screen. What you can do with that is you can scan the QR code, and when you get there, it's going to ask you to drop a pin where you're located. You can also do menti, menti.com, and then put this code 36702937. The link has also been put in the chat. But if you want to know that it's a little finicky, but it will let you eventually drop that pin where you're trying to go. But it's been lovely to see so much representation across the country today, and see where we're at. We can also see the middle of America is where we need to reach more people, right? Here in Wyoming, that's me and a few friends, but we've got some more work to do to reach more of our country. And so Again, this live stream is recorded, so if you know folks in those areas, feel free to send them this link so they can catch what they missed today. But much appreciation if you've joined us live, because I know that it's taken some time out of your day. But I hope it's also brought you some joy and some happiness and some hope, because I know for folks that this event, I needed it just as much as probably many of us needed it. It is a labor of love to make sure that we feel seen and heard and share space together. Community is absolutely the thing that keeps me going and keeps me doing this work. And so I hope that you find ways to get plugged in wherever you are, because that's so important for this work to be able to continue. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Angela and team to go to our next speakers and give them an introduction. Thanks, Angela.
Yeah, of course. And I'll just say too, for the Menti, all those states that are not represented yet, we still have time. We're here for another hour and a half or so. So if you know people in those states, right, you can go to Menti to check out which states we're missing. Call them and tell them to hop onto the Zoomathon, because we're going to keep sharing the Menti and keep collecting where people are from.
Yes,
So
and can I say one more thing before your speakers go? And that is, tell them that who's coming next is, we've got Isabel and Sky Gilliard. We've got Joe Jacobs from Family Builders. We have Senator Merkley from Oregon, who's going to be live giving us remarks. We've got Madi Bourdon, who's going to read their book, the kids' book about chosen family. We also have Sally Weil, a parent, and then Ash Orr, who is the plaintiff in the case that was at the Supreme Court, Orr v. Trump. So if you want to hear from some really awesome people, there's still time to hear from some great people. Okay, I'll give it back to you now, I promise.
Awesome. No, thank you, Elliot. So I have the pleasure of introducing Isabel Camille, and she has over 3 decades of experience educating people in the Miami-Dade County Public School System and as an adjunct professor at Miami-Dade College. So more Florida folks. We've had a lot of people today from Florida, which is fantastic. It's important to know now that all that education experience that she has gone into now educating the public generally on transgender people and the journey that parents go through when their child comes out as transgender. She is the author of the book Soul's Mom. And the book really details the journey as a Haitian American mother navigating gender identity with her son. And so I am so glad to pass it to you, Isabel. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Like Angela just said, I'm a parent, and this is my take with this Zoomathon and everything else. I want to help. It's a difficult situation having a transgender or LGBTQ any child, and it was a very difficult journey that we went through, but we did go through it. We went through it, we successfully, I would say. I want to hope that my son, Sky Gilbo, who's going to be next speaker, is living his authentic life. And this is what's very important that I find. And I, as a mother, I speak to mothers, this is what I really want to emphasize to mothers, that you are, it's a difficult position to be in. You feel like somewhere along the line there was a mistake made. And since you're the one who conceived that child, you are the cause. And the book that I wrote, Soul's Mom, one of the reasons why I wrote the book was actually quite a few years ago. A mother wrote an article in the paper. She was going through this difficult transition with a child. And exactly, she felt, I made a mistake. I'm so sorry. And we want to realize, it's not a mistake. The child is who the child is. And if you love him, her, appreciate and support, give all the support that you can. That's all that is necessary. So I take the book, I bring the book out there for everyone in all situations. Last week, I had a book reading at Books and Books in Miami in Coral Gables. I've had book reading in different places. But last month we went to California. I went to bookstore, just walked around with the book and say, do you want to carry this book? There are 3 bookstores that have actually accepted to carry it. And I think more and more people who read this to see you don't reject your child. You don't reject your child. They're not. In the book, I tell the story of my mother had a friend 50 years ago when I had first come to the United States. My mother had a friend who found out that her son was gay. And talking with another friend of hers, her description of the situation was, oh, poor Mary, she must be, it should be like having a coffin in your living room. To them, that was it, that it was a dead child. It was, you're dealing with death. And that was 50 years ago. And about a month or 2 ago, I was at a book presentation. I talk about the book, said and everyone at the end, congratulations, that was so courageous of you to tell the story, and all. And one mother comes to me and whispers in my ear, oh, I wish you condolences. I don't know how to say that word in English, but condolences. And to me, I'm like, wait a minute, that's 50 years that have passed. And we're still in that same frame of mind that this is death. This is not death. This is the child. This is your child as a girl, as a boy, as a, it's important that we, and all of you here will agree, it's important that we realize this and that we accept to carry on and to give the support that is needed, to give the love. As you fight. I fought a lot in the beginning. It was very difficult to understand and to have, but you fight it like you do in a family. And some will be successful and some, hopefully more and more, will all realize with administration nowadays, things are a bit more difficult. I was very lucky, in Miami, we have the organization, the Yes Institute, that gives such incredible support to people, to young people who are dealing with this, with the situation, and helping in acceptance, and they were right there with us. They really supported us, supported our son tremendously. And we need these organizations, because in the book I say, I know what is from each other. I know I'm different from my brother, but just as I am. This question about Julia's orientation in the context of Sky's identity emphasized the intricate nature of gender. No, that's not what I wanted to say. While statistics can provide valuable insight, my focus here is in our own journey, personal, human side, which numbers alone cannot fully capture. But we need the numbers. We need to understand the statistics and all of that. And that's what they provide. They give us that support. They give us the, that helps us deal with understanding what's going on, what we need to do. We went through the suicide attempt with Soleil, and again, the Yes Institute was there to help and give us support, give us and make him and us understand that it's a life that needs to be supported. And okay, so this is my take in this Zoomathon. I'm representing, I want to represent mothers, parents, families who are to help us support and understand that our children, our friends, every time I've had a talk, every time there is always someone who will come on the side, not say it up front in the general meeting, but on the side, oh, I have a cousin, I have a neighbor, I have a nephew, but they won't speak about it. We need to acknowledge, we need to accept, and we need to love. This is the part of my being.
Thank you so much, Isabel. I really appreciate everything you just said and the power of parents and family members and how powerful family support is. It really is. We see all this negative data about what LGBTQ young people go through and what they might experience. And the biggest protective factor to any of that is the family's love. And so having you here as a parent today to share your story and also everything that you shared in Soleil's Mom, the book is fantastic. And so I put the link to that in the chat so people can check it out. And we can transition now to hear from Sky, who is the subject of Soleil's mom. Sky Gilbaud is here and has been sharing his story to also educate families and trans people who need to hear it. And so Sky, I pass it to you and just are you here with us?
Hey. Hey everybody, and thank you, Angela, for having myself and my mom here. Hey. Ma, good job. You did a great job. I love you so much and I appreciate you. And her book really is such a communication of what love is in the world. And she is absolutely a unicorn to whoever just put that in the chat, as a matter of fact. But so my name is Sky, and I am a trans man born biologically female and transitioned to male roughly 18 years ago or so now. I am 33 years old, and I am a producer and a project manager of live experiential events throughout the United States. Unicorns recognize unicorns. I love it. All right. And yeah, so as far as I love what's being talked about in this visible and unstoppable conversation, because one of the biggest things that I got throughout my transition and my journey was a conversation that I had with my therapist, as a matter of fact, where I was sitting there and I was dealing with this really rough situation with my mom. She was going to India for 6 months and I had an opportunity to go with her, but the only way that I could go with her is that if I went as a female in the world. So meaning I had already started transitioning for about a year now. So meaning I would have to go out and buy all these female clothes. I mean, there was just going to be a whole list of things that were going to have to be done in order for me to go on this trip. And it bothered me, obviously, because I'm missing this incredible opportunity because my family can't accept me. Like, what seems to be the problem? Shouldn't this opportunity be more important in a sense, right? And I'm talking to my therapist, and then she hits me with one of those hard truths that I feel like I needed to hear, even though at 17 years old, it was solid and I appreciated it. She told me, Sky, how long did it take you to open up and accept yourself? And I was like, 17 years, I guess, 16, 17 years. And she was like, well, then isn't it fair that you give your family the same amount of time? And when she told me that, at first I was just so taken aback, because for me, I thought, oh, I'm here and I'm going to get supported and all of these things. And obviously she was, but in that moment, it was like, wow, you're right. Here I am trying to force my family to accept me and all of these things. And how crazy do I sound in a sense? Because this is a privileged opportunity. This is not an opportunity that stems from, me being who I am in the world or anything like that. So when I realized that, it still took me a while, but I am really happy that I got that piece of advice, because then I was able to realize and be there for my family when they needed me the most. Because families are going through stuff to families of trans and LGBTQIA people need to be visible too. Like they are so, for me, I feel like at times they are so deep in the closet. Like I'm sure there's still family members of mine, as far as cousins and whoever, that aren't able to necessarily openly or be comfortable to communicate that they have a family member that is part of our, rainbow unicorn camp. But still, like, if we have these organizations that continue to have these conversations and continue to support people, then eventually everybody feels supported and known that they're not alone. Like, I don't know. I guess it seems a little bit easier in my brain, but if there's anything that there's left to be said for me, it's just how important these organizations are. And I just can't thank you enough, Angela, for keeping my mom and I involved in everything that you're doing, everything that y'all are up to. Unicorns, like, thank you so much for having us. This is just incredible. And we can't stop. You guys stay unstoppable, yeah?
Thank you so much, Sky. Every time I see you and your mom, you just bring so much joy to me. And, I think that what you just said, I might borrow it. Families need to be visible too. And I think that's the point of so much of our work is it could take families a really long time to come to that place of acceptance and acknowledgement, right? But I think it takes a long time or a much longer time when they're unsupported. And so that's what we want to do, right? That's what these programs are there to do for families, is make sure they don't have to go it alone. And hopefully it doesn't take 17 years, right? But then it wouldn't be on you, right? Like, and so we have these wonderful programs that are there to help families. And I just really appreciate you sharing your story. Thank you to both you and your mom for being here. And
for what it's worth, if I could just jump in one more time, it didn't take 17 years, because you're absolutely right. It's because of organizations like SOGIE and Unicorn Solutions and Yes Institute that was there to support my mom. And it actually happened rapido presto, no problem, okay? So that's why it's important we keep doing the work we're doing, yes? So that every family, it's okay. It's no problem.
Absolutely. Love that. Thank you so much.
Angela. Thank you.
And I was partially joking, but Unicorn Solutions and being a unicorn, I see unicorns, guys. So I see that.
I see you too, Elliot. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here. All right, we're gonna keep it moving. We are right on time. Nice work, everybody. So next we're gonna hear from Jill Jacobs. She is the leader of Family Builders and does some great work. Is also a part of the work that is the Youth Acceptance Project, and so also just fierce mama. And so we're gonna hear from Jill. Hear some comments from Jill, and then at some point, I believe Senator Merkley is going to appear after Jill's done. Fingers crossed all the timing works out, and so we'll hear from them. We've got a few more left, but we're in that sort of final push, so don't forget, you can still tell your friends to jump on Zoom if they've got the link, or to hop on over to the YouTube live stream. And of course, after today, we'll all be available there still. So Jill, take it away.
Thanks, Elliot. And you and Angela really did a great job of choreographing this, because it seems to be family hour. So I'm so happy to follow Sky and Mama Camille. I am the CEO of Family Builders, an organization in the San Francisco, Oakland Bay area. We work with youth in the foster care and juvenile justice systems. My pronouns are she and her. But I'm here today as a mom, as a mama, fierce mama. I'm a lesbian mom. We started out as two moms. We have two kids, which are grown adults now, one gay, one straight. And I came up with this morning, Sky, not after you said it, but families, parents need to be visible and unstoppable. We need to be, that needs to be the anthem for every parent and every caregiver. We need to be visible to our kids to show them our support, and we need to be unstoppable in the world to keep our kids safe and affirmed. So step up, families, and be that person. And when I say families, I don't just mean mom or mama or dad, daddy and papa, but aunties, uncles, gay uncles, chosen family, next door neighbor, coach, teacher. Be the person for the young person in your life, so that they know that they are loved and that there's someone that they can be with that supports them. I want to give you one statistic today because it's important, and that is that youth who receive parental support regarding their gender identity are 93% less likely to attempt suicide than youth who did not perceive parents as supportive. Your support is a matter of life and death. Remember that. We love our kids love us, and they want our love. So, easier said than done. How do we do that? First and foremost, respect and honor who your children and youth are and how they express themselves. Continue to love them, show them affection, and probably most important, listen to them and listen with an open mind. Don't get hung up on vocabulary. If you don't know what something means, ask your kid and ask them what it means to them, because some words and labels have multiple meanings. Ask them what it means to them. And if you can't for some reason or you need more information, we got our best friend Google, and Google's pretty inclusive, so don't hesitate to use it. I had to look something up last night. And then you need to do your homework. You need to learn what you need to know about your child. Are they gay? Are they queer? Are they trans? Are they non-binary? And then what does that mean? And then what do I need to know as their parent to support them? It is not their job to teach you. It's your job to learn what you need to do and who you need to be. And keep in mind, identities and sexual orientation change. Sometimes young folks are figuring it out, and it can change, and change happens along the way. So don't get too wedged in those boxes. And the young folks are kind of blowing up those boxes. They like labels like genderqueer and things like that. So we're not just in one box. Those of us who are a little older are still stuck on the boxes, but the young folks are blowing up the boxes. And then something that's really important, way before you know what your child's sexual orientation or gender identity is, from a very early age, become an inclusive family. Be sure that what your kids are seeing and hearing and doing is inclusive. That can be stories or books or movies. You could have that very controversial storybook about the two gay penguins. I'm sure it's been banned in many states, but that's a great one, and they do mate for life. So, but even the math problem could have two dads instead of mom and dad. It could have two moms. Just make sure that everything in your surroundings has some inclusivity into it, and you don't have to even make a big point of it. It just needs to be there. That begins to lay the groundwork for young people to hear acceptance from a young age. This also means that then you have to address hate and bias from others at an early age. So you have to stand up. You have to tell family members and teachers and anyone your child spends time with that it's not okay when hate comes up, and you have to push back on it. Our kids need to know that we will stand up for them, both at home and in the world, and you have to do whatever it takes, and that might be hard. You might have to tell your mother-in-law the kids can't spend time with her at her house unless she can stop her homophobic and transphobic comments. And if that means grandma only gets supervised visits at your house, well, then that's what it is, because you have to stand up for your kids. You need to go to school, you need to go to camp, you need to go to church. I have a great short story to tell you about a mom in church. We worked with a mom of a trans youth, and she was very affirming and supportive of her young person as soon as he came out. And she belonged to a very conservative religious denomination. She did two things. The first thing she did is she went to the pastor and sat down with him and said, if you want our family to continue in this congregation, you need to stop the homophobic and transphobic comments that have been coming from the pulpit. Pastor agreed. And the other thing she did, and I love this because this is a mom kind of thing to do, the church had a summer camp for the kids in the church every year, and the youth had gone, and it was a really important part of his summer, and he wanted to continue to go. Mom was really worried about, now that youth had come out and transitioned, how that was going to be. So mom went to summer camp with kid, and she didn't sleep in the cabin with the kids, but she was there, and she was keeping an eye on things, and she was making sure that there was no bullying or teasing or anything else. That young person got to have that camp experience like other kids got to have. So another mom kind of thing, that in the world, if you're concerned or your young person is concerned about how other folks are reacting to your family, and this happens to a lot of us, our family is adoptive, multicultural, none of us look like we belong with each other in any way, and so we were always getting looks. And if that's something that goes on in your world, whether that's over pink hair or nail polish or whatever, come up with some kind of inside family sign. So you can do the little ear pull, or for our family, it was the Bonnie Raitt song, Let's Give Them Something to Talk About. And that really became our anthem. One of us would start humming it or start to sing it softly if we were somewhere where something was starting to feel uncomfortable. And that just kind of meant, you know, everybody else needed to pay attention, maybe close ranks. Do we need to leave? Was this a, you know, not a safe place? Or do we just need to be mindful of each other and be there for each other? And it really became an anthem. And yeah, so. And speaking of being in public, keeping kids safe is one of our #1 jobs as a parent. And this can be tricky when it comes to gender expression. So first, we need to do our best to make sure that our kids are in safe environments. And we can't define safe by what we think might happen when youth's identity is compromised. So you're not affirming your child when you say you can wear a dress, but you can't wear it to grandma's house or to church. That's not affirming your child. Sorry. Oops. You have to get past that and you have to work through it, which means you might have to stand up to grandma or you might have to stand up to church. But at the same time, you need to keep your kids safe. So your middle schooler walks down into the kitchen one morning on the way to school in a ball gown and 4-inch platforms and says they're going to school. You're still a parent. And you need to make a decision about safety. Is that a safe outfit for school or not? And if you're confused about that because of gender, take the gender out of it. It makes the questions a lot easier to figure out. Would you let your daughter go to school in a ball gown and 4-inch platforms? Probably not. So then it's off the table for anybody, regardless of their gender. You're still a parent, you still need to make sure your kid's safe. But that's different than saying, oh, I don't think you should wear that to the ballet class because I don't think that's okay in the ballet class. Your job is to find the ballet class where the nail polish and the glitter is okay. And that's our job as the parent. Try and find ways that you can support your youth in the community, in the LGBT community. Make sure that they can get to events and support groups and activities in the community. And again, we need to make sure that they're safe. It's Pride weekend in San Francisco Bay Area. If your middle schooler wants to go to San Francisco Pride by themselves, not San Francisco. No, not a good idea. But maybe there's an uncle or a parent, or maybe you're going to go with your kid to Gay Pride March. Somebody else is a little bit older that's, a little bit older to do some supervision. But on the other hand, if your 16-year-old wants to go with a group of friends, it might be okay at some Pride events and after you have the conversations about sex, drugs, and rock and roll, right? You need to welcome your kids' friends, take an interest in their friends and their partners and who they're dating. Be interested in their activities and what's going on in their world. What are they watching on TV and streaming? Can you join them? And then in closing, this is hard. And if it's too hard for you and you can't get yourself there, then, and you can't become the supportive, affirming parent that your child needs them to be, here's some things that you must do. First, you must find a therapist to help you. This is your stuff. This is not your child's stuff to work through. You need somebody that you can talk to about this. And so you need a therapist. Might look for a support group or a PFLAG group in your community where you can be with other parents and other families that have gone through what you've gone through. And then last, make sure that your kid has their person. I talked about this in the beginning. If that can't be you, then make sure that there is their person. So again, auntie, uncle, coach, next door neighbor, somebody where they can just be who they are and they can have a conversation about whatever's going on for them in their lives. And lastly, for those of you who are professionals, who are working with families, please, please, please know that families can and do change. Don't give up on them. Don't write them off. Be patient, be kind, meet them where they are. Family Builders has a program called the Youth Acceptance Project, and we work with a lot of families around this. We're there, we meet them where they're at, and we help them work through this because home needs to be safe, especially when the world is not, and we know it is not. And we need to be visible to our kids and unstoppable in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jill. I really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today and sharing. And as people are sharing in the chat, you are a fierce mom, and we're glad for it. So thank you for your fierceness. Thanks for being here and all the work that you all do. Before we transition to our next speaker, I just want to bring us real quick back to that Menti poll we've been doing. You can see today some of the places we've already been having folks join us. So we've got Oregon, Washington, California. So we've got West Coast. We definitely got the Midwest, East Coast. We've got our southern states. We're going to keep working on reaching more of Middle America here, but me and Wyoming and some of our friends are there. Hawaii today. So if you haven't already done this poll, all you have to do is scan the QR code. It'll take you to this page, and then it'll ask you to drop a pin where you're located, or you can use the Menti link that is menti.com. And you put in this code right here at the top, 36702937. Help us keep track of who's joining today and where people are calling in from. It's super informative, super helpful. And then one other thing I just want to share with folks, you can follow Unicorn Solutions on Instagram and you'll see some of the work. One effort that we've been doing in Wyoming is a stigma reduction campaign that's been really exciting. And so we've launched these flyers that are stickers, they're in movie theaters, but in the middle of Casper, Wyoming, we've got a stigma campaign to reduce impacts on LGBTQ people through our local organization, Casper Pride. And what's been nice about it is most of these messages that we've used don't just apply to LGBTQ youth. They're just true for everybody. So it's pretty hard for people to argue with them. So we have acceptance save lives, start at home, be the safe place, not the storm. And my favorite, don't be your child's first bully. So these are messages that we're sending out to hopefully reach more of our community and also help parents have conversations that they should be having. And then related to our next speaker, and I'll just plug it because it's coming up next week. On July 1st, Tuesday, July 1st, Oregon has its next Fostering Pride foster parent recruitment event. This is an effort that my organization, Unicorn Solutions, does in partnership with Oregon Department of Human Services, Basic Rights Oregon, and Gobi Foster Care. What we are doing is regularly, about twice a year, if not more, we host sessions where LGBTQ people and allies can hop on Zoom in a private, safe space, learn about the process to become foster, resource, or adoptive parents, ask questions. And even for us, it's been some myth busting for folks who thought that maybe they weren't going to be able to be resource parents or foster parents. So if you're interested in joining that event next week and you're in Oregon, so it's specific to folks in Oregon, unicornsolutions.org/fostering pride. You scroll down that page, you'll see where you can sign up to join that, and we'll send a Zoom link soon. But this is a great opportunity to learn more about the foster parent and adoptive journey. And if you aren't sure, you can also join us multiple times as we do this event until you feel ready to sign up. You'll hear from foster youth, you'll hear from foster parents, and you'll hear from providers who will tell you about the process. So with that, it is my great pleasure to welcome Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon to spend some time with us to give us some words. We've got, I think, about 45 people between the Zoom and the YouTube right now listening, and more that will be tuning in later to this recording. So Senator Jeff Merkley, I'm going to give it over to you to give us some words of positivity and encouragement. And thank you so much for all the advocacy you've done for both foster youth and LGBTQ people. Take it away.
You bet, Elliot. It's a pleasure to join you. Greetings to everyone and happy Pride Month. And thank you to Unicorn Solutions and Partners for organizing the Zoomathon to be visible, to be unstoppable. And Elliot, we're particularly proud of you coming from Oregon, going to Portland State University, working with the Oregon Health Authority, your leadership to hold space, to share stories, to stand in solidarity with LGBTQ plus youth and families across this country. So here we are, 10 years ago, the Supreme Court made its landmark decision in Obergefell versus Hodges, declaring that marriage is a fundamental right for all Americans, no matter whom you love. What an impact that decision has had for a generation of young folks who have never known a world without marriage equality. But we know that there's a sizable group in America that wants to take away freedom. And since day one, this administration, this president's lackeys have all been trying to erase and endanger LGBTQ plus Americans, especially transgender Americans. Members of Congress are fighting back. Just last week, I was with advocates. It was right after the Supreme Court upheld a Tennessee law a law that banned medically necessary gender-affirming care for transgender youth. We were going to be holding the rally in front of the Supreme Court, and then a rainstorm came along, and we moved it to a church behind the Supreme Court. And it was important to be there to help kick off that rally, because attacks on freedom and equality have to end, and we have to meet those who would take away freedom in America head on. And earlier this month, I introduced the No Place for LGBTQ plus Hate Act to stop Trump's hateful executive orders targeting LGBTQ plus Americans in all aspects of public life. And in April, I reintroduced the Equality Act, and every senator in the Democratic Party co-sponsored the act. It's all designed to guarantee freedom and equality for all LGBTQ plus Americans. And you know, the way that happened, because when I first kicked off the Equality Act, and I was there with John Lewis, and we are in the LBJ room, and there's a bank of cameras across the entire room, and above them out the window I can see the Supreme Court. Above those pillars in the Supreme Court, it says equal justice under law. And I thought, well, how did this happen that a relatively new senator from Oregon is kicking off this Equality Act? And the way that happened is that in Oregon, if you turn the clock back, we had a credible hate-filled group, Oregon Citizens United, who did ballot measure after ballot measure attacking equality, attacking our lesbian, transgender, and gay Oregonians. And the Democrats were in the minority in the House and Senate. And in 2003, I quit my job. I said, we have got to organize and take a majority in the Oregon House, get a blue majority that will stand for freedom and equality. And I worked with Oregon Basic Rights, and we said, you know, if we can take a majority, and we can get a majority in the Senate, we are going to pass what we could at that time in terms of our state constitution, domestic partnerships. We would have to change the Constitution to actually get marriage at that moment, and Equality Act. And we wrote a very, very powerful Equality Act. And then after 2 cycles of organizing, we took the House. I became the House Speaker, and the leader of the Senate was very hesitant. Oh my goodness, you know, too much, too fast. I said, no, we have talked about how important both these measures are, and we're going to pass both of them. I'm going to make sure the House passes them, and if they get to the Oregon Senate and you don't pass them, well, that would be a shame, but we're going to do our part in the House, and we did. And then, of course, both bills made it to the governor and were signed. And so when I came to the Senate, just the next 2-year cycle, because I took on an existing senator, a Republican senator, and so came into the Senate fresh off that victory. And Ted Kennedy was sick with brain cancer, and he wanted to pass on work, and he was working on the Employment Non-Discrimination Act. Of course, that was about equality just in the employment realm. And so he and his team asked for me to lead that effort or carry it on for him. And I said I would do so only under the agreement that everyone around the table agreed that nobody would be cut out. There would be no cutting out of the transgender community. It had to be everyone in, just like we had done in Oregon. And everyone agreed with that. And it took a few years before we could get the Senate to the point where I was able to go to Harry Reid and say, we've made as much progress as we can without people having to take a position. A lot of people are hiding. They won't say where they stand, and they dodge the issue. We've got to put it on the floor, and we did. And we passed it with a supermajority. Great, except the House wouldn't take it up. But anyway, that's when in the kind of aftermath of that situation where we had passed Employment Non-Discrimination Act in the House, in the Senate, but the House wouldn't take it up. Advocates got together and we brainstormed. We said, what should we do next? We said, well, if we can get the Senate to vote for freedom and equality in employment, why not in jury duty? Why not in financial transactions? Why not in places of public accommodation? Why not in housing? Why can't we get it all? And so that was the drafting of the Equality Act, and I've been pleased to lead it ever since. Frustrated, very, very frustrated, because we reached kind of a peak in which we had 2 different Republican senators, Senator Kirk, who then lost his election, Senator Collins, who then not join us again in reintroducing the Equality Act. And so these worlds become more polarized. So we've got a lot of work to do. We need partners across the aisle. We need Republican partners. So a lot of what drives me is the vision of freedom. Freedom. It's the right to participate fully and equally in every aspect of American life. Who can be against that? Let every person thrive. It's the right to live as your authentic self without fear of harassment or discrimination or violence, and the right to know that others can't take your rights away from you. That's part of freedom as well. And the Equality Act tells all LGBTQ plus people, you're not alone. This is your country true. We embrace you, and you do have that right to fully participate in our national life, because the future belongs to all of us equally. So as we're celebrating Pride Month, as we celebrate the 10th anniversary of a landmark victory, we will not stop fighting until all LGBTQ plus Americans are treated as equal in dignity, equal in promise, and equal under the law. Thank you for being visible. Thank you for being unstoppable. And let's secure that vision of freedom and opportunity for all together. Take care.
Thank you so much, Senator Merkley. One question I've been asking all of our speakers today, pretty easy one, I hope, which is, what do you do to experience joy? So when you're not working, which I'm sure is plenty of the time, what do you do to get joy in your life?
There's a couple things, Elliot, and one of them is I like to do it yourself projects. I spent a couple years gutting and rebuilding a house, so I developed plumbing and wiring and carpentry skills, and like right now I'm at work building a deck, so it's just like something tangible, unlike the legal world. The other thing is I have the hobby of paragliding, where you tie yourself to a big kite and go run off the tops of mountains. And if you catch the air currents rising, you with no motor and just on rising air, you can fly, and it's incredible.
That's so amazing. I love flying kites, and I haven't yet gotten to the place of wanting to fly myself like that, but it sounds it looks cool when people do it. And like the Columbia River Gorge where people do the parasailing and all that, it looks cool, but it looks terrifying.
But when you're ready to tie yourself to a kite, I'll line you up with the Oregon coast. There's a great place to learn how to do this on the dunes. The air is steady, so it's much safer. You got modest-sized dunes. You can get a few feet off the ground while you figure out how to launch and land. And it really is. We're the first generation in human history that had the technology to be able to do this.
Well, it's very cool. Thank you for sharing it. And then the last thing I'll say is, I'm committed to Oregon. I lived there for 10 years. It was a great place to be. And I just moved back to Wyoming this last year to help where I grew up, because obviously there's plenty of issues there for our community. But what I said to some of the other leaders that talked today is your work representing Oregonians still has a greater impact beyond Oregon, representing people like me in states that are senators or representatives, both in the state and federally. I don't have hopes that they're going to show up to have my back, but when you and others do, it means a lot to those of us in states where we're not seeing that support. So thank you for all the work that you do. It's really appreciated.
You are so welcome. I'm honored to be in partnership with all of you.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Merkley. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thanks for joining us.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, so we're going to transition now, and I'm so excited to bring up our next speaker. This is a person who I have called a pal and a friend, but also has a professional bio that I will read to you. But you're going to get to hear a story from this person as well. So Madi Bourdon is a part-time business owner on top of being an elementary school counselor and a GSA leader of over 50 fourth and fifth graders. Madi's business, Madi Be Educating, centered on providing queer and intersectionally affirming curriculum for GSA student groups, focused on fostering belonging, self-awareness, and community engagement to work against the erasure of our community's contributions to society and culture. She is also the author of a kids' book about chosen family, in part dedicated to her GSA students, and is pretty involved in advocacy all over Portland. And Madi and I have gotten to do some work together, and so I'm really happy to have you here to give you some time to shine. So please introduce yourself, anything else you want to say, read your book, and of course there's time for you to talk a little bit about the work that you're doing. Matt.
Sure. Thank you for having me. And, no pressure following a senator. But amazing, amazing. Oregon is my state, and I'm very excited that Senator Merkley was here. So yeah, let's start with my book first. But one thing I wanted to show was the cutest thing in the entire world. My book was written in part to my GSA kids, who I love more than anybody on the planet. And during my book launch last year, I had invited them and their families. And my number one author copy actually was kind of stolen from my students at the book launch. And they signed it like a yearbook, all the GSA kids. And I just think it's the cutest thing and would make anybody have some sense of queer joy. So I just had to show that. But I have the actual copy. The second edition just came out about a month and a half ago. So this is actually my first time cracking it open, which I'm really excited about. So let's just jump right into it. So my book is a kid's book about chosen family. And I will read the dedication page because I think it's emotional. Okay, so it says, to all given and chosen families around the world, every human deserves as many people as possible who make them feel safe, loved, and celebrated for each and every part of themselves. Plus, Kira, who's my wife, Carissa, my cousin, my GSA kids, and everyone I have chosen, who in turn have chosen me back. So, try to navigate, just back up a little bit. All right. So,
Got it.
hey, pals. Oh, you got it. Okay, we're good. All right. So, hey, pals. And just for extra context, that's what I call my students. I call them all my pals. My name is Madi, and this is my book about chosen family. Have you ever heard of a chosen family? It's kind of like the family you already know about, but it's also a little different. You see, the term chosen family is pretty literal. Literal means something is exactly what it seems like it means. So, a chosen family is literally a family that you choose. But chosen family can be a bit hard to define, mostly because chosen families can be different for everybody. Many people have found chosen family outside of their biological family. What is biological family, you ask? Great question. A biological family is the one you are born into. In other words, it's your given family. Given family members often share special characteristics that make you, you. But not all family members resemble each other. Things like your hair, your height, your eye color, and the color of your skin. You might even share things like your favorite family recipes and traditions, or the similar ways your brain works. That's talking about neurodivergence. Those are all special parts of you, but there's way more that can make a family a family. Some people seek out and find their chosen family when their given family doesn't fully understand them or accept them for who they are. Some people might need a different type of support than what their given family can provide, and that is okay. My own chosen family is made up of people who accept and love me for my individuality. My chosen family shares a love for things that mean a lot to me, like queer advocacy. They understand how I express myself, the things I need to feel whole, and what I need to feel like I belong. My chosen family makes me feel okay about the things that make me different. In fact, it's more than okay. My differences are celebrated. And want to know something really cool? I'm going to assume everybody's like, yes. Chosen family is totally unique. My chosen family includes my students, the communities I identify with, people with shared experiences, my partner, and even my cousin. I feel super lucky to have someone in my given family who is also in my chosen family. Those people are extra special. Who else can be in your chosen family? Your teammates, your coaches, your neighbors, your teachers, your pets, your friends at school, your best friend's family, your counselor, and lots more. And most importantly, chosen family are people who make you feel safe, people you trust, people who make you feel heard and understood, and people who love you for who you are now and who you are becoming. It's important to know that chosen families aren't only created if someone's biological family is unsupportive. If you're in a family situation that feels unsafe or harmful, please tell a trusted grown-up. The purpose of chosen family can be to provide a different kind of support and validation than what you may find in your given family. Have you ever heard the saying, it's like comparing apples and oranges? Both apples and oranges are delish, but they're completely different. Family is kind of the same way. Also, a chosen family isn't something you need to have. You are whole and complete just as you are. Chosen family is about finding people who love, accept, and see you for you. If you don't receive that from your given family, there are others who can give you that security. If you do receive love and acceptance from your given family, that's special and awesome too. No matter who your given or chosen family is, it's all about how they make you feel and that they allow you the freedom to be your truest self. I found the people who make me feel the most like me, and you can too. So, who makes you feel the safest? Who makes you feel the most comfortable in your skin? Who makes you laugh the hardest? Who motivates you? Who makes you feel better when you're sad or hurt? Who gives you the best hugs? Who can you be your silliest self with? Who advocates for your needs? Who can you tell your secrets to? Who encourages you to feel pride in who you are? Whoever you thought of when answering those questions, those are your people. Chosen or given, they're the people who are family in the ways that matter. The end.
The end. We love it. Can you just tell us a little bit about Madi Be Educating and where people can get your book?
Totally. So Madi Be Educating is a business I started in October. I write curriculum for GSAs because GSAs don't actually have curriculum activities or lessons available widely. And so out of necessity, I made it myself. And I'm just very, very excited. I just finished the final last lesson last week. So I'm done and I'm just excited for people to be able to access it. And you can find my book really anywhere. It's on all major book platforms. And I will say a subtle plug would be I would kind of push people to probably buy it from a queer-owned bookstore just for my own heart and advocacy.
I love it. Anything else you want to share with us? And or what do you do? I've been asking everyone, what do you do for joy when you're not working, when you're not organizing or anything like that, or teaching littles? What do you do for joy?
Totally. Well, we're big campers, so we're actually packing right after this to leave. And I do art. I brought out a piece that was queer related, so I just show really quick is my GSA. We did a yard sign project this year, and we put them in front of our school of all these pride messages. And this one was mine. It's every member of our community is a member of our community. So art and camping is what keeps me going.
I love it. Well, Madi, thank you very much for joining today, reading us your story, letting us know where we can get it. I hope that folks watching this now and later pick it up so that their kiddos can get a really great book and a great story to check out. So thanks for your message and your work. I appreciate you. And thanks for taking the call when I said, hey, do you want to do a thing?
Of course. I'll do anything to collaborate with you, Elliot.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're in our final push. If you're down to stick with us, we're in that final hour. Appreciate folks who have been on and off and all of that. We're all going to have a really great collective nap alone when this is over. Okay, so next we've got a parent I'm very excited to introduce you all to. Her name is Sally, and Sally is coming at us to share her perspective as a parent. She also has been a reverend or minister. You're going to correct me on the right title, but Sally has been a loving parent and saw the call to action for this event and wanted to speak. And I'm so grateful to Sally for being willing to do that. As a good facilitator, I checked in with Sally of, is your kiddo okay with you sharing about them in these ways? And that was all good to go. So Sally's going to share in ways that they've already discussed and feel good about. So Sally, feel free to share anything else you want folks to know about you and take it away.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Elliot. I am so excited about being part of this incredible day. I've been tuned in since 10 a.m. my time, and I'm just honored to be in the company of such really amazing panelists and the hosts. You've been amazing today. So happy Pride, everyone. And unlike some of the people who, are doing this by heart, I'm doing it by script. So don't mind my eyes as they glance over at a page. But let me just say, yes, I am an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. Reverend was fine, but I am retired. I was a hospital chaplain for many years, very happily so. And happily so, the mother of a trans man who transitioned about 13 years ago. I'd like to share a bit about my process of his transition. He made clear, be respectful and don't tell my story. I said, no, I'm telling my story. But I hope that it's encouragement for those of you who may be in the midst of transitions, profound movement to truth and authenticity, and it can be quite a process. I will refer to my child as C, and will speak of the gender that he was assigned at birth. I was an old mom at 38 plus. I gave birth and did not realize when I gave birth to C that I would also bear many expectations, both conscious and unconscious, for my baby. For example, consciously, my husband and I set out to raise our daughter as a strong woman who would be seen and heard, who would not be categorized or limited, who could become anything she'd want to be, even the president of the United States. We said no to pink, dressed her and decorated her nursery in primary colors. The unconscious expectations were embedded in the conscious ones and became clear later on. So starting at about 8 years old, something in C shifted toward me, and her dad became the favored parent. And though she and I would snuggle and profess our love, our relationship was marked with struggle. I seemingly could do nothing right. She refused my overtures, resisted my feedback, encouragement, and mediation, blew up at me often. Rejections and I hate yous were par for the course. And I figured, well, that's great. I have the ego to sustain it. We'll get over it. And friends assured me that when it's tough during elementary school, the teenage years are better. So I hung in. And the teen years, though, were more of the same. C was willing to see a counselor, which we arranged, and I got one too. During those years, neither C nor I, nor my husband, nor our therapists had language for the dissonance, the confusion, the collision of powerful unnamed feelings that our precious child was experiencing. The pain just got all acted out in our home and the safety of our home and the safety of our relationship. At college, C finally found their people and the language that was so critically needed. So during junior year, C came out to my husband and me as trans, and it was a shock. Characteristically, C was straightforward and explained that this was his truth, and he clarified we had work to do on our own to learn about what we didn't know. He would not be our teacher. On the other hand, he was gracious and stated that he would not pressure us to get the pronouns right away. And we were quite grateful for that. My husband and I were silent much of the way home, speaking the occasional awareness, asking the occasional question, united in our respective absorbing of this news, along with the sense that everything would change, though we didn't know what it would mean or how it would happen or what it would look like. Our transition was beginning. Fortunately, I had a colleague who was a trans man, and so when I got back to work, I went right to him, asking his advice. Out of his own experience of rejection by his mother, he shared that the single most important thing was to stay connected with C. I knew gratefully that would be a no-brainer for us. I also reached out to P-Flag and to friends, and we've heard today how important community is to all of us. And I was inspired by my dearest Dutch friend, T, of blessed memory, whose wisdom I'm going to share later. We also sought support from some family counseling sessions that helped us learn language and what our family's dynamics and particular issues were and still are. The most effective help, however, came from an online support group for parents whose children are trans family. I don't know if it still exists. It went from Yahoo group to Facebook group. Its moderators were social workers, counselors, therapists by vocation, and all were parents of trans men and trans women. They were fonts of knowledge, compassion, and kindness, and they encouraged us to express to each other online what they advised we absolutely not express to our children: our ignorance, our questions, our feelings. The words of George Eliot describe my experience of trans family and perhaps your experience of your safe spaces. Oh, the comfort, the inexpressible comfort of feeling safe with a person, having neither to weigh thoughts nor measure words, but pour them all out just as they are, chaff and grain together, knowing that a faithful hand will take and sift them, keep what is worth keeping, and then with a breath of kindness, blow the rest away. With a breath of kindness, the chaff of my life was blown away, not only by moderators, but by other members as well, parents who had stood in the place I was standing. In that community, I learned the difference between sexuality and gender. I confronted my self-centered notion that it had been my fault, that knee-jerk reaction of us mothers about our kids, and which the world puts on us most of the time, and which unfairly moved the attention to me away from C. I learned there was no fault here. In this safe space, my unconscious assumptions and expectations for C got exposed, and I recognized I had to give them up. They were in the way of my seeing C for who he was and is. Letting them go was just a matter of crying, of grieving, of letting them go, and they're gone. Importantly, I learned that I could not go it alone. Indeed, going without support or community would mean certain failure. And I didn't know it all. I don't know it all, even about my own child. And I needed and still need the mirror others hold up, along with their wisdom and support and understanding. I am still in process. I have to admit, I'm a little ashamed to say that I had this expectation that I should have it all together. That's BS. But the shame is that on a visit with C this past weekend, I misgendered him more than once. Oh my God, it was horrible. I was shocked. He was hurt. But we talked. I apologized. We moved on. The most important thing that I learned was what would change and what would not change in the transition that C underwent. What would change would be his outer manifestation. What would not change was who he was, his personality. Since transition, C is finally happy in his skin. Hallelujah. Everyone sees it. So in that way, change. But he is also still the Alka-Seltzer in the room, funny, honest, vulnerable, intense. He's kind and generous and industrious, engaging and in charge. And of course, life is not all rainbows and lollipops. I mean, there's still struggles. There's always going to be struggles. That's life for C, for me, for all of us. But who C is and can be has been deepened and broadened out of the freedom of not being limited by a body that did not fit, that was not right. And the best part was he wanted us in on it to get to know him, all of him. I love the mystery that what my husband and I consciously wanted for him is what C is. Someone whose voice is heard, who would not be categorized or limited, who will become anything he wants to be. It just didn't happen as we imagined. Along the way, we discovered we need a village of friends and companions and supports and just to be good enough parents. Thank goodness we found them. Now I'll close with the wisdom from my beloved T, whom I went to, and she challenged and grounded me with her vision. She was a priestly and prophetic one. She saw as holy and courageous the journey of C and our trans siblings and non-binary siblings claiming their authentic selves. They are boldly confronting, you, trans and non-binary persons, are boldly confronting society, our ingrown binary, us, them, rich, poor, gay, straight, in, out, fat, thin, right, wrong, our dualistic ways of thinking and categorizing, and the death-dealing limits of such dividing. Trans folks and non-binary people, you are ultimately modeling for all of us how to live and how to love, loving yourselves in all your complexities from the inside out, and loving others as they truly are, not because of how they appear or if they conform to what society expects of them. May we all stand together in courage and let go of our hold on ways that divide us and become how we are meant to be as you all are, loving and belonging to one another and free. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally, so much. I really appreciate it. And you know how this goes, but my last question for you, of course, is what are you doing to create joy for yourself?
Well, we live on Lake Erie, and that is a gorgeous thing every single day. But I also love my friends and films and being with my husband. And we went bowling with Carter, with C, and his wife on Saturday, and it was great.
Yeah, I love that. Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for sharing your vulnerability and just sharing sort of perspective of parents navigating any of this that I don't know that any of us expect it to be perfect, but that you're trying is far more important and that you continue to work on it. So thank you for being here and jumping into a completely unknown thing and coming with us anyway. So I appreciate it.
So much being invited to do it. So
yeah, thanks, Sally. All right, so we're in our last push. We've got one more amazing speaker for you to hear. So folks here in the Zoom, but also on YouTube tuning in, we're going to turn to our last speaker today, which is Ash Lazarus Orr, who's here with us today. If you've heard anything about the Orr v. Trump case, as well as passports for trans and non-binary people, this person has helped play a key role in sort of fighting back and pushing back on that issue. In a way that is unique and challenging. When you put yourself at the center of a case, it means it comes with a lot of things, but it also is such an important role to play. And Ash is connected to Sruti from ACLU, who we all saw earlier this morning to start our day with. So a perfect bookend here to sort of wrap up our day with Ash. So Ash is going to speak, and then we'll have just a few more words and we'll let y'all go. But Ash, take it away.
Yeah, hey everyone, my name is Ash Lazarus Orr. My pronouns are he and they. And yes, I am a plaintiff in the Orr v. Trump lawsuit. And I am also a trans organizer and activist from Appalachia. I just relocated from West Virginia here to Maryland. It was very difficult to leave my home state, but unfortunately, West Virginia is just becoming a bit too hostile for myself and other trans people, so my family and I made the decision to come to Maryland. And I'll be honest, as hard as it was to leave West Virginia, I am finding the folks here in Maryland to be so kind and accepting and welcoming. And it's starting to feel like I am finding my people and being able to let my nervous system rest for a bit. So yeah, I really appreciate you all being here and giving me a chance to speak to you all. And I kind of just want to talk to you all, I guess, about just the intersectionalities of being from Appalachia and being a trans person. There's a lot of misconceptions about my home, and I feel like it's my responsibility to help, dispel those negative narratives. So, there's the stereotype versus lived experiences. There are just so many common misconceptions about Appalachia just being this monolithic or inherently hostile to queer and trans people. And I know I just mentioned that I moved from West Virginia to a safer state, and that's not because of the people. That's something I'm trying to tell folks. It's not because of the people, it is because of the politics. Unfortunately, the politics back home have made it to where if you are a marginalized person, it's simply not safe to exist in that area. We are watching the West Virginia legislative bodies go after trans people, after access to healthcare, after abortion care. They are making it to where it's just not sustainable to live there if you are not a white cis person. And, you know, a lot of folks were like, oh, so you're finally leaving West Virginia. Like, doesn't that make you happy? And no, it doesn't. You know, again, while I'm thrilled about the folks that I'm finding here in Maryland and, you know, having the privilege to move to this area, it doesn't make it any easier to leave West Virginia. You know, like I tell folks, this decision again, like, did not come easy. The mountains back home, they truly made me as who I am today. The hollers that I ran around in, they healed me. They helped shape who I am. And, you know, the waters back home, they knew my name. I was constantly, you know, in nature, in the water, and around my community. And something that I love so much about being a trans West Virginian is the state really taught me how to listen. And what I mean by that is just like listening to myself, listening to my community, figuring out, you know, while we are in such a hostile environment, how can we fight back? How can we push back against these oppressive systems? So I'm really thankful for my time, you know, being born and raised in that beautiful state, because again, it has taught me just so much about myself and about how to navigate a very difficult situation. And I do apologize. I know it's like I'm on my phone here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning and all of my alerts are going off. So I'm trying to like silence my phone.
No problem. No
So
problem
you
at
all do
all.
not hear that.
You're good.
Okay. So yeah, you know, like the one thing I really like to thank my home state for is really truly helping me endure and find a way back to myself. And I organized in Appalachia, you know, for over a decade. I have marched there, I have built, I've listened, I've grown, and I fought alongside some of the most incredible, down to earth, lovely people that I've ever known in my life. And I really there learned the true meaning of community. And, you know, I'm very proud of what I built with my community. Together, we challenged injustice, we cared for each other, and we planted seeds that are continuing to grow even without me being there anymore. And, you know, that's what's so important to talk about this hostility is that, you know, the love that I have for that state, that love alone, this wasn't enough to keep me there. You know, as a trans man, my safety and the safety of my family, especially now being in this lawsuit, was increasingly at risk. So that reality, you know, was definitely heartbreaking. But I have to recognize too, like the deep privilege of being able to leave that area, because so many in our community, they just can't up and leave. You know, they are having to endure this. And to those who are staying and continuing to fight, I see them and I love them and I'm so thankful for them. And what I want folks to understand is, you know, West Virginia, again, is not broken. I know it sounds like we may be, but her people aren't broken either. You know, we have been exploited by systems that never cared about us. They never cared if we made it out alive. Yet Appalachians, especially West Virginians, are still there. They're still fighting. They're still growing. And it's just been such a bit, it's been such a loss to have to transfer from West Virginia to a new state here in Maryland. But I truly am just so proud to be a trans Appalachian. And I know folks don't like to, you know, they like to just look down on those of us who are from the Appalachia region, but again, you know, there's just so much that's not understood about us. They don't understand the generational poverty and trauma. They don't understand how our government for decades has sold us out, have fought against us. Like you look back at the Battle of Blair Mountain, the government killed our own people for capitalism, for its continued exploitation of our people. And I am so proud to come from a line of people that have continued in their own ways to fight back against oppression, to fight back against our government, and continue just this long legacy of not letting the system get us down. So that's what I try to do, like in a lot of the work that I'm doing here, and as I'm talking to you all right now, is, you know, just again dispel those narratives around our people. And I see a comment here from Vita, you know, from Tennessee. I have worked with so many incredible folks from Tennessee. Whenever we dealt with the severe flooding from the hurricane last year, we had folks come up from Kentucky into Tennessee and to Southern West Virginia to help us clean out. We also went down to Tennessee and Kentucky to help folks out in that area. And like I have never been able to find, I've traveled throughout the world. I'm very lucky to have been able to do that, to continue to do that. But no matter where I go, I have never been able to find the love and solidarity and community that Appalachia has. Like that is something that I truly do not think exists anywhere outside of our region. And that's why, even though I am in a different state now, the work that I do continues to be for Appalachia. And I still find ways to make sure that that work intersects with folks back home. Because I truly do think, you know, some of the strongest grassroots movements and some of the best organizers in this country come from Appalachia. And we are just so often overlooked, again, because of these political narratives and because folks like to come in and play hero, when in reality, we don't need saving. We just need people to listen to us, listen to our lived experiences, and let us lead the way instead of coming in and trying to fix us. Appalachians do not need fixed. We are a stubborn people. Do not try to fix us. If anything, come in, let us tell you how to help us and fund us. That is really what we need to help our folks get out of the trenches and out of the poverty that unfortunately our government keeps putting us into. And I know I just talked a whole lot there about my home, but again, if you can't tell, I'm very proud to be West Virginian and Appalachian, and I'm really happy to see that there's some other Appalachians in this chat because I've been very homesick. Maryland has mountains, and I've been biking them, but they are not the same. They are not the same as my mountains back home, and it's just, you know, I really do hope that folks leave this conversation with maybe just a different perspective on red states, on rural areas, and on Appalachia in general, because some of the strongest, most intelligent, most organized people you were ever going to meet are coming out of these red, small rural areas because they know how to fight, they know how to stay alive, and they know how to fight back against their oppressors. Yeah, sorry, I know I just talked a bunch, but I really appreciate you all giving me the space to do so.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I mean, I resonate. I'm in Wyoming. I just moved back this last year to my home state. I'd been in Oregon for 10 years, but in the coming back, really wanted to do more sort of smaller rural community organizing and something about its sort of scrappiness and creativity that's not the same in Portland, Oregon, right? And so like what it takes in a conservative red state to do that and to find your people, but how deep that connection also feels in this way of like we have to protect ourselves, so we're going to, and this is how we're going to do it, and seeing that solidarity between youth and families and leaders. So much appreciation for your love of your home as well. I totally get that. And also just thanks for what you're doing in this process, both legally, but also in the organizing that you do. I think anytime that any of us can sort of represent for younger people and even for elders to see like there's a lot of fight within a lot of us and we're not giving up anytime soon. And so one thing I'll share one more time before we sort of wrap up is the Menti poll, which you might not have seen yet, Ash, but we've been sort of tracking who's with us today. And so if you haven't already done this yet, you can scan the QR code or you can go to menti.com here at the top and put that code in. It'll also be in the chat. Drop a pin to where you're at so we can sort of see where we're represented. What's clear is we got more people to reach right here in the middle, but you can send them the link to this Zoomathon. It is now recorded. It's going to live on YouTube. So if somebody didn't catch it, but you want to make sure that they see all this information and all this community, they can still absolutely do that. So we're going to start to wrap up our day, which is crazy. We've been here for almost 9 hours. So like so much appreciation to everyone, especially the support team behind the scenes. Before I finish you off, Ash, I just want to check one question, which is I've been asking everyone, what is it that you do to get joy? That's not work related.
That's not work related. Okay. I dive into my community, and that has definitely been looking a little bit different for me now that I'm in a new area, but I've already been connecting with a lot of folks who do mutual aid work here on the ground. And yeah, just being with my community and seeing them living authentically and full of joy and full of hope has been giving me joy and so much strength to keep going on, especially through this lawsuit. I'm finding just so much joy and strength to keep pushing through my community, and I'm very thankful for them.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome to hop off if you need to. We've only got one last thing. I'm going to invite our speakers or panelists that are still here. So I see Sally, Maddie, Angela, Isabel, Ash, Vita. You're welcome to join us here as well. I know you were in your training, but you were a speaker today too. Just a little group of us that are left today as speakers. If we could pin those folks, if they're on camera. Thank you for being with me today. As we sort of wrap up today, I would love to hear if there's like any reflection you have from today that's brief, a highlight for you, something you want to make sure people hear. Doesn't have to be super profound, but we're sort of wrapping up our time together and we spent a lot of time in this. So anyone is welcome to go first if anybody wants to share something. What are you taking with you from today?
I'm taking Sam Ames. I had not read his post about the Tennessee.
That's Scrimeti, yeah.
It was incredible. It was beautiful. But likewise, Madi, I love your book. GSA was huge in my son's world. He was the leader of the one at high school. And in general, the quality of everyone that I heard was just so moving. I'm just on fire, and I have the YouTube, so I'm sending it to the people who I know didn't come.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Sally. Maddie, Angela, Vita, what do you have? Whoever wants to go.
Vita, you go ahead, you go.
You're just going to say so much love. Love, love, love. That's so much love I saw today for what I was able to catch. And I cannot wait to watch the rest, but so much love. Invisible, unstoppable.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for being here, Ash. See you later. Hope you stay safe in the storm. Let's see. Maddie, what do you got?
I was just gonna say, I feel like we're living through some rough times, clearly. And I feel like I just feel so reinvigorated, being inspired by all of these incredible people doing the work that needs to be done. And just being able to be a little bit nosy and see what everybody's doing is so cool. So I just want to say a special thank you to everybody that was a part of this. It is an honor to be in the same event as you.
Yeah, thanks, Maddie. Angela, what do you got?
This has just been great. It's been great to be with everyone, hear from folks, share joy, share resources. So this has just been, a long day, but it went by quickly because there was just so much going on. So many people joined. It was just a real thrill to be a part of. So thank you.
Yeah. No, I feel like my cup is full. The idea for this event, seeing it actually come to fruition is so rad. I think about even me as like a younger advocate, thinking like, how do I do things and how do I organize people? And everything felt so hard and difficult. And then to be at this place in my like career and journey in advocacy that I have a network of amazing people like Angela and Vita, Maddie, Sally, anyone to just say like, hey, can we do this thing? Would you trust me to do this? But also, would you show up for this? And so feeling really grateful for that as well. And just like super held by community and that little baby, hello, little baby. So just a big thank you to y'all for being here, to our attendees who have stuck it out today. Like kudos to you for being here all day. Like Liz, you have been holding it down, but everyone really, truly appreciate you tuning in. For our folks on YouTube who've been tuning in as well, thanks for being here. And if you're watching this later, I hope that these messages carry you forward in your work. I'm just going to give some closing remarks real quick, and then I'm going to let us go have naps or whatever else you need to go do with your life. So as we close out this day, I want to take a deep breath with you all and simply say thank you. Thank you to every speaker and every storyteller and every artist, every advocate who showed up and shared from their heart today. Thank you to the partners who helped build this moment with love and clarity. And thank you to everyone who joined us. Whether you stayed for 10 minutes or all 9 hours, you are part of this moment and this movement. Today was about more than visibility. It was also about connection. And about refusal, and about the truth that LGBTQIA2S+ youth and families deserve to be protected, uplifted, and loved, not just today, but every day. If you missed a session and you want to revisit a moment that moved you or want to share today's power with others, this entire Zoomathon has been recorded and it's available on our YouTube channel at Unicorn Solutions LLC. You can continue to explore resources from today and connect with speakers and organizations and follow the movement at www.unicornsolutions.org/visible-and-unstoppable. And be sure to follow us also on Instagram at Unicorn Solutions LLC for what's coming next. This is the start of a campaign, not the end, and more to come for sure. It's only the beginning. Visible and Unstoppable is a commitment, a declaration, and a promise to every LGBTQ young person and family that we aren't going anywhere, that we have always been here, and we will find each other in every lifetime. Let's carry that truth with us. Thank you. Stay loud, stay soft, stay unstoppable. And a huge, huge thank you to every partner that made this possible, because there is absolutely no way I could have done this alone. So thank you to Hugh Lane Wellness Foundation, Lambda Legal, the Center for the Study of Social Policy, National Center for Youth Law, the National SOGIE Center, Family Builders, and so many more. Y'all are fantastic humans, and I'm so glad to do this work with you. So I hope that you are well. I hope that you go spend time with your loved ones and you put love out in the world. We love you. Thank you for being here, and have a great rest of your evening, everyone. Good night.